He was once just an ordinary boy, a humble pharmacist who spent every day beside his grandfather. But destiny had other plans. One fateful night, a mysterious assassin from the demonic sect appeared, and took his grandfather's life. From that moment, Bu Unsol's world shattered. Fueled by vengeance, he abandoned his peaceful life and stepped into the darkness, joining the very sect that destroyed him. Now, in the deadly world of martial arts where power decides everything, this once innocent boy must fight, deceive, and rise through the ranks of the demonic sect, all to uncover the truth and face the one who murdered his grandfather. But in chasing revenge, he might just find his true purpose. This is Bu Unsol's story, the place known as the rival of the Martial Alliance, the leading power of the demonic path. It's also called the Demon Hall. The man let out a soft sigh. Ha, crowded like a swarm of ants. The man beside him with pale beard stubble squinted. Of course, what did you expect? I heard that as long as you have talent, no matter your origin, you can be taught the demonic arts. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity like this, who would be crazy enough to miss it? The other man smirked. Honestly, if I were young again, I'd probably squeeze in to give it a shot too. The bearded man suddenly looked surprised. Huh? But from within the crowd, he noticed a young boy standing small among them. What's this, a murder case or something? The other man raised an eyebrow. Murder? Here? The demon appraisal tournament hasn't even started yet. What nonsense are you mumbling? He looked uneasy, but his gaze stayed fixed on the young boy, who had been standing motionless with his face darkened and head lowered. What's with that little mortician over there? The boy tightened the strap of the wooden box on his back and lifted his face toward the sky. His pupils glowed faintly red, filled with deep hatred. Everything truly began from that moment. Grandpa, back then, I was just a tiny child, no bigger than a 5-year-old, curled up in the thick snow. Bu Unsol, that was the precious name you gave me. The kindly old man with a gentle face stepped forward, smiling softly as he reached out his hand. A child abandoned in the cold was taken in and raised by him. I followed you, a mortician, to learn this craft. Bu Unsol sat beside him, watching closely as he treated the wounded. To the boy, the old man looked no different from a master swordsman. The elder chuckled. Oh? Why would you think that? The boy's eyes were round and cheeks flushed. Even if this job is hard and despised by others, I never cared. Though frail, the old man's calves were strangely firm, the muscles on the front of his shins proof of the swift sword lineage. The old man suddenly patted his head, catching him off guard. Sharp eyes you've got there. He laughed warmly, pleased. This kid really was born to be a mortician. The boy pressed his lips together, eyes sparkling. No matter how tough life gets, I always have you by my side. Until the day fate arrived, moonlight shining through the old room's tattered mat, the old man quietly lifted his blanket and sat up. The bamboo grove stood still beneath the night sky. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, making them sway and creak. He turned his head slightly, glancing out the window. His face was filled with quiet contemplation. He closed his eyes and bowed slightly, murmuring, "Those who come with good intent do not come, and those who come do not bring good. How true that is." He gently wiped the boy's face. Bu Unsol, wake up, my boy. He patted the child's shoulder. Come on, let's play the pretend dead game again. Bu Unsol rubbed his sleepy eyes. At this hour, Grandpa? You're kidding, right? The old man spoke softly. If you do well this time, I'll buy you the ceremonial robe and the blue Tao sword you've dreamed of. The boy's eyes lit up with joy. Really, Grandpa? The old man nodded. Yes, really. Bu Unsol grinned happily and crawled into the wardrobe. Okay. The old man narrowed his eyes gently from outside and reminded him, this time, you must endure until sunrise. Bu Unsol was startled. Until sunrise? The old man said nothing and closed the wardrobe tightly. His hand clenched the sword sheath so hard that his veins bulged. He carefully stepped out of the house. His eyes were filled with vigilance and killing intent, hiding as skillfully as a rat avoiding a cat. A figure wearing a large hood and carrying a sword appeared, right? The hem of his robe fluttered under the bright moonlight. Oh, the seven-fingered demon blade, Bu Jianyang. The old man frowned sternly. It's been a long time since anyone called me by that name. The assassin's crimson pupils gleamed through the cloth covering his face. I didn't expect the one who refused the vice-master's seat of the demon hall. He screamed madly, charging forward with his sword. Hindas would stoop to such a lowly job just to survive. The two swords clashed, unleashing a blinding light and murderous aura that could ruin anyone's night. I, Mortician Bu Jianyang, the old man glared, don't do this to survive, but to atone for my sins. The man froze, his eyes filled with fury and madness. Tanya furrowed his brow. If you want my life, take it somewhere else. Don't wake the neighbors, they're cranky when disturbed. The other man stepped back, lowering his head and chuckling darkly. He rested a hand on his hip, turned away. Fine, but don't think you'll escape. Bu Jianyang squinted. his expression deep in thought. From inside the house came a faint noise. The tall wardrobe began to shake slightly. Bu Eunseol took a deep breath and pushed the door open, knocking it over. He bit his lip, crying as he shivered, hugging his arms. Ugh, I can't take this anymore. Even if I get that robe and sword, I'm freezing to death here. Suddenly, he noticed something. Huh? Bu Eunseol stumbled out, wobbling. Where did Grandpa go? He usually waits for me. Did someone from the manor call him out again? Bu Eunseol closed his eyes in annoyance and opened the house door. Honestly, those people never respected morticians anyway. Bu Eunseol suddenly froze, his pupils shrinking. What? The scene outside was strangely desolate and wrecked. A strong gust of wind blew, making him stare blankly at the sky. Bu Eunseol felt a lump in his throat, swallowing nervously as worry crept into his heart. He gathered his strength and ran as fast as he could into the bamboo forest. Bu Eunseol's footsteps gradually slowed down. Then he froze in place. His pupils widened, tears welling up and falling uncontrollably. In front of him lay his grandfather's frail body, hair disheveled, eyes closed, bleeding. Bu Eunseol screamed. The old man leaned against a tree, both arms completely broken. Grandpa! The boy dropped to his knees beside him, trembling. Grandpa, what happened? Bu Janyang struggled to speak. Seola, is that you? The boy sobbed in panic. Yes, it's me. Grandpa, what on earth happened? The old man whispered weakly. I'm sorry, my boy. Blood streamed from Bu Janyang's eyes as he exhaled calmly. This old man might be heading out first. He coughed up blood while speaking. When I die, don't prepare a burial for me. Bu Eunseol's face turned pale. Grandpa. The boy's eyes widened in terror as he caught his collapsing body. Please don't talk anymore. Bu Janyang leaned forward. Bu Eunseol, listen carefully. Exhausted and powerless, he rested on the boy's arms. Never ever think of revenge. Tears filled Bu Eunseol's eyes. He clenched his teeth in fury. Bu Eunseol roared, eyes burning with madness and killing intent. They did this to you, Grandpa, I can never forgive them. He grabbed tightly onto his grandfather's clothes. Resting his head against the only family he had left, he muttered, if that's the case, I might as well follow you. You once said the underworld isn't much different from the living world. If life here means living without you, I'd rather go there with you. Bu Janyang shut his eyes, his face softening. He gritted his teeth in pain. This old fool thought he could leave peacefully. Bu Janyang whispered, Seola, this is my final request, leave this place and go far away. He lifted his head and smiled gently. The days I spent with you were truly happy. Bu Eunseol's eyes widened, pupils contracting as his grandfather's body collapsed. His body slipped from the boy's arms. Tanya fell helplessly to the ground. His body slipped from the boy's arms. Bu Janyang collapsed helplessly to the ground. Bu Eunseol sat frozen, his face pale as snow. Grandpa. Bu Janyang lay lifeless and still, and in Bu Eunseol's widening eyes was nothing but pain. His tears slowly ran dry as he narrowed his eyes. His pupils dimmed, lips pressed tight, his empty face turned aside. He carried Bu Janyang's body home, whispering, Grandpa. Bu Eunseol gently caressed his grandfather's face. His pupils turned crimson. But I can't obey your last words. His face filled with hatred, tears rolling again no matter how hard he tried to stop them. In his mind replayed the moment of his grandfather's beating, both arms clearly severed by a single sword slash. He reconstructed the battle within his mind, a reverse upward slash, an extremely rare sword move. Bu Eunseol pried open his grandfather's eyelids, and in his imagination, the vision of Bu Janyang being struck by pure killing intent appeared vividly. The killer even twisted mid-swing to stab directly into both eyes. Bu Eunseol gritted his teeth in rage. Such a twisted sword art, it must be. When he opened his eyes again, his black pupils shrank, filled with overwhelming hatred. Kneeling between his grandfather's legs, his face darkened. A demonic sword art, among which only the heavenly truck muscle control technique could cause wounds like these, mastery over flesh and bone itself. He examined the body carefully. Bu Janyang's back was covered in countless cuts and small round wounds, 93 in total. Even the full bloom rain technique could only release 66 hidden weapons at best. In his mind, he pictured the scene again, a masked figure firing needles from behind, seemingly working alone. Could it be the demonic emperor's hidden weapon, the one said to unleash hundreds at once? Bu Eunseol pulled out his grandfather's tongue, inspecting beneath it. Both the underside of his tongue and his fingernails were tainted with strange demonic energy, their color completely altered. Bu Eunseol's eyes widened in horror. This is the mark of the deadly flesh-rotting blood poison. His thoughts drifted over the clues, using the demonic emperor's hidden weapon, and combining it with the flesh-rotting blood poison. Such a terrifying demonic master, there can't be many like that. Bu Eunseol closed his eyes, the image of Bu Janyang's lifeless body fading away. He slowly took a deep breath to calm his heart. When Bu Eunseol opened his eyes again, Blood flowed from the corners. I will find you, no matter what. A teardrop fell onto the thin parchment. It soaked into the spot beside a neatly written name in black ink. He bowed his head and signed his name at the gate of the Blazing Sung Martial Alliance. The gatekeeper leaned on his spear, peering over lazily. Chi, Blazing Sung sect, another bunch of nobodies trying to cling to the demon hall. Bet they'll turn pale the moment they see a death contract. The guard frowned irritably and barked, "Hey kid, if you're too scared to leave your mark, stop acting tough and go home." The boy slowly raised his finger, the guard's eyes following its motion. Bu Unseal's pupils turned blood red as he bit through the tip of his own finger. Both gatekeepers stood frozen in shock at the sight. Bu Unseal pressed his finger down with force. "From the moment you died, my life completely shattered." When he lifted his hand, a deep red fingerprint stood out on the paper. The only thing left to him now was the path of vengeance. The two guards looked at the registry, then watched silently as he walked away. So at this tournament, the man who mocked him earlier was now utterly dumbfounded, jaw hanging open. Bu Unseal tightened the strap on his shoulder, eyes burning with hatred as he stepped through the gates of the Martial Alliance, the very first step on his path of vengeance. Like two opposing forces, a proud golden dragon and a fierce black tiger faced one another, righteousness and evil. The battle between these two mighty powers had shaped the martial world for centuries, and the heroes remembered in history, and the heretics recorded on paper stood in stark contrast. The righteous side was led by the Martial Alliance, guided by justice as its compass. The demonic side gathered under the demon hall, worshipping only absolute power. For ages the two forces maintained a fragile balance, but peace would vanish once one side sought more than its share. The righteous factions longed to break that balance, the brilliant blue sky shining upon a chaotic world. Thus, 18 masters united under one banner, hailed as the great heroes of justice. At the same time, darkness birthed its own champions. Sensing the growing threat from the Martial Alliance, the Demon Hall sought to strengthen itself and launched the 10 Demon Successor Project. A scroll of announcement was issued. Regardless of origin, the Demon Hall would teach all its secret martial techniques to the 10 most gifted prodigies. This daring offer ignored sect boundaries and defied the traditional teachings of the demonic arts. The fire in Bu Unseal's eyes burned brighter with determination. The gates opened, revealing over 100 people waiting ahead. It had drawn countless young martial artists to the Demon Hall. Inside were all kinds of people, none looking kindly upon him, every gaze turning toward the newcomer. Bu Unseal tightened his strap and silently scanned the room, sensing something unusual among them. Suddenly his attention locked onto a figure within the crowd. His gaze sharpened as if piercing through each person. Could one of them be connected to the killer who murdered my master? Beneath the layer of cloth, the shadowy figure of the masked assassin lingered. Bu Unseal pressed his lips together, lost in thought, certain the killer was a master far beyond comprehension. He unconsciously reached his hand forward as if that man were standing before him. To take revenge, I must reach that same level. I have no sect, no martial arts to rely on. His eyes burned with hatred as he clenched his fist. Becoming one of the 10 demon successors is the only way to gain power quickly. Suddenly, those around him gasped in shock. A tall man in a majestic white fur coat appeared before them. The man roared fiercely, "I am the chief instructor, Hyokrian Jung, the crimson-eyed tiger." The crowd erupted in awe, whispering, "The chief instructor? It's really the crimson-eyed tiger Hyokrian Jung?" Hyokrian Jung glared sharply, "This place exists to find the greatest prodigy of the demonic path." His words sent ripples through the crowd. Only those who passed all the trials set by the Demon Hall would be worthy of becoming official candidates for the 10 demon successors. Bu Unseal silently watched him from the side. For the first trial, Hyokrian Jung waved his hand. "The men of the Medicine King Hall will examine your tendons and bones." The crowd below burst into complaints. "Wait, that counts as a trial? No way. A tournament fight would have been better." Several men in black cloaks and straw hats rushed forward, twisting joints and cracking bones, making candidates scream in agony. One examiner spoke flatly, "You passed." The poor candidate whose arm was just twisted blinked in confusion. Right, maybe fighting wasn't such a good idea after all." Bu Unseal watched quietly. "Those who pass move on to the next stage? Tendons and bones, huh?" Bu Unseal stood motionless. The examiner reached out toward him. He gripped Bu Unseal's shoulder firmly. The man's jaw dropped, eyes wide. "Impossible." He held Bu Unseal's elbow tighter. "His tendons, they're completely ruined." The examiner lowered his head, puzzled. Strange, how did someone like this even enter the tournament? But Bu Unseal stayed silent, his blood-red eyes glowing with killing intent. The examiner instinctively stepped back, startled. That murderous aura, almost no one can compare. He coughed awkwardly, turned away, pretending to move on, but clearly couldn't just ignore it. Bu Unseal pressed his lips together, squeezing his shoulder like his grandfather once taught him. "All I've ever learned is how to prepare corpses. No way I can pass this test like that." Bu Unseol lowered his hand, but he couldn't give up now. The blazing sunlight shone over the courtyard, as a loud voice declared, "The first trial is over." A young man gritted his teeth, veins bulging across his forehead. He roared, "What kind of rule is this?" Facing Hyokri Young, he shouted, "If the 10 demon successors are chosen based only on bones and tendons, what's the point of holding this whole tournament?" He yelled louder, "This is unfair." Another echoed, "Unfair indeed." Hyokri Young calmly explained, "The human body's essence lies in its foundation. To practice martial arts, the most crucial element is your tendons and bones. That's why the Demon Hall holds this grand recruitment." He lowered his gaze coldly, "If you can't even meet the most basic condition, how dare you demand fairness here?" The man froze, his spirit cut in half, but still managed to mutter, "At least give us one more chance." Hyokri Young glared fiercely, his aura making the challenger stagger. "No need to worry." Hyokri Young's energy flared, crushing the man beneath overwhelming pressure. "For the second trial," he declared, "I'll choose those whose bodies may be weak but whose potential for martial mastery is extraordinary." He turned and strode away. "The second trial begins now." Hyokri Young cast a sharp warning glance back, "From this moment on, you will slaughter each other." His words spread confusion through the crowd, to claim the right of survival. 1. Panic rippled among them. Slaughter each other? Seriously? We're all from the demonic path. What kind of twisted test is this? Is he for real? The man from before gripped his spear tightly and sneered, "So that's how it is." His eyes gleamed with malice. "Fine, sooner or later we'd be killing anyway." His gaze fixed on Bu Unseol not far away. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he clenched his weapon tighter. Wei Uncheong gripped his spear and lunged at Jiok Ryong like lightning. Without hesitation, he thrust the spear straight toward him. Then Wei Uncheong smiled lightly, relieved, and said, "At last, I've killed you today." Across the field, Jiok Ryong bled heavily, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Wei Uncheong." But a moment later, he couldn't stand any longer and collapsed with a thud. Seeing Jiok Ryong's lifeless eyes staring upward, the onlookers gasped in horror, "He's really dead." So much blood. Bu Unseol lowered his gaze, observing the corpse calmly. "Remarkable," he thought. The spear slid past the ribs and pierced the heart perfectly. Though not flawless, the form was swift and precise. Wei Uncheong pulled his spear free, shouting proudly, "Challenge me. Whoever wants to end up like him, step forward. I, Wei Uncheong, will take you all on." From the platform above, Hyokri Young observed with cold amusement, "His actions are decent, but his brain clearly isn't." His subordinate nodded, "You're absolutely right, sir." Bu Unseol quietly analyzed, "In a situation like this, showing off just paints a target on your back. Let the fools kill each other first." Below, chaos spread as fear took hold. "What do we do if this keeps going?" A man suddenly lashed out, slashing another while shouting, "Die!" But the next instant, terror struck him, and he stumbled back, stammering, I didn't mean it." No one expected the next moment another man stabbed him clean through the stomach. Hyokri Young watched from above with icy eyes as screams and cries of agony filled the air. He thought calmly, children still unaccustomed to death. Below, the scene was filled with terrified faces and desperate duels of life and death. The scene had descended into utter chaos, and Hyokri Young thought to himself, reason is easily paralyzed by the fear of death. Then suddenly, something caught his eye, and he let out a curious hum of interest. His subordinates followed his gaze and smiled knowingly. "Ah, so they've spotted Bu Unseol and that other man." One subordinate commented, "Guess not all of them are idiots." Amid the bloodshed and screaming, only Bu Unseol and a tall man stood calmly against the wall. Watching the carnage unfold before him, Bu Unseol's eyes gleamed with disdain, thinking, "Fools. They let fear of death cloud their minds." Hyokri Young had said to survive until only one remained. Then the key isn't to kill, it's to survive. Thinking that, he sat down and reached toward a corpse, muttering to himself, "If I stay calm and act rationally, I can survive. Yes, I must survive." As he said it, an image flashed in his mind, him and Bu Jan Yang examining corpses together. In reality, he grabbed the severed arm of a corpse and began to inspect it. Across the arena, a man in a blue robe wielding an iron flail chain held the upper hand. Soon, corpses piled around him, and his eyes fell upon Bu Unseol in the distance. "Huh? What's that? That guy looks useless, probably trying to hide." Bu Unseol continued calmly examining the body, noting, thin but dense sword cuts killed by a fast sword combined with a flexible blade. At that moment, the blue-robed man aimed at him, swinging his chain and muttering, "Let me send you to the afterlife." The iron ball shot toward Bu Unseol like lightning, but it struck only the wooden box on his back. The box shattered, spilling out neatly folded clothes. The man in blue pointed and burst out laughing, "Ha! What's that? A mortician's box? Are you a corpse cleaner or what?" Bu Unseol's face darkened as he slowly stood up. A memory flickered his younger self, eyes wide open. Back then, he had gently touched the folded clothes on the table beside a small letter. He opened the letter, and it contained only 4 words, "Happy birthday." Remembering that moment, Bu Unseol whispered, "Grandpa." A second later, his eyes blazed red with killing intent. Bu Unseol and the man in blue locked eyes. The man swung his chain again with a sneer. "What's this? With that little dagger, what can you possibly do?" But he didn't notice the shadow creeping up behind him. The other man swung his sword and slashed the blue-robed man across the back. In an instant, the man collapsed to the ground. The stranger said coldly, "No need to thank me. Having a useless guy like you around draws attention. It makes my job easier." But Bu Unsol ignored him, continuing to examine the corpse of the blue-robed man. The man smirked, "Not bad, kid. You've got sharp eyes, but I'd bet you've never trained in martial arts." As he spoke, someone tried to ambush him from behind, but without even looking, he swung his sword backward and cut the attacker down, smiling, "A weakling like you I could kill anytime I want." Bu Unseol didn't respond, coldly glancing behind him. His eyes shifted to the high platform where Hyokrion Jung was now watching the other man with interest. "That brat, he's holding the star crystal blade. Who is he to possess the relic of Muk Hyun, the so-called wandering blade master?" The subordinate beside him quickly reported, "His name is Nong Gang. Rumor says he discovered Muk Hyun's secret manual and sword deep within a mountain cave. But since he trained himself from that manual, his sword technique isn't yet fully refined." Hyokrion Jung kept watching Neong Gang's movements, saying, "Even so, since he's grasped Muk Hyun's true legacy, he might as well be considered his disciple. Though his physique is a bit inferior, he's still a strong candidate for the 10 demons. I'd say he's the most promising one here." He rated him highly among the group. "He's still just a kid unworthy of the star crystal blade, but I doubt anyone here surpasses him." The subordinate nodded. "Indeed." He continued, "If nothing unexpected happens, he'll be the last one standing." Below, Bu Unseol continued his quiet examination of the corpses. Under the dark sky, the cries of agony echoed endlessly, adding to the gloom. After some time, Neong Gang wiped his blade and spoke. His sharp eyes locked on his target. "You've survived till the end." Amid the mountain of corpses, only Bu Unseol and Neong Gang remained. He flexed his fingers eagerly. "If I defeat you now, I'll become an official candidate for the 10 demon successors. Come here." Yet Bu Unseol didn't move an inch, showing no reaction at all. His emotionless gaze fixed on him, thinking, "He's the strongest one in the arena. But I've already found his weakness." Bu Unseol gripped his sword and slowly stepped forward. Neong Gang raised his head, smirking, "Let's see what you're capable of." As soon as he finished, he lunged forward. He slashed several times toward the boy, and though Bu Unseol dodged, he still took hits. Neong Gang looked amused yet disdainful. "Is that all you can do? Just clumsy dodging? The fact you survived this long is a miracle," he thought while watching. At first glance, he looks overwhelmed, but if you observe carefully, he realized the boy's intent. Bu Unseol was subtly repositioning after every strike. His robe tore in wide slashes as he deliberately avoided fatal blows. Blades continued to slice him, blood splattering across his face. Suddenly, Neong Gang's pupils shrank as he realized the boy had memorized his attack patterns by studying the corpses he had slain. He secretly admired him. That observational ability, remarkable. After dodging the final strike, Bu Unseol stopped and said coldly, "Your swordsmanship is pathetic." His tone dripped with mockery. "So many flashy swings, yet all you managed was a few scratches." The words enraged Neong Gang. "He dares mock me?" He clenched his fist, thinking, "He's good at evading, but countering is a whole different story." His eyes narrowed. "With that fragile body, he won't land a solid hit." Neong Gang chuckled darkly. "I was going to let you live a bit longer, but since you're so eager to die, fine." He dashed forward like a madman. "Then I'll grant your wish." At that speed, he drew closer and closer, yet Bu Unseol showed no fear. "There's only one chance," he thought, recalling everything he'd analyzed. Based on what he learned from the corpses killed by Neong Gang, he widened his eyes as he realized, his killing strikes always aim for the enemy's weak points. Every body had only 2 wounds, the heart and the head. So when Neong Gang unleashed his killing blow, the blade aimed high, and Bu Unseol ducked low to evade it. That moment left him stunned, unable to react in time. Bu Unseol had already aimed his sword straight at him. This time, he targeted his neck, and just then, a familiar voice echoed, "Ah, Bu Unseol." The image of Bu Janyang appeared, reminding him, the heavenly node point, even external masters struggle to train that spot. If a child strikes it with full force, even an adult would faint instantly. Heaven! Those words filled him with confidence as Bu Unseol gathered all his strength. He thrust his sword directly into Neong Gang's neck, blood spraying outward. Neong Gang collapsed, defeated by his hand. Even then, Bu Unseol remained still. He turned his gaze toward Hyokrian Young. Is it over? He asked calmly. The observers murmured in disbelief. I never saw that coming. Hyokrian Young looked visibly disappointed. I had high hopes for Mukhyon's sword art. The sound of a drum echoed as his voice followed. Bu Unseol of the Blazing Sun sect, you have passed the second round. He stood motionless, showing no emotion. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Seola. It was Bu Janyang's voice, as if searching for him. Seola, where are you? Seeing him, Bu Unseol couldn't contain his joy, shouting, Grandpa, I'm here, Grandpa. But the old man didn't seem to hear him. Seola, Bu Janyang called again as he drew closer. The boy's pupils shrank in fear. His grandfather turned toward him, but his eyes were gone. I can't see your face, my boy, he said softly. Sweat and tears streamed down Bu Unseol's cheeks. The next moment, he jolted awake. All eyes in the room turned toward him. The space was silent except for the crashing of waves. He realized he was on a ship. Bu Unseol touched his head blankly. This place, it's inside a ship. So, I passed out? He muttered, right, I lost too much blood. Oh? Looking down at his bandaged wounds, he noticed they were deep but painless now. The demon hall must have called in a skilled physician. He widened his eyes, but the people around him continued staring silently without saying a word. Most of the people here were strong and sturdy, and among them, Bu Unseol spotted a few familiar faces, those who had likely survived the first trial. Suddenly, someone burst out laughing, drawing attention from others. Bu Unseol sighed, his eyes filled with disdain, a perfectly reasonable reaction. A voice from above called down, get off the ship. The man spoke in a low tone. The next trial begins on this hell island. Across the endless sea, a ship sailed under the dimming light of dusk. The vessel soon came to a halt before a coastal port. From the massive ship, a man jumped down to the dock. This was hell itself. The man spoke briefly, glancing back up at the ship. Everyone, follow me. Following his command, the people on board began to disembark one by one, marching toward the mountain ahead. The sky had turned to twilight. A young woman stepped forward to guide them. This will be your lodging. All clothes and weapons you brought must be surrendered. You'll wear the prepared garments, take your issued sword, and head outside. Standing above them, she continued, speaking clearly, your choice is yours alone. Pick whichever cave you want, and go inside. Everyone began choosing one after another, except Bu Unseol, who stood silently, watching everything with a calm but dark gaze. After a moment of observation, he finally began to move, glancing around at the others as he walked. Two people nearby whispered, this spot looks nice, thought it'd be damp, but it's actually decent. Yeah, but it's cramped, one complained. The girl in pink turned to the man opposite her, I saw this place first. The man shot back, nonsense, I got here first, just looking doesn't count. Bu Unseol watched them briefly as another young man stepped forward. Come on, stop arguing, there are plenty of good spots left. He paid little attention, thinking, these fools have no idea what happened during the second trial. Not an ounce of caution among them. His eyes glimmered coldly, filled with killing intent, as he noted that among those who passed the first trial, many wore fine, expensive clothing. The blue-robed youth quickly apologized after the argument, I spoke rashly. The girl calmed as well, no, I was at fault too. Bu Unseol thought, so, most of them are descendants of noble families, huh? Walking slowly, he pondered while recalling the torn photograph, realizing the second trial had been meant to eliminate those whose deaths would cause no consequence. Just then, a quiet voice startled him, haven't chosen yet? He turned around nervously, replying timidly, you've been moving so slowly, this isn't the time to dawdle. The man's expression was stern, his cold tone making Bu Unseol turn back quickly. The man studied him silently, thinking, judging by that look, my suspicion was right, he really survived the second trial. Let's see what he chooses this time. He said aloud, there's not much time left, hurry up and decide. Seeing his serious expression, Bu Unseol pointed toward a cave, then I'll take that one. The cave he chose had an extremely small and narrow entrance. When the others saw his choice, they began murmuring and snickering. What? He picked that dump? Figures, suits his shabby look. Filthy place. But Bu Unseol stayed indifferent, his face blank. Watching this, the man gave an awkward smile. Bu Unseol, he said with a growing grin, a curious choice indeed. He glanced at the cave, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. At first glance, it looked like a cramped, dirty hole, but that was merely the entrance. Inside, the cave was wide enough for martial training, and the narrow entrance served well to prevent surprise attacks. The man turned away, thinking, most people judge a cave by its mouth alone, but he inspected everything carefully. He chuckled, all right, get ready then. Bu Unseol quietly watched his back. After a while, everyone came out in new clothes. Bu Unseol had also changed, glancing at the black training uniform he now wore. The man at the front of the crowd began speaking loudly, "I'll explain what you all will be doing from now on." Bu Unseol merely glanced his way, barely interested. He started outlining the rules of the next stage. Here in Hell Island, 10 martial halls have been established. Each hall teaches the martial arts of the 10 demon sects. He tapped the wooden board beside him. "You can study all of them or just one, the choice is yours." Lost in the crowd, Bu Unseol listened to the chatter around him. "You can rest, play, or train, it's up to you," people joked. Bu Unseol's face grew serious, thinking, strange. These are the very people who turned the second trial into a slaughterhouse. The crowd continued to chat excitedly. "So, where should we go?" "Sobato," one man shouted, "of course to Hua Wu. They say it's the strongest sect here." Others egged each other on. "Come on, let's go." Bu Unseol looked around and noticed most of them heading the same way. Hua Wu, huh? He recalled hearing that it was the most powerful among the 10 demon sects. Walking past them, he thought, learning the strongest martial art would be advantageous, but for someone like me, who knows none, strength isn't the priority right now. What? Suddenly, Bu Unseol's eyes widened as he stared intently in another direction. Then, he turned and walked the opposite way. "What I need now." He arrived before an old, abandoned house hidden in the forest. Gazing at it deeply, his eyes darkened with contemplation. Is this really a martial hall? He wondered to himself. Bu Unseol reflected on what he'd learned, realizing Nangya was a declining sect, barely holding its place among the 10 demon sects. Yet, because it once produced countless top masters, it still retained its name. Remembering his grandfather's stories of the martial world, Bu Unseol thought, then I will. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed something odd on the ground, frowning anxiously as he stared down. He looked around cautiously. Out of nowhere, someone emerged from beneath the soil. "What is this?" A head popped up, eyes full of menace. "You've come seeking to become one of the 10 demon successors?" The man was none other than Nangya's secret master, Sa Wu. Bu Unseol stood above, staring at the head sticking out of the earth. His face showed clear unease as he glanced at the man below. Realizing who it was, he quickly bowed respectfully. "Yes, I've come to learn Nangya's martial arts." Looking down, Bu Unseol's expression grew tense. Sa Wu's glare was sharp as blades. He narrowed his eyes. Then Sa Wu rose fully from the ground, his face stern. He said coldly, "Don't throw your life away. Go back. I have no intention of teaching martial arts, especially to a fragile boy like you." Bu Unseol replied, "I heard that mastering Nangya's techniques grants the most enduring vitality in the world." Sa Wu stepped forward, smirking. "Impressive, you know quite a bit about this dying art." Bu Unseol felt as if countless blades were aimed at him, but he knew even geniuses struggled to master Nangya's style. The art began by remolding one's body itself. With your frail frame, you'd be dead before a single day passes. Sa Wu spoke, then sank back into the ground, his eyes still fixed on Bu Unseol. "If you understand, then get lost." Bu Unseol knelt down, respectfully bowing before Sa Wu. Seeing this, Sa Wu frowned. "What on earth are you doing?" Bu Unseol kept kowtowing. "Since you've graced me with your teaching, shouldn't a disciple bow to his master?" Sa Wu looked at him blankly, muttering, "Idiot." Then he closed his eyes, deep in thought. Finally, Sa Wu said, "Fine, I'll teach you." As he rose from the ground, he added, "But don't get the wrong idea, I'm only teaching you because it's an order from the Demon Hall." Bu Unseol froze, stunned by his words. Standing tall before him, Sa Wu said, "I am the secret master of Nangya. From now on, call me Old Sa." Bu Unseol placed a hand on his chest. "I am Bu Unseol." Sa Wu waved him off. "No." Bu Unseol looked uneasy. "You're just trainee number 1. Sa Wu pointed 2 fingers at him. "Enough talking, let's begin right now." Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot directly into Bu Unseol's eyes. His eyes widened in shock, his gaze going blank. His pupils darkened until his eyes turned completely black. Darkness surrounded him, leaving him standing in confusion, unable to see anything. As panic crept in, a voice echoed, "Don't be afraid, calm your mind." It was Sa Wu, guiding him gently. Sa Wu explained, "I've temporarily sealed your vision using Bongak's secret art. This is a required step for learning Bongak's basic martial technique, known as the Wild Beast Path." Hearing that, Bu Unseol asked in confusion, "The Wild Beast Path?" Sa Wu, noticing his bewilderment, elaborated, "It amplifies all your senses and grants you the instincts of a beast." Sa Wu continued, "The pinnacle of Bongak's martial arts differs from others. Its form changes endlessly depending on the successor's perception. Hearing this, Bu Unseol grew even more uneasy. Even mastering its basics was as hard as perfecting another martial art entirely. The more he listened, the more lost he looked. Sa Wu rambled on, "That's why few attempt this training anymore." Sa Wu's body began to glow with a strange brilliance, so bright that Bu Unseol had to turn away. Yet, Sa Wu kept speaking. "If you succeed, a radiant white tiger will appear before you." Light flared around Sa Wu as he shouted, "You'll gain the senses of a true beast." He chuckled softly, though usually, people die long before reaching that point. Sa Wu stepped closer to where Bu Unseol stood. He stood like a hero bathed in backlight, saying, "In about half an hour, you'll adapt to the darkness." Bu Unseol stood frozen, speechless. Fear peaked as Sa Wu leaned in close. "I'll return by then." A fierce gust swept through the shabby hut. Bu Unseol slowly began adapting to blindness. Though still uneasy, he felt a bit more stable. They say when one sense is lost, the others sharpen, but apparently, that's not always true. Suddenly, Bu Unseol remembered Sa Wu's words, "Normally, half an hour is all it takes to adapt." Bu Unseol moved his eyes around, thinking to himself, "Too slow, I must adapt faster." With that thought, he dropped to the ground, crawling and fumbling about before standing again to explore by touch, then knelt back down to crawl once more. Suddenly, someone ambushed him, stabbing straight through his chest. In this place filled with martial artists aiming to become the 10 demon successors, ambushes were constant. If attacked in this blind state, Bu Unseol sensed someone behind him raising a weapon to strike. Trusting his instincts, Bu Unseol quickly spun around. The next instant, he was sent flying through the air, his body completely lifted off the ground. He crashed painfully into the dirt. When one loses sight, balance becomes everything. The sky had turned to night, the stars clustered tightly above, shining faintly. Old man Sa Wu woke from a long nap, yawning as he stepped outside. He's probably stumbling around cluelessly by now. But to his surprise, Bu Unseol was already moving with ease, prompting a low hum of approval from Sa Wu. Watching him, Sa Wu's gaze turned thoughtful. Interesting. Most people would just sit and wait for their senses to return. Observing Bu Unseol's actions, he muttered, "But this one imagines enemies and keeps moving." Bu Unseol stomped hard on the ground. Perhaps because of that, he moved fluidly. Now 2 steps and he was already far away. One hand gripped a rock while his foot kicked forward. Landing lightly, Bu Unseol's body exuded a faint aura. He was adapting faster than expected. Seeing this, Sa Wu smiled with satisfaction. "Good, looks like you're getting used to it." Sa Wu, or rather the dustless blade, drew his sword from his back and shouted, "Try dodging my sword." Sa Wu's attack showed no mercy. The forest was silent except for the sharp whistling of his blade slicing through air. In a flash, 3 days had passed. Bu Unseol had been beaten to exhaustion, collapsing into a muddy puddle. Rain poured harder as Sa Wu calmly rested his sword on his shoulder, smiling faintly at the battered youth before him. And Bu Unseol now, with not a single piece of clothing intact, looks about done for. But no, Sa Wu dashed forward again at incredible speed. Bu Unseol couldn't block in time, taking a clean hit to the stomach. Sa Wu wiped rain from his face, staring down at him. "It's been 3 days already. You'd think he'd start questioning my methods, but he just takes the beating quietly." Under the pouring rain, Bu Unseol panted heavily but still forced himself up, gripping his sword without uttering a single complaint. Seeing this, Sa Wu couldn't hide his curiosity. "Why don't you ask anything? Like how to dodge or what technique to use?" Bu Unseol widened his eyes in disbelief, then steadied himself and replied coldly, "You said Nangya's essence lies in enlightenment, so I assumed every move you make has meaning." Sa Wu was taken aback by that answer, furrowing his brow as he stared down at him. Then he closed his eyes and chuckled softly, "You're right." With that, Sa Wu gripped his sword tightly and charged straight at Bu Unseol. "Then let's continue." Bu Unseol stood calmly, unshaken. He closed his eyes, focusing on everything around him, sensing Sa Wu's movements clearly for the first time. "I can feel it now," he thought in awe. In just 3 days, Bu Unseol could perceive Sa Wu's every motion and attack. He couldn't see the blade's path, but he could sense it, though dodging it was still beyond him. Bu Unseol lifted his own sword. Then, steel met steel as he managed to block Sa Wu's strike. They clashed head-on without hesitation, sparks bursting between their blades. Bu Unseol had stopped the blow, biting his lip hard as he used every ounce of strength to hold his ground. Even Sa Wu, a veteran of countless battles, was astonished by Bu Unseol's rapid progress. He exhaled silently, wondering, did he just block the silent sword strike? After the rain, sunlight broke through the clouds. Sa Wu muttered to himself, "Only 3 days?" At that moment, Bu Unseol was sent flying, his blade dragging a fiery streak across the ground. Exhausted, he sat on the ground staring blankly at the sky. Even blocking a strike now felt impossible. Then a bamboo flask landed on his stomach. "Here, drink." Bu Unseal grabbed the flask, fumbling around. Thank you, master. He quickly drank it all in one go while Sa Wu silently watched. When he finished, realization struck: this wasn't water. Strength surged through his body, as if his lost blood had been restored. Sa Wu's eyes gleamed as he looked at the flask in Bu Unseal's hand. That was the celestial spring elixir I've guarded my entire life, but I have no regrets. Sa Wu grinned in satisfaction. Because I've waited my whole life to meet the greatest prodigy under heaven. Rain still fell in sheets, drumming against the roof. Blows kept raining down on Bu Unseal as he barely managed to defend himself. Yet Sa Wu continued pressing forward relentlessly. Bu Unseal didn't dodge, facing him head-on. Seeing that, Sa Wu smiled faintly in approval. He swung his sword across Bu Unseal's face, shouting, "Once more, block this!" Bu Unseal froze as Sa Wu unleashed a powerful strike. Bu Unseal sidestepped, narrowly dodging the attack. Sa Wu instantly flashed behind him. Not yet. Bu Unseal's expression tensed in fear. Hearing his voice, Bu Unseal realized Sa Wu was behind him, glancing back with wide, alarmed eyes. Instinctively, he swung his sword backward, catching Sa Wu off guard. When Sa Wu didn't counter, Bu Unseal frowned. Why isn't he attacking? Sa Wu burst into laughter. To think the weapon I've been searching for all this time is right in front of me. A faint light shot into Bu Unseal's eyes, leaving him stunned. He blinked in disbelief, realizing he could see again. Looking at his own hands, he gasped. Sa Wu called out, "Bu Unseal." Walking over with a bright smile, Sa Wu patted his shoulder. Forget about being a 10-demon successor. Become an official disciple of Bongok. Bu Unseal looked up, stunned. Seeing his expression, Sa Wu declared proudly, "Within 10 years, I'll forge you into one of the strongest masters in the demon sect." Lowering his head, Bu Unseal thought, becoming a top expert in the demon sect after everything I've seen, this offer can't be false. Yet, recalling his past and the murderer who killed his grandfather, he knew the killer's skill was beyond imagination. In that case, mastering Nangya's arts alone wouldn't be enough. Bu Unseal clenched his jaw, deep in thought. Then he looked up at Sa Wu with firm determination. "I will become one of the 10 demons." Sa Wu looked at Bu Unseal, stunned by his words. His face went blank as he exhaled deeply. "If your goal is to master all martial arts of the 10 demon sects, forget it. Even the heavenly demon emperor himself couldn't do that." Then Sa Wu began recounting stories of past disciples, explaining that every martial art pursued different body forms and energy flows. Even prodigies can only master 2 or 3 at most. The fastest path to becoming the top expert of the demon sect is to devote yourself entirely to one discipline. Bu Unseal clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Please test me, master." Sa Wu lowered his gaze, expression unreadable. He really won't change his mind? After a pause, he opened his mouth to speak but then stopped halfway. Turning away, Sa Wu said, "Fine, from now on, learn another martial art." His words left Bu Unseal frozen in confusion. Worried, Bu Unseal stammered, "But I've only just learned the basics of Nangya." Sa Wu didn't look back, replying lazily, "Bongak's techniques aren't passed down by words or theory." Spinning around, Sa Wu's eyes gleamed as he suddenly struck. Instinctively, Bu Unseal raised his sword to block the blow, shocking even himself. Sa Wu turned with a wide grin. "You've already mastered Bongak's wild beast path." He sheathed his sword as he spoke. Bu Unseal recalled every strike Sa Wu had used and suddenly realized, so all those attacks, those were the techniques of the wild beast path, he thought in awe. Bowing deeply, Bu Unseal said, "Thank you, old Sa." Sa Wu clasped his hands behind his back, voice calm, "No need for thanks. Like I said, I only followed the demon hall's orders." Remembering the elixir Sa Wu gave him, Bu Unseal added, "But you also granted me a life-saving potion. I'll never forget your kindness." Sa Wu replied bluntly, "Forget it." Bu Unseal froze in disbelief, unsure if he heard right. Sa Wu said seriously, "That's how the martial world works. Gratitude or hatred, it's best to forget them if you can." Hearing that, Bu Unseal's face darkened. He said nothing more, just stared silently at the ground. Then he looked toward the distant mountain and knelt. Bowing deeply, he said, "I bid you farewell." The sky was clear and calm. After bowing to Sa Wu, Bu Unseal turned to leave. Sa Wu stood silently in the forest, watching his fading figure. He smiled faintly, murmuring, "Unbelievable, where did such potential come from?" Continuing through the forest, Bu Unseal stayed alert, thinking, "On this hell island, a bloody storm is bound to rise." He looked up at the scenery. "Maybe because I've learned the wild beast path, I sense far too much now. Even doing nothing is exhausting," he thought, analyzing every detail around him. "I can't rest properly like this. I must learn to adjust." He clenched his fists, sharpening his senses. "In normal times, I'll suppress them to the lowest level possible." Suddenly, A flash of light reflected off a drop of water hanging on a leaf. The droplet fell into the puddle below, as if stopping the flowing water in its tracks. Bu Enseol's eyes suddenly gleamed, as though he had realized something profound. He stood still, gazing up at the sky. At this point, that should be enough, he murmured. He took out a map, staring at it intently. Next on the list, raising a hand to his lips, he pondered, there's no way the demon hall intends for us to just train forever on this hell island. Time must be running out. After a brief thought, Bu Unseol tucked the map away again, knowing he had no other choice. His thoughts wandered to the past, to a supreme grandmaster who once stood equal to the heavenly demon emperor 700 years ago. The flame emperor of Hua Wu had raised his blazing sword toward the heavens, facing the world alone. Looks like I'll have to head for the strongest sect among the 10 demon sects he founded. Morning dawned over Hua Wu, the sun piercing through the clouds. Bu Unseol arrived before Hua Wu's massive gate, lost in thought. Compared to Nangya's modest dojo, this place looked like a royal palace. Without hesitation, he knocked twice on the door. From inside, someone grunted in annoyance. A tall, broad man stepped out. A visitor at this hour? Who are you? Upon seeing him, the young man froze in surprise. You are? Before the man could think further, Bu Enseol bowed with clasped hands. I've come to learn Hua Wu's martial arts. He thought to himself, so this man must be a Hua Wu master. The man looked down, then gestured, follow me. Bu Unseol lifted his head. As they walked, the man spoke, our sect's sword art is the grandest of all demonic disciplines, it devours even time itself. He gave Bu Unseol a brief explanation. Those who joined earlier have already finished the beginner class and moved on to intermediate training. Why are you here after half a month? Walking behind him, Bu Unseol replied, I spent the past 15 days training at Nangya. The man in front asked, Nangya? Don't tell me you learned the wild beast path? Bu Unseol nodded, that's right. The man thought, I know he's gifted, but no one could master the wild beast path in just 15 days. Closing his eyes in slight frustration, he muttered inwardly, Sa Wu probably sent this troublemaker here just to annoy me. Sa Wu's voice echoed in his head, what did I even do? The young man pointed at himself, I'm Jingak, instructor of the beginner class, you may call me teacher. Jingak, the beginner instructor of Hua Wu, had spoken. Then he asked Bu Unseol, do you truly intend to study Hua Wu? You can still turn back and join another sect. Bu Unseol replied seriously, thank you for your concern. Facing him directly, Bu Unseol added, but I will study Hua Wu swordsmanship. The young man lifted his foot slightly. Very well. Then he stomped hard on the ground, releasing a powerful surge of energy. A scroll dropped behind him. Here, this contains the basics and principles of the fire dance 13 forms. Study it well. Bu Unseol stared at the writings on the scroll. He went completely blank, frozen in place. Pointing at the scroll, he asked, that thing in front of me, what exactly is it for? The young man frowned, his voice cold, what did you just say? Don't tell me you can't even read the sword technique manual? Bu Unseol answered instantly, I can't. The response left the young man speechless for a moment. Bu Unseol continued nervously, before coming here, I've never practiced swordsmanship at all. The young man was utterly stunned, unable to believe his ears. Jingak asked in disbelief, so you're saying you've never learned any martial art? Bu Unseol scratched his head awkwardly, that's right. Jingak finally remembered, right. His file said he was a spiritual reciter. During the second trial, he didn't use any sword techniques at all, but even if he can't read a basic manual, when I think about it differently, his reflexes and perception during that fight were incredibly sharp. When selecting the line of text, he displayed sharp insight, seeing through everything before him. In a blank slate state, he had already reached such a level. With proper guidance, who knows how far he could go. After thinking it over, Jingak turned to Bu Unseol, you can't read the sword manual, but you can read words, right? Try reading this. Bu Unseol followed his instruction, his body relaxing completely, flowing like water. Jingak explained carefully, first, you must relax your whole body. When executing sword techniques, your body must move fluidly. Especially release tension in your waist and abdomen. Hearing this, Bu Unseol instantly loosened up, slumping like an old man. Like this, sir? Jingak's jaw dropped. Heavens, this is what we've come to at the 10 demon successor trials? He muttered in disbelief. But Jingak quickly approached and adjusted his posture. Stand straight first. Control your mind but stay relaxed. If your body is tense, power gathers in your stomach, and when your stomach tightens, your whole body stiffens. Flowing like water meant moving swiftly, and Bu Unseol suddenly moved into the correct stance, executing a clean form. Jingak's mouth fell open again. He adjusted perfectly in one go? Just from hearing me say it? He couldn't help but praise Bu Unseol in astonishment. Exactly, like that. Now, I'll teach you the fire dance 13 forms. Leave. Time passed as Jingak meticulously instructed him. Bu Unseal trained diligently, following every word. Even drenched in sweat, he never gave up. Jingak constantly offered encouraging words to motivate him. Gradually, Bu Unseal's sword strikes became flawless. His smooth sword flow paired with that sharp, focused expression left Jingak utterly amazed. As expected, this boy truly has potential, he thought. After long days of relentless training, Jingak said, now imagine an enemy before you and perform the fire dance 13 forms. Bu Unseal looked puzzled, and Jingak clarified, yes, this is your trial to enter the intermediate dojo. You must strike as if facing a real enemy, only then can I see your sword intent. Hearing that, Bu Unseal fell silent, thinking, a test. It came sooner than expected. I must seize this chance. He immediately took his combat stance. He began visualizing an opponent, one he must surpass. From his subconscious, a dark figure took shape before him. Bu Unseal's eyes turned razor sharp. In an instant, he drew his sword. Pointing straight at the opponent, he unleashed the strike, fire dance 13 forms, first form whirling wind unbounded. Jingak, watching from outside Bu Unseal's mindscape, was stunned by the sheer power behind the move. Bu Unseal continued attacking. Fire dance 13 forms, third form flowing clouds, fading mist. Jingak was completely dumbfounded. That's the fire dance 13 forms? Flowing clouds, fading mist was supposed to be soft and graceful, like drifting clouds and spreading mist. Yet the version Bu Unseal performed radiated a fierce killing intent. Jingak silently wondered, did he just modify the technique on purpose? Freely altering a sword form passed down for generations was something only legendary grandmasters could do. Moreover, that killing aura within the strike felt as if he were facing the murderer of his master or parents. A sword art hailed as righteous within the demonic path, yet its moves were so brutal. What secret lay hidden here? Even Bu Unseal himself was bewildered after striking, feeling his hand had moved on its own. He questioned inwardly, could it be because of the wild beast path that the fire dance 13 forms changed? The sensation of the wild beast path grew even clearer. Could the instincts of the wild beast path actually merge with Hua Wu's sword path? But if he infused the wild beast path's instincts into Hua Wu's sword flow, he would be disqualified. Altering a sword form passed down for generations was absolutely forbidden. At that moment, Bu Unseal's eyes flared with murderous intent. He glared at the shadowy figure he had imagined. His heart filled with hatred. That figure was the one who murdered his grandfather. His gaze turned vacant, as though he were completely pulled into his own imagination. Gritting his teeth, he leaped high into the air, and charged straight toward his opponent. Fire dance 13 forms, 7th form waves across the 4 seas. But then he realized, it was too fast, faster than any opponent he had ever faced. The enemy swung their sword toward him with equal speed. He barely dodged the deadly slash. I can't let him slip away again, he thought sharply. Bu Unseal gripped his sword tightly. Channeling every ounce of strength left in him, he unleashed a full power strike. But the opponent countered faster, landing a critical blow. He couldn't even react in time. All he saw were his own arms falling away, followed by a scream of agony. Thankfully, it was only an illusion. Bu Unseal snapped out of the mindscape. Drenched in sweat, his hands trembled so violently he could barely hold his sword. He nearly dropped it altogether. Jingak saw this and understood the result he had lost. Yet Jingak smiled in satisfaction. He turned to Bu Unseal and said he had passed. Bu Unseal blinked in confusion. Jingak continued, the beginner level test only checks whether you grasp the basics of swordsmanship and can apply the fire dance 13 forms in real combat. You've accomplished both beautifully. Jingak handed the sword back to Bu Unseal. He didn't forget to give him praise. Your fire dance 13 forms were truly impressive. You may advance to the intermediate dojo. Hearing that, Bu Unseal felt deeply grateful. For an instructor to train a complete beginner like me must have been troublesome, yet he was patient every step. Thinking this, Bu Unseal bowed respectfully to Jingak. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Jingak reminded him, from now on, continue to strive and improve even further. Suddenly, Jingak's voice dropped low. But your sword carries too much killing intent. Be careful, or it will consume you, Jingak warned. Bu Unseal seemed to realize that as well. He bowed to Jingak once more before leaving. Jingak finally understood, so that's it. He mastered the wild beast path in just half a month. Perhaps his rate of comprehension was simply too fast, which explained why his promotion to the intermediate dojo came sooner than expected. At first, I worried he wouldn't have the strength to keep up, but now I can say for sure, even the intermediate instructor, while Jingak was still musing, Bu Unseal had already arrived at the intermediate dojo. As soon as the door opened, a sharp, commanding voice rang out. Who are you? This place is full. Leave at once. The speaker was Hua Wu's intermediate dojo instructor, Cheon Ungwang. Jingok sighed to himself, so it was inevitable he'd cross paths with Bu Unseol. Inside the intermediate class, Bu Unseol was preparing to demonstrate his skills, standing calmly and composed. His fearless demeanor immediately drew Cheon Ungwang's attention. The man gritted his teeth in disdain. You look like someone who barely passed the beginner class. If it took you over 20 days, just to learn the fire dance 13 forms, then you're only wasting time here. Bu Unseol remained unfazed, bowing lightly. I arrived late because I trained at Nangya for half a month. Hearing this, Cheon Ungwang pondered, so his beginner training wasn't delayed. Nangya, huh? Must be the brat who learned the wild beast path and ran off. Cheon Ungwang decided not to press further. Fine, you've cleared the beginner level. Take a seat. Let's see how long you can last here. Without wasting more time, he began the lecture. The fire dance thunder sword is composed of lightning-fast strikes. Without mastery, it'll harm the user instead. Like the fire dance 13 forms, it's a technique difficult to apply in real combat. Although it carries risks, its importance can't be denied. Still, it's only a basic sword discipline. This time, we won't test victory or defeat but rather your sword control. Finishing his explanation, he gave an order. Byeokhan Seong, step forward and choose your opponent. Byeokhan Seong smirked slyly. Anyone I want? The instructor confirmed, yes, anyone. Byeokhan Seong immediately stood and pointed. Then I choose him, and the person he chose was none other than Bu Unseol. Cheon Ungwang hesitated. That one? Byeokhan Seong quickly retorted, you said we could pick anyone, didn't you? Cheon Ungwang's temple twitched in annoyance. A student like you fighting someone who just finished the beginner level? What kind of match is that? Pick someone else. To everyone's surprise, Bu Unseol calmly said, I accept. Cheon Ungwang blinked, startled. What did you say? Bu Unseol stood up firmly. I said I'll fight. He added sincerely, I was taught by the beginner instructor himself. If I can spar with others, I believe I'll learn much faster. Cheon Ungwang thought, with his beginner level skill, is he just trying to protect his fragile pride? The instructor sighed. If both of you insist, then I have no reason to refuse. Very well, testing one's martial path firsthand is what a true warrior should do. Let's see if you have what it takes to reach the advanced class. At that moment, Byeokhan Seong glared at Bu Unseol with murderous intent, thinking, lucky me, with so many talents here, it's hard to stand out, but if I crush this guy, my position will soar. The two then took their stances for the duel. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. Quite the courage. But Byeokhan Seong, hot-headed as ever, swung his wooden sword immediately. With just passion and recklessness, you won't survive in the martial world. As soon as the signal rang, he dashed toward Bu Unseol like lightning. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, Bu Unseol narrowly avoided the first strike. Byeokhan Seong grew even more excited. Not bad. In a frenzy, he unleashed a fierce slash. Bu Unseol's hands trembled under the intense assault. Byeokhan Seong's smirk widened. That shaky grip, definitely a rookie. Clumsy fool, let me show you what fire dance thunder sword truly is. Confident in his advantage, he lunged forward aggressively. In the next second, Byeokhan Seong unleashed a flurry of sharp strikes, as swift as blades of lightning. Suddenly, he froze mid-motion. His grin disappeared when Bu Unseol dodged every blow. What the hell, he dodged them all? His face twisted in disbelief. Watching from the sidelines, Cheon Ungwang wasn't impressed. Byeokhan Seong's swordsmanship is pathetic. His gaze shifted toward Bu Unseol. That one, though. He isn't dodging by speed, but as if predicting the attacks. Could he have mastered the wild beast path? He immediately dismissed the thought. Impossible. At Nangya, the wild beast path may be basic in name, but in truth, it's a supreme art only veterans of 100 battles can complete. Even a prodigy couldn't master it in half a month. No way. Suddenly, Cheon Ungwang stomped the ground loudly. Dodging alone won't count. I said this duel tests sword skill, not strength or reflexes. Hearing that, Bu Unseol stopped moving. Without hesitation, he took his battle stance. His eyes turned slightly hazy. Then in the next instant, he burst forward, unleashing a blazing red slash. The watching disciples were stunned. That's the fire dance 13 forms. They instantly recognized the technique he was using. Byeokhan Seong grinned wickedly. So his attack is from the fire dance 13 forms, huh? Another disciple frowned. No, something's different about it. Byeokhan Seong sneered. At that level, I can block it with my eyes closed. But in the blink of an eye, the blade flashed across him. Byeokhan Seong's expression twisted. What? What was that? You call that the fire dance 13 forms? Bu Unseol's strikes came non-stop, exploding like fireworks. Bayuk Han Seong began doubting his life choices. Is this guy hiding his true power? Or did he just modify the fire dance 13 forms to make a fool out of me? Trying to catch the instructor's eye and jump straight to the advanced class, huh? Damn it. With that thought, Byuk Han Seong decided to go all out against Bu Unseol. He clenched his teeth, fire burning in his eyes. The one advancing to the upper class will be me. Asura sword technique, blood-breaking form. The entire hall lit up from the violent clash of blades. Chan Ungwang watched closely. That's the killing move from the Asura heavenly sword, huh? Well, there's no rule saying he has to stick to Hua Wu. His eyes widened in astonishment. That brat, he's still standing firm without losing balance in this chaos? His suspicion toward Bu Unseol deepened. Could he really have mastered the wild beast path? Byuk Han Seong kept fighting fiercely, refusing to back down. Damn, this bastard dodges like a ghost. But this time, it's over, he thought, charging in recklessly. Even Cheon Ungwang was shocked by his suicidal boldness. In an instant, Byuk Han Seong vanished from sight. Like a moth diving into flame, he unleashed blood wind embracing the moon. Bu Unseol's sword hand moved in a blur of motion. The two collided with a tension sharp enough to slice the air. The disciples around them held their breath, waiting for the result. Chon Ungwang stood frozen for 5 whole seconds, like a man whose soul had left his body. But now, Bu Unseol's blade had struck the opponent's vital point. Fire dance 13 forms, 13th form infinite infinity. Byuk Han Seong coughed up blood from the impact, utterly defeated. He collapsed flat on the ground. Bu Unseol turned his head, calmly looking down at Byuk Han Seong. The disciples stiffened like stone statues at the sight. They stammered, Is he dead? After flooring Byuk Han Seong, Bu Unseol sheathed his sword, while the other still lay motionless on the floor. Cheon Ungwang rushed over, realizing something was wrong. He's dead, struck precisely at the vital acupoint, the Danjung. He immediately questioned, You're a disciple of Nangya, aren't you? Bu Unseol shook his head. No, I'm not. Cheon Ungwang pressed further. Then you mastered the wild beast path in just half a month? Bu Unseol replied honestly, I've only learned the basics. Hearing that, Cheon Ungwang burst into laughter. Basics? Since when did Nangya start teaching lies? Before he could finish his sentence, Cheon Ungwang ordered coldly, Enough excuses, clean this mess up immediately. The other disciples were horrified. He actually killed someone in a simple sparring match? That's insane. Shouldn't he be punished? Cheon Ungwang's aura turned murderous. Don't fool yourselves, this may be called a dojo, but it's really hell. Once you strike with a killing move, you must accept death in return. Now, we resume the match. Soon after, the disciples began dueling again. A few of them, exhausted, sat down to rest. The rest still held their blood-stained swords, showing no sign of stopping. They glared at each other, eyes filled with murderous intent. Cheon Ungwang calmly stepped forward. Pointing behind him, he ordered, You are disqualified. Leave now and find another dojo. Some protested, but that was just one round. Please give us another chance. He refused flatly, No. Having a decent foundation might get you through the beginner class, he said coldly, but mastering Hua Wu requires talent beyond reason, discipline so harsh it grinds your bones. The reason you failed is simple, you couldn't do that. The words hit them hard, leaving them speechless for 5 full seconds. Without another word, he turned away. Get lost. Suddenly, Bu Unseol slowly walked toward him. Cheon Ungwang was startled by the movement. Facing him directly, the instructor asked, Why haven't you left? Bu Unseol replied calmly, Do I have to go too? The man confirmed, No, since you passed the match and the exam, you'll move up to the advanced class. Without hesitation, Bu Unseol said, If it's a promotion, then I'd rather stay here. Chon Ungwang frowned. Stay? For what? Bu Unseol explained, All I've learned so far is the fire dance 13 forms. At the intermediate level, I haven't learned anything new. The entire dojo was now empty except for the two of them. Cheon Ungwang couldn't understand it. He mastered the wild beast path and even countered Asura sword school techniques, yet he says he hasn't learned anything? To his surprise, Bu Unseol confirmed, Yes. Seeing the boy's conviction, he sighed. Fine, I'll teach you. This is Fire Dance Thunder Sword, the successor to the Fire Dance 13 forms. But Cheon Ungwang's expression darkened. I despise people who play tricks just to stand out. If I find out you've learned any sword style, other than the Fire Dance 13 forms, I'll personally cut off your head. He ended his warning with a chilling tone. 4 days later, Cheon Ungwang was stunned by Bu Unseol. From a distance, he silently observed him. After 4 days of close instruction and testing, he discovered that Bu Unseol truly had no real foundation in swordsmanship. So he really only just started learning the sword? Yet his graceful movements made Cheon Ungwang suspicious. The instructor watched intently, admiring his persistence and sheer willpower. It was as if Bu Unseol would die if he stopped training, pouring everything into every move. Cheon Ungwang smirked. So that's why he managed to learn the wild beast path in half a month. It actually makes sense. In that instant, Bu Unsol unleashed a strike like a thunderclap, fire dance thunder sword, extreme lightning emotion. Suddenly, while Bu Unseol was still full of energy, Cheon Ungwang interrupted. That's enough, stop here. It seems you've already grasped the essence of the fire dance thunder sword. Bu Unseol hesitated. What? But before he could finish, the instructor stepped forward. The fire dance thunder sword relies on alternating between rapid and continuous strikes, requiring constant rotation. Since each move demands spinning the sword around the body, it's nearly useless in real combat. Cheon Ungwang paused for a moment. Yet you applied every single form as if you were actually trying to kill someone. Bu Unseol frowned. But isn't that the whole point of swordsmanship? Cheon Ungwang explained patiently. In demonic martial arts, killing intent is necessary, but Hua Wu abandoned that path to pursue the highest realm. Placing a finger on Bu Unseol's forehead, he warned, that murderous intent in your mind, if you don't erase it, one day your own techniques will destroy you. Bu Unseol touched his forehead, thinking quietly, he sounds just like the chief instructor. Back then, even the instructor himself once wielded a killing sword, cutting down everything before him without hesitation. Because of that, his reputation, status, and martial arts all fell to the lower tier. Cheon Ungwang mentioned this only to advise him. The killing sword may seem to lead to greater power, but in truth, it's just an obstacle blocking the endless path ahead. From now on, abandon your thirst for blood. Suddenly, a nostalgic voice echoed in Bu Unseol's mind. Ah, Tuyet, the past of those who live by the sword, is always filled with sorrow and tragedy. The man had said it clearly back then. That's why martial artists rarely speak of their past. Those words remained deeply engraved in his heart. Feeling a bit confused, Bu Unseol asked, why are you telling me all this? Cheon Ungwang replied, didn't I say already? Even I once wielded a killing sword. Then, in a sudden shift of tone, he asked seriously, what's your name? Without hiding anything, Bu Unseol replied, I'm Bu Unseol. Cheon Ungwang recognized the name instantly. I heard someone survived Jingok's second trial, so it was you. So, you're the one, he said, frowning. You have a very serious problem. Bu Unseol tilted his head. What kind of problem? Cheon Ungwang spoke bluntly, you lack the basic foundation of swordsmanship. Your future opponents are geniuses who've trained since childhood. Once you enter the advanced class to study Hua Wu, the gap will only widen. To catch up, you must quickly master high-level martial techniques, building a solid foundation for Hua Wu. After giving his advice, he hesitated. To help close that gap, I'll teach you Lightning Unrivaled, a sword art I created myself. The next moment, he revealed its flaw. However, I failed to perfect Lightning Unrivaled. The nerves in all my fingers were severed because of it. That's how dangerous this sword art is. It could cripple your hands permanently, not just your chances of reaching the upper class. If that happens, you'll lose both arms entirely. Even so, will you still accept it? After hearing all the risks, Bu Unseol thought for a moment. My hands, huh? But his burning determination surged again. If it helps me gain power for revenge, I'll gladly offer even my soul, thank you. A month passed since he mastered Lightning Unrivaled and left the intermediate class. The instructor said it was fast, but for me, it felt long. From learning basic swordsmanship in the beginner class to advanced techniques in the intermediate one, the door is finally opening, and now comes the next step. All eyes immediately turned toward Bu Unseol. He stared straight ahead with an expressionless face. Soon after, he thought, so this is the advanced class. The atmosphere was completely different. Those stares kept drilling into him. The energy here is on a whole other level compared to the intermediate class. Moreover, their eyes widened, glowing with sharp intent. Bu Unseol slightly lowered his brows. Their gazes are no longer filled with disdain, probably because I killed Byeokhan Seong. He recalled how back then, cleaning up a corpse brought criticism, but killing someone earned admiration and praise. Then, an instructor broke the tense silence. You must be Bu Unseol? I've heard about you. I was about to begin class, take a seat. Thanks for watching. He continued, since we have a new student, I'll explain the secret principles of Hua Wu and the 7 teachings once more. The body must be firm, the stance upright, the chest broad, and every strike must pierce deep. Bu Unseol read each line of the manual, realizing that without mastering the intermediate sword forms, none of this would make sense. The instructor paused his explanation. That's enough for today. Bu Unseol, come with me. Bu Unseol remained silent. Finally, he followed him to a secluded area. The man brushed his hand across the leaves. The realm of swordless victory means defeating an armed opponent even without a sword. In short, it's freedom from all constraints, whether one wields a blade or not. Just then, sunlight glimmered across the leaves he touched. Suddenly, the instructor struck out, attacking Bu Unseol without warning. His demeanor changed instantly. Tell me, if you're attacked like this without a sword in hand, how will you execute sword techniques? Bu Unseol froze, completely caught off guard. The instructor continued, while you were still in the intermediate class, these disciples here had already mastered the first form of Hua Wu and the techniques of profound branch and hyun, and now they've entered the stage of sword debate. His tone turned cold. If you can't understand or keep up with my question, I'll expel you immediately. Answer carefully. Bu Unseol closed his eyes tightly. If I have no sword in hand, he suddenly opened them wide. Then I'll use the opponent's sword against them. He gathered spiritual energy, preparing to strike. Leaves began to swirl around his arms, but the instructor calmly dodged, leaving him stunned. That was a hasty judgment, the man said coolly. Bu Unseol couldn't believe it, turning his head. No way. He stepped back, then lunged forward again, but the instructor evaded once more. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, I can't predict which way he'll dodge. I doubt I can land a hit, he thought, but the instructor stood still, as if waiting for him to continue. Unable to follow his movements, Bu Unseol finally stopped. Now he focused with everything he had. If he failed here, he'd lose his place in the advanced class. He activated the wild beast path to the limit, reading his opponent's movements. Then he thrust his hand forward, charging straight toward the instructor. Just once, his hand reached toward the canopy of leaves, almost touching it, when the old man used a technique to fling him far away. Instantly, Bu Unseol crashed to the ground. He sat up in pain. The man placed a hand on his shoulder and laughed. Then, still laughing, he revealed, you passed. At once, Bu Unseol was shocked by his words. Passed? He clearly didn't touch it. Then why? Did the man stand up? Starting tomorrow, you'll study mystic chi art early, arrive at the training field before the official hour. Bu Unseol immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. He slowly walked away. The man glanced at the branch in his hand, almost stripped bare, the remaining leaves withered. He recalled the boy's form earlier. Even if it's a wolf cub, a wolf is still a wolf. He slightly curled his lips. Ah, this will be fun to watch. The sunset slowly descended where Bu Unseol was. Today's lesson had ended. He looked up at the sky. He could rest or train, but instead thought, let's wander around this hell island a bit more. He pondered about the first gate, wondering when the next battle here would begin. Suddenly, someone hidden in the bushes behind him made a faint sound, and he seemed to sense it. He closed his eyes, listening to the strange footsteps approaching. 1, 2. Though Bu Unseol couldn't see them, he guessed their number, 3 or 4. When he turned, it was already a group. 5. Those guys gave a warning. Bu Unseol, you've been too aggressive since the intermediate class, you'd better fix that attitude. Yes, you're the one responsible for the previous death, so don't blame anyone. His voice grew low. We 5, before coming here, were known as the 5 Peaks Swords. Sooner or later, we'll have to be ready. Bu Unseol glared at them with eyes sharp as bullets, not backing down, then took a stance to counter, realizing there was still one more person. They snapped, you bastard, don't even try it. Before finishing the sentence, one of them froze in place. Someone struck a fatal blow, knocking him down. The others panicked, turning around in fear, and from that silhouette, they realized, Seo Jinha had appeared too. He called out softly, Bu Unseol. Then he made his request, talk to me. Everyone was shocked to see Seo Jinha. So Jinha? Why the hell are you suddenly here? But he gave them a contemptuous look, get lost, I've got no business with small fries like you. Everyone was terrified of him. Then they ran off like scared rabbits. Damn it, you just wait. Bu Unseol was left alone, thinking, that guy's really strong. He sheathed his blade, sighed, cowards, all of them. His gaze immediately shifted to Bu Unseol, getting straight to the point. Speaking without hesitation, come straight at me. He pointed his sword tip toward him. Which side are you on? That action left Bu Unseol stunned. The instructor's voice slowly echoed. Until now, you've all learned the first technique of Hua Wu, the mystic chi dance, but only when you make it your own, can it truly be said you've mastered it. Now it's time to see the blazing dance you've created. Suddenly, he called Bu Unseol. Then he gave the task, show your mystic chi dance once. Bu Unseol gripped his sword and stepped onto the stage. He exhaled once, then shifted his demeanor, and began to perform the technique. After finishing the move, he lowered his foot. Bu Unseol slashed his sword once more, creating a ripple through the air. The instructor observed quietly, evaluating. The mystic chi dance was supposed to be elegant and refined, yet he turned it into something brimming with killing intent. Then he spoke softly, you may return to your seat, next will be Seo Jinha. He stood up. The two passed by each other, but only Bu Unseol turned to look. Suddenly his pupils contracted. Recalling the feral look of Seo Jinha that day along with the heavy aura of killing intent, his pupils shrank even more. Right then Seo Jinha's presence became clear. He went wild, unleashing his full strength, not using the mystic chi dance but a technique meant to directly oppose him, as if to deliver a warning. Bu Unseol couldn't stand it and asked, "Which side? What do you mean by that?" Hearing that, he snapped, "Don't pretend you don't know." Bu Unseol tilted his head at his words. "I know well, that not everyone gathered here came to become the successors of the 10 demonic arts." He thought to himself, though this was a rare chance to learn the martial arts of the 10 great demonic paths, the selection process was laughably sloppy, like a fox peeking out with drool dripping. If that's the case, this great opportunity might also be a trap to catch someone, like a fox struck by bullets, collapsing and howling in pain. Suddenly, Bu Unseol realized, could there be a spy among them? On the other hand, Seo Jinha looked at him with disgust, his face and tone clearly not lying. He sighed, sheathing his sword, "So you're not one of them, damn it, thought there'd be something interesting." Then he turned his back. "From now on in the dojo, learn some self-control." He turned again, his tone warning, "If you keep being an eyesore, I'll cut you down myself." After that, Seo Jinha left, leaving Bu Unseol a bit curious. A spy, huh? So there are still many things I don't know yet. He recalled blocking that attack. Makes sense, I've only been focused entirely on mastering Nangya and Hua-Wu's martial arts. He looked up at the sky, thinking, but whatever, whether they're spies or successors of the demonic path, they're all enemies I'll have to face anyway. Guess it's about to begin soon. Late that night, a sewer rat was gnawing away, when suddenly a massive clawed foot caught it. It was an eagle, flying past the upper class hall. The instructor placed his hand on the desk, signaling that the entire training process had ended. He placed his hand on the desk again, confirming the entire training process was over. He continued slowly, "I believe many of you find studying martial doctrines boring." The students below listened attentively. Even seasoned masters who've fought countless battles still take time to study the doctrines of advanced martial arts, because martial arts aren't just about doing, and doing doesn't mean understanding. The explanations I've given you so far, I trust, will be a great advantage as you continue your martial journey. He concluded, "Then I wish you all smooth martial fortune." Suddenly, a bell rang, causing confusion among everyone. "What's going on?" Then, without a word of explanation, he announced, "The time has come, head immediately to the Rocky Mountain at the island center." At the Rocky Mountain, everyone stood solemnly below. Jingak turned and said, "Everyone's gathered." "Good." Bu Unseol frowned, clearly irritated. Hyokrion Jung spoke up, "So, from now on?" His tone deepened as he declared the start of the third trial. The disciples murmured, "Third trial? Wasn't it supposed to be the second?" Bu Unseol thought silently, "That life and death battle I just went through must have been the second, wonder how the others see it." Jingak on the stage spoke, "Soon, the entire cave will be sealed. After selecting 10 candidates, you won't be allowed to return to your rooms, so prepare everything you need in advance." Someone asked, "Why do we have to go that far? How are we even chosen?" Jingak replied, "That's the order from the temple lord, you fools. Now, you'll have to kill each other until only 10 candidates remain. Is that clear?" The disciples stayed silent, their faces cold, not a drop of blood left in them. Someone even chuckled softly. The old man continued, "You can hide in the shadows or run away without fighting if you like, but don't expect that to last long. As time passes, the area where you can stand will gradually shrink, and anyone who steps into the forbidden zone again will be seized by the demon hunters. My disciples will kill them all." A dark red murderous aura swept across. Bu Unseol felt it through his whole body. The scent of bloodlust spread here, mixed with powerful yang energy. Someone raised a hand, "So we're not allowed to attack the demon hunters?" The old man burst out laughing, "Your demonic candidates can't handle even that? Of course you can kill them, if you're strong enough to do it, go ahead." The temple lord smiled wickedly, "Whoever kills one demon hunter will immediately become one of the 10 candidates." A few gulped nervously. Someone muttered, "Killing a demon hunter's harder than wiping out everyone here." The old man shouted, "Remember well, you can move in groups or go alone. Ambush or direct fight, anything goes, as long as you kill, any method is accepted. That's the path to enter the top 10. As his command ended, the disciples scattered like a flock of startled birds. Bu Unseol dashed away from the rocky ground. He reminded himself, "First thing, get out of here as fast as possible. I've already stood out too much, hesitate now and I'll be surrounded again like before." The mountain wind howled past his ears as his figure shot through the night forest. He decided he had to find a safe spot first. To him, the safest place now was the thatched hut where he first trained in martial arts. He stopped at the dirt courtyard, observing quietly and assessing, Humph, does the ground look any different? He knelt down, touching the soil, a sharp instinct flared. Someone's coming. Within his senses, 3 figures were closing in from the forest's edge. One messy-haired man burst through the bushes. Ah, please help me, they're chasing me to kill me. He stumbled toward Bu Unseol, gasping heavily, if you help me, I'll repay you. Bu Unseol narrowed his eyes, glancing briefly at the figures chasing behind him, thinking, could that be a trick? The wounds were real, and there were 3 pursuers in total. They were clearly from the same group. I don't want to get involved, but if he runs here, my hiding spot will be exposed. He looked at the wounded man, silent as the wind, stomped his foot and activated the hidden cave entrance. Then pulled him in to hide together. The 3 pursuers arrived, scanning around. Where did he go? No way he vanished that fast. The one with a white cloth tied on his head growled, that bastard, I'll kill him no matter what. The leader pointed ahead. He couldn't have gone far. Spread out and search. With a swoosh, all 3 split in different directions to hunt. After they left, the ground gently rose. Bu Unseol and the wounded man crawled out from the disguised pit. The man exhaled in relief. You saved me, thank you. Bu Unseol replied, it's nothing, we've probably gone far enough. He glanced down at the hole, thinking, this hole isn't just for hiding people, just as I thought. The old man prepared it beforehand. While down there, his beast sense sharpened, the thudding of footsteps under the earth. The clash of swords, all transmitted through vibrations, clear as sight. Listening through the way of beasts, this must be what the master intended to teach. The man still looked awkward. Ah right. I'm Guillaume Chio Leong of the Blood Gate, may I know your name? Bu Unseol walked in silence. The man hesitated but ran after him. All right, let's go together then. When and see, he continued, when the 3rd trial started, I ran straight into the forest, he said, but everyone kept chasing and attacking me, scared me half to death. He added, if you don't mind, let me stick with you, you helped me earlier, so I figure I can trust you. Bu Unseol said nothing, just glanced at him and kept walking. The man chuckled slyly, so silent, I'll take that as a yes. The 2 strode down a forest path, leaves rustling underfoot. Bu Unseol placed his hand on the ground, listening to the vibrations, then said, we'll take another route, there's a battle ahead. Guillaume Cheo Leong asked in surprise, you can hear vibrations? He exclaimed, amazing, I wish I could do that too. Bu Unseol walked silently, both of them slipping into the bushes. A voice echoed inside Bu Unseol's head, even if I must sell my soul, I'll avenge my brothers. That beastly word struck his chest, awakening memories thick with hatred. He suddenly changed direction and said, plans changed, I'm joining this fight. Guillaume Cheo Leong panicked, chasing after, as Bu Unseol burst through the bushes. Ha! Hidden in the foliage, Bu Unseol moved slowly but precisely. Above, a masked man lay in ambush. He dove down just as Bu Unseol appeared unaware. Slash! Bu Unseol's sword rose, blocking the strike. The ambusher stiffened, grinding his teeth. You blocked my invisible death slash, are you an assassin too? Bu Unseol gritted his teeth. If I wipe out all these assassins, maybe that'll ease my grudge a little. On the clearing ahead, corpses lay scattered, 3 masked men surrounding a victim. One of them growled, it's over, finish him off now. He lowered his sword, out of respect, I'll let you die quickly. Suddenly, Bu Unseol appeared, raising his blade to block. Clang! The man blurted out, huh? Who the hell is this guy? Does he have allies? They panicked and scattered. Bu Unseol said coldly, I only need to kill you. He twisted his hips, slashing straight at the man's neck. The struck one staggered as blood gushed out. Another cursed, you damn brat. The remaining 2 charged at him together. Gritting his teeth, Bu Unseol lunged forward with his sword. Enemies fell one after another. The last one swung down, but his sword was deflected. He shouted, die! Slash! Blood splattered across Bu Unseol's face. From behind the assassin, a dark shadow appeared, striking down. Blood sprayed everywhere. The man laughed loudly, ha, my vengeance is complete. Then he collapsed to the ground, taking his final breath. Bu Unseol glanced around the field of corpses. From the bushes, Guillaume Cheo Leong called out, it's really over, right? He staggered over, Bu Unseol, you're really strong, but don't let your guard down. He grinned with a twisted face, then grabbed his weapon and attacked from behind. Just as the dagger came down, clang! Bu Unseol blocked it with his sword. The air tightened like a drawn bowstring. The man gasped, how did you know? Bu Unseol turned and countered, his red sword carving a curved line. He said calmly, from your stiff footing and the bulge at your hip, I already knew you were carrying too many tools. It wasn't hard to notice. He continued, I let you follow me not because I trusted you, but because I wanted to see how a habitual deceiver would act. He added, might be useful for later fights. Guillaume Cheo Leong gritted his teeth, Impossible. He pulled out a handful of hidden weapons and hurled them, shouting, I acted perfectly till now. He thought, I can see his expression changing. Did he predict my every move? Bu Unseol's eyes glowed crimson, his sword slashed diagonally, the hidden weapons clattering to the ground. The next blade tore across the man's shoulder. Cock. Bu Unseol caught one of the hidden blades, mocking, no matter how fancy it looks. Once it's been seen through, your little tricks lose all their bite, right? The man roared, charging like a desperate beast. Bu Unseol stood firm, his blood-soaked face calm, his breathing steady again. Sliding past the man's body, Bu Unseol ended Gayam Cheo Liang's life. The man's eyes still refused to let go of life. Bu Unseol sheathed his sword and picked up the hidden weapons. He thought to himself, this fight wasn't easy at all. If I hadn't noticed he was hiding a combo with his hidden weapon, I might have been done for. The wind still carried the stench of blood. From the bushes, a masked figure quietly observed. A cold assessment flashed through his mind. That guy only used the most basic Hua Wu techniques, useless in real combat, yet he managed to take down an entire group of assassins. Truly exceptional talent, but this place isn't short on gifted monsters like him. Without reaching a higher realm, survival in this hell would be impossible. Scene shifted to the next day. Huffing, Bu Unseol sprinted through the forest, hair and clothes fluttering. Behind him, roaring voices echoed, the wind slicing as they shouted, don't let him escape. Iron whips and steel chains spun wildly through the air. A steel edge grazed his ear, he twisted his body to dodge. Another strike slashed downward at his back. He ducked low, blood splattering around. They kept chasing relentlessly. If this keeps up I'll just die pointlessly. I need a new plan. On the cliff shrouded in mist, two figures silently observed. The temple lord asked briefly, status? Jingak replied, out of 86 candidates, only 41 remain alive. He narrowed his eyes, only 41 after 3 days. That means the truly capable ones are still standing. It's time for them to reveal their real skills. Bring me the map. Jingak handed it over respectfully, yes. Back in the forest, a pursuer caught Bu Unseol's sword with his iron claw. He smirked, ah, got you now. Startled, Bu Unseol released the sword, then bolted forward, the pursuers yelling, he's running again. He gritted his teeth, mind racing, with their weapon type, fighting in open ground is disadvantageous for me. So first, I need to. At that moment, the temple lord glanced at the map, his voice firm, seal this area and release Hua Wu's shadow assassination unit. The sunset burned red over the tiled roofs. Bu Unseol dashed up the steps of Hua Wu Pavilion. Blood trails smeared across the stone floor. The pursuers followed the traces into the hallway. He's hiding in here? Poor rat, cornered already. No matter how far you run, you won't escape our white horse squad. Just as the circle closed in, a dark shadow flashed behind them. A crimson blade tore through the corridor. The last man shuddered and shouted, idiot. You think sneaky tricks can fool us? He spun, swinging his steel blade sideways. Bu Unseol slid low beneath it. He raised his sword, blocking the next strike. Suddenly, he burst with speed, closing in on the man's side. Can this guy even read the movements of the White Horse Squad? At that instant, his sword tip spun into a blazing red arc, slicing through the front line. One dropped dead, the rest staggered back in panic. Damn it. One swung his weapon to counter. But the corridor was too narrow, his hook struck a pillar with a loud clang. He growled, damn it, it's too cramped. Before he could finish, another slash came down. A scream ripped through the air. The last one froze. He lured us in here on purpose. Amid the blood-stained stone floor, Bu Unseol stood still, face dark, hand gripping his sword hilt. Killing intent roared from him like fire. Fighting in tight space strangled the White Horse Squad's formation. Their power dropped, their whips and movements predictable. One by one, they were nothing special. If I isolate and strike quickly, I'll have a chance to win. He dashed forward. The remaining enemies swung their whips and swords wildly, smashing parts of the wall to pieces. Bu Unseol leapt up, using the wall for momentum. But suddenly, a weapon came flying toward him. He dodged in time but lost balance, falling hard to the floor, gritting his teeth. Damn it, got knocked off the wall. The pursuers cheered, now's our chance, retreat. They all turned to run. Ah! One screamed, freezing in place. Huh? Because at the end of the corridor, a crimson figure stood blocking the way. His hollow eyes gleamed, his voice deep and sharp. What are you doing? Trying to run from here? One. The shout echoed, freezing the assassins. One stammered, leader, we weren't running, it's just, too tight to fight here. Before he finished, the leader spun his weapon into a flaming circle. The wave of killing intent swept through, blood spraying in streaks. He walked calmly through the blood, voice cold as ice. I was a fool to bring along such useless trash who can't even pass advanced class. From behind a wooden door, Bu Unseol crouched, eyes locked on every movement of the enemy. Then he stepped out, facing him directly. "You're their leader, aren't you?" The man pursed his lips, nodded slightly. Not bad skills. That sword move earlier, blazing dance, right?" Bu Unseal didn't answer, cutting in. "Who are you?" But before he could finish, the man laughed. "Haha, just kidding, why would I tell the name of a dead man to be pointless?" He snapped his wrist, weapon spinning fast, forming blazing rings as energy compressed through the corridor. Bu Unseal raised his sword to block, but the man caught it instantly. It shattered into several pieces. The man sneered, "I heard the advanced Hua Wu class only teaches one sword technique focused purely on defense, correct?" His heart froze. How did he know that? How did he get that information? The thought flashed like wind. Could he have spies everywhere? At that moment, the man shouted, twisting his wrist, weapon spinning in circles, daydreaming in the middle of battle. He unleashed his strike, compressed energy storming through the air. The iron ring slashed down the corridor, as if trying to crush every inch of space. Bu Unseal dodged, thinking, this guy destroys everything he touches, from floor to ceiling. Fighting in a tight space against him leaves me no advantage. He pivoted and sprinted toward a shattered wall. A heavy blow struck, sending him rolling across the floor. Bu Unseal propped himself up, catching his breath, lifting his sword before his chest, his eyes calm yet sharp as ice. From afar, the man sneered, "How disappointing. With that third-rate swordsmanship, don't dream of standing against the leader of the White Horse Squad like me." He hurled his weapon, the steel ring tightening around Bu Unseal like a cage of metal. The man laughed wildly. "Haha. The White Horse Wheel will soon take your life." Bu Unseal thought quickly amid the raging storm of steel whips. "Whether I use earthly defense or heavenly barrier, I can only hold out for a while, not break his weapon. If that's the case, then what I need now." An image suddenly flashed in his mind. His instructor's advice. This is the key moment. His eyes widened, pupils contracting, then glowing bright. Seeing that, the man stiffened slightly, lips curling up. Struggling in vain? Pointless. Even the mystic chi dance might block a strike, but it can't break the White Horse Wheel. But right then, the first spark of lightning flashed. A deep thunder roared from inside the steel cage like a storm exploding. The man flinched, golden light blinding, like heaven's thunder descending. Bu Unseal poured all his energy into the sword wave. The power burst into dazzling brilliance. Thunderous echoes swallowing the corridor, electric arcs coiled around his arm, forming dense rings of lightning. The ultimate technique, Hua Wu's thunderstorm sword, slashed through the air. The wooden floor cracked apart, as Bu Unseal lunged close to him. The man's face turned pale, shoulders drooping from the shock. What? What is this? He collapsed to the floor. Bu Unseal raised his gaze, eyes still and calm like a quiet lake. The man lay sprawled in a pool of blood, eyes wide open. Bu Unseal took a deep breath, pulling his shoulders back. The Hua Wu thunderstorm sword flickered once, then went dark. Just as the instructor had warned, it was a sword art filled with terrifying killing intent and destructive power, but at the same time, a symbiotic technique that deeply consumed the user's own body. At my current level, I can hardly use it freely. Anyway, it's done here, though I've wasted too much time. The restricted zone will soon shift. I must leave immediately. Suddenly his vision trembled. The ground seemed to tilt half a beat. No way. He froze, a chill running down his spine. Reflected in his eyes was a figure standing tall, motionless, as if stepping out from darkness itself. Before him, a man in a black cloak blocked the main hall, his aura cold and sharp as a blade. Bu Unseal stopped in his tracks. Why is a demon hunter appearing here? Could it be that while I was fighting, this area shifted into the restricted zone? But I didn't come here to escape the rules. He loosened his grip on the sword slightly, adjusted his breathing, then slid one tiny step aside. The demon hunter's gray eyes remained completely unmoved. Bu Unseal lifted his head, his heartbeat slowing. Good, no reaction. He only attacks when he senses killing intent or detects excessive movement. Holding his breath, Bu Unseal moved like a ripple of water. He just needed to cross the edge of the zone before it awoke. Just as his foot passed the doorway, he felt like a giant serpent lunged at him. Instinctively, he turned his head back. If he'd been half a beat slower, his head would have been gone. You've got to be kidding. In that instant he ducked low, narrowly evading the strike. I couldn't even sense when he attacked. If not for the survival instincts honed from being hunted by wolves, I'd be dead from that first blow. Bu Unseal's eyes were calm as water. A memory suddenly surged forth, echoing his instructor's first lesson. When a predator chases prey, even if it's faster, it often can't catch them. Do you know why? Back then, he had answered, because prey usually run in zigzags. Sawu nodded, correct. Ordinary hunters can't keep up. But master hunters still manage to strike. Do you know why? Because they grasp the rhythm of direction changes and attack right when the prey shifts trajectory. He had asked, then what should a disciple do? Sawu emphasized, if they follow rhythm, What must you do? Bu Unseol paused for a moment, realization flashing through his mind. Returning to the present, he suddenly shouted, his voice tearing through the rain and echoing off the eaves. His body shot forward like an arrow. I have to make every move completely unpredictable. His footsteps changed rhythm constantly, his movement fluidly curved, then sharply broke, twisting his shoulders and hips, following no pattern at all. The cloaked man faltered a step, red eyes flashing beneath his hood. He drew his weapon and slashed. Bu Unseol rolled aside to dodge. Sometimes swift as a whip, sometimes slow as drifting water, his breathing and steps never repeating. If I move by habit, he'll strike exactly where I'm headed, so I just have to make sure he can't predict me. Suddenly, the man's sword brushed past his neck. Cold sweat broke out. Damn it, too late. The blade had already reached him, but suddenly the demon hunter froze. He lowered his sword and glared at Bu Unseol with suspicion. Why did he stop? Could it be that I just stepped outside the restricted zone? The demon hunter stood motionless inside, as if chained by an invisible force. Bu Unseol exhaled, finally realizing all he could do was run. Against him, he hadn't created even a single opening. He bowed his head and turned away to flee the place. That was true mastery. While I'm nothing but a frog in a well. Night fell deep in the forest, the cold wind howling through the leaves. Running, Bu Unseol pressed his wounds, one thought circling endlessly. The demon hunter's martial skill surpasses everything I know. The realm of true masters lies in another sky. The monster who killed my grandfather surely possessed power, just as terrifying. If I want revenge, I must reach that realm no matter what it takes. A deep, hoarse voice called out along the trail, "You're Bu Unseol, aren't you?" The question came from a brown-haired man leaning against a rock, sword beside him, eyes glowing sharply. "I've been looking for you. I heard you practice the way of the beast." Bu Unseol stared at him silently, thinking, his tone feels strangely familiar. Another one who knows about me, just like that white horse captain earlier? The man tightened his grip on the sword hilt, then relaxed. "Ah, I was about to introduce myself, then stopped. No need, the dying don't need to know my name." He roared and brought his sword down like thunder. Bu Unseol exhaled softly, shifting half a step to dodge the strike. The man smirked, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Not bad. You predicted my sword path using beastly instinct. Just as expected, you must be one of the 10 demonic candidates. The young man twisted his wrist, his aura surging higher. His sword work changed entirely, from heavy and brute to cold and intricate. The streaks of his blade cut down like a lightning web. Bu Unseol blocked repeatedly, his arm going numb as the opponent's technique transformed completely. Amid the clash, a familiar thought resurfaced. I remember now, not everyone here came to become one of the 10 demonic candidates. He might be connected to Seo Jin-ha. Could he be the one mentioned back then? If so, every move he makes is a trap. The sword came crashing down. Bu Unseol lowered his stance, enduring the blow with difficulty. He tightened his grip on the hilt. "Let's see if you can handle this." The air stilled for a heartbeat. He inhaled deeply, clearing his mind. His blade trembled, and a strange sensation surged. The air around began spiraling, forming a circular vortex, like a magical array. A memory returned from the cold stone house. His grandfather stood by a corpse, saying, "This one was struck by Hebei Peng's 5 tiger gate severing blade. No wounds outside, but every bone shattered within. Its signature lies in the inward energy collapsing directly into the enemy each time weapons collide. Whoever offends that master rarely lives." Cold sweat ran down his spine as Bu Unseol shouted, "That's the 5 tiger gate severing blade. You're from Hebei Peng." The man flinched, shocked. "What did you just say?" His grandfather's voice echoed again. "Another mark of the 5 tiger gate severing blade is its powerful suction technique. It's one of the foundational internal arts, like a whirlpool pulling everything toward it. It drags all nearby objects closer, interfering with the opponent's weapon in every strike." The opponent's sword was pulled off course, breaking from within. In their panic, they were swallowed whole, truly a demonic fighting style worthy of Hebei Peng. Bu Unseol had once asked innocently, "Then Hebei Peng must be the strongest sect, right?" His grandfather replied, "No, its suction technique is powerful indeed, but it also risks pulling the user too close to the enemy. It's a double-edged sword that can harm the wielder." He thought, in that case, using that same suction technique, I'll guide my blade along its pull and strike straight at him. I am Peng Ak of Hebei Peng. In the name of Hebei clan, I'll face you properly and wipe out every last one of your demonic kind. Bu Unseol rushed into the vortex, then suddenly jammed his sword point into the ground. The man flinched. Why the hell is he stabbing the ground? Bu Unseol twisted his body, spinning around the sword's axis, using the pull of the opponent's blade to change his trajectory. The man swung down, but Bu Unseol slipped aside, landing a kick into his ribs. The man clutched his stomach, groaning in pain. Bu Unseol paused half a step, sweat rolling down his cheek. a faint smirk curling his lips. It worked. The man glared at him, eyes narrowing with cunning. A trick like that? You dare mock me? Bu Unseol calculated silently. The move worked, but the hit wasn't deep enough. His body's been tempered for years, his endurance is monstrous. Still, I've found the way to neutralize him. His instructor's voice echoed in his mind, strike later but hit first, at the exact moment of impact. Being faster in that instant, that's true speed. If I can reverse the suction technique, my sword will surpass its original path. Bu Unseol drew his sword back along his spine, thinking, no need to resist the pull, let my body and blade be drawn into the vortex and seize the right moment. Peng-ak roared, charging forward, his inner energy forming a swirling vacuum. Bu Unseol relaxed his entire body, letting the force pull him in. White-blue light streaks coiled around them like twisting ribbons. As the man thrust his blade forward, Bu Unseol's sword suddenly appeared right before his face, slicing across his ear, sending strands of hair flying. Peng-ak jolted, roaring, impossible. What was that? Did he just use my own technique? Unbelievable, the self-suction of the five-tiger gate. Severing blade can drag a boulder from afar, even masters struggle to control it precisely. Yet this brat managed it. He bent low, inner force surging. Let's see you block this one. Bu Unseol tightened his breath and dove straight into the vortex. It's useless, he thought calmly, the stronger the pull, the faster my blade will fly. The tip of the sword clung close to the vortex's edge, his body flowing like rippling water. At the decisive moment, he suddenly shifted direction, his blade slashing diagonally like lightning. The man growled hoarsely, furious, how long do you think that cheap trick will last? Peng-ak swung across his body. At that instant, Bu Unseol felt the man's wrist hesitate for half a beat, then the suction force vanished. He froze slightly, he cut off his own suction to neutralize my advantage. Peng-ak smirked, even without relying on suction, you're still strong. He gripped his hilt tightly and lunged like a wild beast pouncing on prey. Bu Unseol looked straight ahead, thinking, this is the exact moment I've been waiting for. Hua Wu's first form of the mysterious ancient sword technique, red energy surged. Enveloping his body, fiery arcs streaked through the sky. A thunderous explosion, the two figures flashed past each other, blood sprayed from Peng-ak's back in a long streak. He froze, pupils contracting. Could it be? Bu Unseol spoke. That's right, Hua Wu's first form, mysterious ancient sword. He exhaled softly, a thought flickering in his mind, that was dangerously close. To turn a defensive technique like mysterious ancient sword into an attack, I had to stand still, point my blade toward myself, and wait for the perfect counter moment. Never thought I could reinterpret the move that way. He lowered his sword and turned to leave. Peng-ak shouted, you're walking away? Bu Unseol replied without turning, you have nothing to do with my vengeance. The man braced his sword and stood, blood dripping from his neck, eyes wide with awe before letting out a rough laugh. So among all who came hunting, I still met someone like you. Interesting. Let's not meet again. The black wind howled across the slope, only the sound of his fading footsteps remained. At that moment, a shadow stepped out. Peng-ak narrowed his eyes, voice strained, you came to kill a worthless man like me? The demon hunter appeared at the forest's edge, voice cold as ice. Peng-ak of Hebei Peng, for someone of the righteous sect, you've completed your mission. How unfortunate, he gave a dry laugh, so you knew from the start. The demon hunter's deep crimson eyes gleamed, you've underestimated the demonic hall. Farewell. He raised his sword and swung down, blood splattering across the ground. The scene shifted elsewhere. Seo Jinha gasped for air, staggering against a tree trunk, pulling out the remaining hidden weapons from his body. A black cloak flashed by, a voice echoing, unlucky day for you, So Jinha. In front of him stood a group of men in black blocking the path. The leader smiled, you've been poisoned by the blood prison fortress's toxin, still trying to run? Without an antidote you're just going to die. She grit her teeth, realizing they'd combined memory arts and poison in a systematic way. Turns out lone wolf tactics do have limits. He pointed down and sneered, your right hand's numb, you gonna fight with your left. A person who sheathes with their right hand can't suddenly switch to the left and still bring out their full fighting spirit. Better to leave. With that, they surged forward en masse, hurling hidden weapons at her. She led the sword with her left hand, swept a half circle, deflecting the first wave, but in the following waves her right hand was poisoned, blood seeping out in thin streams. Damn, hit with poison needles again. If she doesn't take an antidote within the time it takes an incense stick to burn, she's done for. She thought, well, maybe everything's over anyway. A few on the outskirts suddenly collapsed, blood spraying in the ambush. From the forest edge, a figure darted out like a streak of blue lightning. Bu Unseol flashed through the black-clad men, cutting down each one, blood splattering the ground red. Seo Jinha leaned against a tree, face streaked with blood, eyes wide as he looked at the piled corpses. Bu Unseol stood in the yard, still holding the sword hilt, and when he strode forward, she trembled and cried out, "Wait, I didn't mean to harm anyone." Bu Unseol bent down at a corpse, pulled out a vial, thinking, so this is the antidote, now dealing with the blood gate will be much easier. She cried in panic, "Hold on." He stopped and turned, asking, "What is it?" She spoke in a rush, breathless, "I'm poisoned, in less than half a breath the toxin will spread through my body." Bu Unseol looked at her coldly, "I think you're mistaken. I came to wipe them all out, including you. I only left you alive because even I don't feel you're worth killing." She swallowed hard, "Right, even if you ignore me, I won't last long anyway. In the end, I'm just another target you'll have to eliminate." She continued, "So what now? If you give me the antidote, I'll join your side." Bu Unseol asked softly, "Why should I do that?" She pleaded desperately, "There are only about 2 survivors left, the others have already formed groups. No matter how strong you are, alone you can't wipe them all out, but if you work with me, you know their martial arts and skills, you'll have a huge advantage. More importantly, if you save my life, I swear I won't betray you." Images of her flashed through Bu Unseol's mind, proud, independent, but not the type to deceive or stab someone in the back. He asked gently, "What's the condition?" She enunciated each word, "We'll fight until only 2 remain, you and me. Side by side, we'll crush the rest, and never turn our blades on each other." He stayed silent for a moment, thinking. But when he saw the tear drop from her eye, Bu Unseol pulled out the antidote and tossed it to her. Seo Jinha caught it and said briefly, "Thank you." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Bu Unseol tensed, thinking, this sound marks the start of a new restricted zone? Then he turned and said, "We have to get out of here now." She quickly asked, "Why? This place doesn't look like a restricted zone." Bu Unseol replied, "Think. Most areas are already sealed off. If a new one just opened." Before he could finish, a crowd rushed in. The whole group wielded weapons, looking ready to gang up on the 2 of them. They spread out in formation, closing in tightly until Bu Unseol and she were standing back to back. Bu Unseol glanced around, voice low, "So the survivors are gathering here, isn't it a bit late for that?" More people appeared from every direction, their formation tightening. Among them was one with a red cord tied, a faint smirk curling his lips. Bu Unseol narrowed his eyes, a sharp thought flashed by. This one's different from the rest. The man in black shouted provocatively, "What's this? Everyone just standing around waiting to see who moves first? Why not take those 2 out already?" He bragged and pointed arrogantly, "Bu Unseol mastered the beast path of one sect, and that woman uses a balanced sword technique. We've investigated every candidate's background, don't underestimate them." She thought, just as expected, he's already seen through both me and him. She gripped a small vial hidden in her sleeve. Bu Unseol glanced quickly. That vial was the antidote he'd given her earlier. She hissed softly, "Fine, I'll release this powder, it's our only chance." A purple cloud burst out, rolling into a thick fog that spread across the field, making everyone cough and retreat. "What? The mind-crushing toxin of Blood Prison City? Damn it." One of them froze and shouted, "Wait, it's not poison. They tricked us into grabbing them." She and Bu Unseol darted through the smoke, a faint curl at her lips. "This powder gives off thick smoke, perfect for lighting fires and creating a diversion. An open field like this is bad for us. We must run for the rocky range with lots of caves." She hurriedly said, "You think the same, right? We must find a suitable cave now." Bu Unseol nodded, eyes flashing, "I know a place. It has a narrow cave mouth and a long underground tunnel inside. Run." She slipped past, glanced at him, a moment of surprise. Even the cave entrance he knew well. Learning the beast way is unbelievable. Who on earth is he, after all? Behind them, the black-clad horde thundered in pursuit, the distance closing. They tore through the forest like wind, trees falling back, the rocky range appearing. She panted as they arrived. Both paused at the cave entrance. A dense pile of purple bones stacked thick made her frown. "Wait, were there this many bones here before?" Bu Unseol put his hand on the sword hilt, his eyes growing cold. "Something's not right." In the bone pile, demon hunters flashed, red eyes staring intently. She froze. "Demon hunters? Is this a restricted zone?" Bu Unseol added, "They deliberately marked the restricted zone as soon as they saw me run in here. They're watching us." She ground her teeth in anger. "Damn it, what now?" Bu Unseol glanced at the purple marked zone. "As long as we don't step over it, the demon hunters won't move. If we must fight, choosing right here isn't so bad. Fighting in a restricted area now is no different than being trapped in a corridor. There's no way to retreat." The 2 turned, drew their swords, ready. Bu Unseol thought to himself, "We've come this far and it's the end of the road." The black-clad formed up and closed in. One curled his lip, spitting insults, "You damned pests are annoying. Stop stalling, wipe them out." He stamped and leapt forward. The whole pack surged in. At that moment, on a nearby peak, the sect leader and Hyo Creon, Young with his attendants watched intently, quietly observing the developments below. He frowned, raised his right hand to stroke his chin, looking intrigued, and spoke. This is surely the death match that will determine the title of the 10 battle demonic warriors. Below the restricted zone, Bu Unseol and So Jin-ha gripped their swords tightly, cautiously watching the group of competitors ahead. Behind them, the demon hunters stood blocking the way, trapping them between advance and retreat. Whoosh! 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 A storm of hidden weapons flew through the air, aiming straight for Bu Unseol and Jingak's position. Bu Unseol immediately dashed forward, tilting slightly to the right to dodge the flying blades. The projectile struck the ground with heavy thuds. He lunged toward one enemy, who swung his sword down, but Bu Unseol, no amateur, simply leaned left to evade, his cold eyes locking onto his opponent. Slash! After downing the first man, Bu Unseol rushed forward again, cutting open the second in a spray of blood. Behind him, So Jin-ha was fiercely battling the others. She swung her sword and cut one down while the rest kept charging in, her figure twisting, leaping into the air, slicing down 2 enemies behind her in a blink, and then slashing forward once more. Suddenly her eyes narrowed as a shadow like a blade slashed toward her face. Without hesitation, So Jin-ha raised her sword, both hands gripping the blade to block the strike with difficulty. The blow completely overpowered her, sending her sliding backward. As she stumbled back, her back bumped into someone else's. No need to guess, it was Bu Unseol's back. The two stood back to back, panting, So Jin-ha looking far more ragged since she was already wounded. On the ground, a few enemies lay defeated while the rest formed a circle, trapping the two inside. They approached cautiously, tightening the ring. So Jin-ha's right arm trembled violently as she held her sword, likely from exhaustion. Then she relaxed slightly, lowering her blade to the ground, exhaling deeply, and muttered, "So this is where I die." Then she smiled faintly, as if letting go of everything, saying, "I've given it my all, with no regrets left." Behind her, Bu Unseol heard her words and thought, "No regrets." In his mind, the gentle face of his grandfather Bu Janyang appeared. The old man reached out with a warm smile. But the image shattered, replaced by the bloody scene of his grandfather's death, blood streaming from his eyes. At that thought, Bu Unseol suddenly snapped back, remembering his purpose, the reason he joined this trial. His lips moved slightly, eyes burning with killing intent as he growled, "I will not die in a place like this." As soon as he said that, 2 more attackers jumped forward, charging at Bu Unseol. Bu Unseol tightened his grip on his sword, twisting it slightly to his favored angle. In an instant, before anyone could see his movement, 2 arcs of sword energy flashed from his body. He slashed through the 2 charging enemies, too fast, too deadly. The 2 froze in shock, feeling something caught at their necks. It turned out Bu Unseol had already cut their throats clean without them realizing it. As their bodies hit the ground, Bu Unseol dashed past them, his face dark and full of murderous intent. Behind him, So Jin-ha widened her eyes in astonishment, turning to watch his back. His foot stomped hard on the ground, using the momentum to leap forward. Another strike followed. Bu Unseol cut down 2 more enemies. The remaining ones went pale. One shouted in panic, "Hey, what kind of twisted swordsmanship is that?" At that, no one cared about So Jin-ha anymore. All of them gripped their weapons and charged at Bu Unseol, yelling, "Kill that monster first, brothers." At that moment, Sa Wu's voice echoed inside Bu Unseol's mind. "Former master of Nangya, feel through your senses and act by the instinct that guides you. Haven't you already grasped the sword path of this old man?" Hearing that, Bu Unseol's eyes flared red, like a true demonic god. Then the space suddenly dimmed, Bu Unseol turned into a streak of light, slicing back and forth through the air. Moments later, the charging enemies were shredded mid-air by his strike, blood splattering across the mountain peak. Jingak, Hyokri and Jung, and their subordinates widened their eyes in shock at the sight. Below, Bu Unseol stood still, his right hand gripping the blood-drenched sword. Perhaps even he was surprised at his own display. He furrowed his brow, thinking about Sa Wu's combat swordsmanship. If it was truly like this, while he pondered, suddenly, a fist shot toward his left cheek at blinding speed. In that instant, Bu Unseol flicked his gaze to the side. The attacker was an older man, fighting bare-handed with a pleased grin as he threw his punch. Bu Unseol quickly raised his sword, blocking the blow with the flat of the blade. He glanced up at him and thought, "Damn it. Where did this smug-faced geezer come from?" The man still grinned gleefully and said, "Got you now." He clenched his fist tighter, inner energy surging from it with a fierce hum, making Bu Unseol feel the crushing pressure and danger bearing down. Crack, crack, the sword in Bu Unseol's hand began to split with hairline fractures. Crash, the sword shattered, and with just one punch, the man sent Bu Unseol flying backward. His power was clearly no joke. Bu Unseol's body slid across the ground for quite a distance. On the other side, So Jin-ha turned and, seeing this, screamed in panic, Bu Unseol. A man holding a hidden weapon in front of her laughed and said, "Heh, sorry, but that guy's as good as dead now." Suddenly, Seo Jinha's shock turned into desperation as she shouted at the top of her lungs, "No, stand up, Bu Unseol." At that moment, the main character staggered to his feet, one hand clutching his face, groaning in pain, "Ugh." But when he heard Seo Jinha shout that it was a restricted zone, Bu Unseol froze completely, his body locking up like ice, unable to move. Behind him, a wave of purple killing aura surged forward, slowly engulfing him. Bu Unseol tilted his head upward, his eyes turning pale, his face blank and speechless. A demonic corpse appeared within the purple mist, glaring at him with crimson eyes. Whoosh. A flash of light streaked by, its movement so fast no one could tell whether it was a sword or another weapon. In Bu Unseol's pupils, the reflection of a hand reaching out toward him appeared. Suddenly, atop the mountain, Hyeokrion Jung took a deep breath, preparing to shout loudly. A moment later, he widened his eyes and roared, "Stop right there." Instantly, below, Seo Jinha and the other trial contestants froze in shock, staring upward. Then they turned their gaze toward Bu Unseol, who was standing near the boundary zone. At that very moment, the hand of a demon specter about to touch Bu Unseol's face suddenly stopped mid-air, while the poor guy's face turned pale as paper. Honestly, it was unclear whether his pants were still dry. It was Sa Wu, the master of Nangya, and also Bu Unseol's mentor, who appeared. Sword drawn and pressed to the demon's neck, stopping him like saying, "Touch my disciple, and I'll make you regret existing." Half his face was smeared with blood from a head wound, the other half ghostly white. Bu Unseol stood frozen, staring at Sa Wu ahead of him. In his mind, Bu Unseol looked at Sa Wu's kind expression and weakly murmured, "Master Sa Wu." Then the world spun into darkness, and Bu Unseol's eyes rolled back as he collapsed. The moment he fell, Chief Instructor Hyeokrion Jung arrived in a flash. He rushed over, shouting, "Quick, get the mad doctor here before this brat dies." His loyal subordinate, startled, tried to stop him. "Chief Instructor, if we halt the third trial now." Hyeokrion Jung cut him off with a swing of his arm, declaring, "Shut your mouth. I'll take full responsibility, I'm not afraid of anything." The subordinate froze, stunned by the chief's unusual reaction. "Chief Instructor." Hyeokrion Jung's eyes darkened, he exhaled slowly, a faint grin tugging at his lips as he thought, "Finally, I've found him. A killer's instinct, a motionless heart, a flawless raw gem, neither lacking nor excessive. A true prodigy destined to be the heir of the 10 demons." The scene shifted to a dim chamber where a voice questioned, "Chief Instructor, what exactly are you thinking?" 10 people will join the 10 demon sects, and 2 exceptional talents chosen by the secret shadow masters will serve as their agents. That makes 12 in total, the number already decided. The speaker was Elder Hwa Wimyong of the Demon Palace. He warned sharply, "Ending the trial early when 2 slots remain will surely bring punishment upon you." Hyeokrion Jung looked at him and replied with a grin, "Of course I'm aware of that." Seeing his stubborn attitude, Hwa Wimyong frowned in helpless frustration. He sighed, wiping sweat from his forehead, and said, "Ha! The envoys from the 10 demon sects will arrive soon. Who knows how they'll react to this sudden change?" Hyeokrion Jung just smiled and said, "No problem. Because the 10 demon sects' eye for talent can't possibly be worse than mine." At the same time, somewhere else, Bu Unseol was lying in a room recovering from his injuries. His body had nearly healed, and his eyes slowly opened. Seeing the unfamiliar room, Bu Unseol sat up in surprise, glancing toward the door and muttering, "What the heck, where am I?" Sniff sniff, he caught a faint medicinal scent in the air. Bu Unseol deduced, "That smell. This must be a place for treating the wounded." Then he was startled again as he realized his arms and legs moved freely, without pain or stiffness. In his mind, he thought in disbelief, "My wounds, they're completely healed. Not just the external ones, but even the internal injuries from using advanced martial arts have fully recovered. The healer from the Demon Palace must be far more skilled than I imagined." After a while, Bu Unseol slowly walked toward the door, his hand resting lightly on the handle, ready to open it and check outside. As he peeked around, a young man approached from behind, squinting with a friendly grin, "Sir, you're awake already? Please, this way." Bu Unseol didn't ask much and simply followed the man downstairs. As he stepped down, his eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. It was people being tenderly cared for, looking cheerful as they sat around tables eating and chatting. Through the window slit, he noticed the place was peaceful and solemn, solidly built with several large buildings. Curious, he asked, "What is this place?" The young man smiled and replied, "This is the central hub of Hell Island." Glancing outside, Bu Unseol thought in amazement, "The center? The very area I couldn't enter during the Hell Island investigation, so there was a reason after all." The young man guided him to a table and asked, "Would you like to order something? We can make anything you want." Bu Unseol pondered for a moment, running through a list of dishes in his head. In the end, he raised 2 fingers and chose the simplest thing: instant noodles. 2 bowls of spicy shrimp noodles will do. A moment later, 2 steaming bowls were brought out, containing only noodles, a bit of greens, and chopped scallions. Looking down at the bowl, Bu Unseol's face softened with nostalgia. He recalled eating noodles with his grandfather Bu Janyang, the days of poverty when even cracked bowls felt warm with love. Now the noodles were still plain, but the warmth was gone, everyone fending for themselves. Just as he was lost in thought, Seo Jinha suddenly appeared and sat across from him with a smile. "Looks like you really like noodles, huh? Ordered 2 bowls, even." Bu Unseol asked indifferently, "Seo Jinha, if you've got something to say, spit it out, or scram." Seo Jinha hesitated. Then she paused, unsure what to say, maybe wanting to speak but too shy to do it. Finally, she gathered her courage and said, "Thank you for saving me. If not for you in that last battle, I'd already be a wandering ghost by now." Hearing that, Bu Unseol looked surprised, replying, "Saving you? I just cut down whoever was in front of me." Seo Jinha blinked. You really don't know? Originally, there were 12 survivors in the 3rd trial, but," she pointed at him and continued, "the chief instructor suddenly stopped the test, saying he would save you, so the total became 14 people. So from my point of view, I survived, thanks to you, and I just wanted to say thanks. Not my usual thing, by the way." Seeing Bu Unseol still sitting blankly, Seo Jinha sighed. You really didn't know? Well, to be fair, you were unconscious. It's been 4 days, you know." Bu Unseol frowned. "Really? I thought it was just 1 day." Seo Jinha chuckled, baring her teeth. You got lucky, the mad doctor happened to be here." Hearing that, Bu Unseol muttered in surprise, "The mad doctor?" In the past, he was known as the Divine Hand, but after failing to save his lover, the world's greatest healer lost his mind, drifting between sanity and madness. Rumor said that with just 1 breath, he could save even the gravely wounded. So it was that lunatic doctor who healed me. If only Grandpa could have met him before he passed away. Seeing Bu Unseol fall silent, Seo Jinha ate while saying, "Let me tell you a few more stories, consider it goodwill from an old comrade, about the demon assassins we fought against." Hearing that name, Bu Unseol's curiosity spiked as he listened closely. Seo Jinha continued, "They were elite warriors sent by the 10 demon sects. It's said that the 10 demon sects choose their true successors based on those assassins' evaluations." The main character sighed softly. "So that's why their martial arts were on par with the instructors. Makes sense now. Then, do you know why the chief instructor saved me?" Seo Jinha stirred the noodles in her bowl and replied, "That's what I wanted to ask you. Seems like he really wants to make you one of the 10 demon successors. Maybe it's related to your sect, or perhaps you know the chief personally." Bu Unseol shook his head. "No, I have no connection to him whatsoever." Seo Jinha blinked in surprise. "If that's true, then it's even stranger. The chief instructor was punished for that decision. Rumor has it he resigned and returned to the demon palace." Hearing that, Bu Unseol's eyes grew thoughtful. He wondered, none of this makes sense. Why would someone with no ties to me take punishment just to save me? As the two were talking, a sudden bell rang out. The main character turned toward the sound, startled. Seo Jinha stood up and said, "Looks like it's time, get up." It was the summoning signal for all remaining survivors on Hell Island, meaning, the leaders of the 10 demon sects had arrived. The scene shifted to a 4-story pavilion built against the mountainside. All 14 surviving candidates were now gathered there, standing neatly in 2 rows inside the hall. And of course, our main character Bu Unseol stood among them, his gaze blank as he stared forward. The grand doors of the tower slowly opened, light pouring in, and the silence was so heavy that one could hear the faint beating of hearts. Several imposing figures entered, led by a young man in red, followed by a few old men with faces as cold as stone. Seeing them, Bu Unseol furrowed his brow in surprise, thinking, too quiet. So many people moving, yet not a single footstep could be heard. An old man with silver hair holding a strangely shaped spear stepped forward and studied the group of young candidates. He observed them silently, then let out a faint hum. Suddenly, he pointed his finger straight at Bu Unseol, making the boy freeze for a moment. Do you wish to become a successor of the evil spirit sect?" That old man was none other than Bul Sa, the vice master of the evil spirit sect. Bu Unseol's eyes widened in shock. He had no idea why this man was staring at him. But unexpectedly, a young man with long flowing hair standing behind Bu Unseol placed a hand on his chest and said in confusion, "Sir, are you talking to me?" Bul Sa spoke in a deep voice, "Young Manhwa, step forward. Do you wish to become a successor of our sect?" Young Manhwa stepped in front of the old man Bul Sa and stammered, I've been training in blade arts all my life, I've never practiced spear techniques." Bull Saw replied firmly, that doesn't matter. You were born with the perfect traits for spear mastery. You have the bones and talent suited for the spear, yet you chose the blade. That is why you could never reach true greatness. Saying this, he turned and walked away, adding, if you understand now, follow me. Young Manhwa immediately rushed after him, replying, yes, sir. Another old man with a silver beard and a hat narrowed his eyes with a faint grin, muttering, heh, I suppose it's my turn now. I am Jeok-Yahan from the Blood City of Hell. I serve as the Vice Lord of Blood City, known as the 10,000 Poison Sage, Jeok-Yahan. Hearing that name, the young candidates instantly broke into a cold sweat, thinking, 10,000 Poison Sage, Jeok-Yahan, the man said to be able to poison and kill every living creature within 30 meters with just a wave of his hand. He then raised his hand, dark miasma faintly swirling around him, and called out, Seo Jinha. Do you wish to become the successor of Blood City of Hell? Seo Jinha's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned. In her mind, she thought, ever since I first held a sword, people have called me a sword prodigy. And yet, Blood City of Hell, a place that creates poison masters, chose me. Seeing her hesitation, Jeok-Yahan smiled faintly, saying, the most terrifying poison in the world is the poison of the heart. Before the third trial began, you used a girl from this city's martial hall to kill all the students there, didn't you? And when your plan failed, you killed her to silence her, fearing your secret would be exposed. Hearing that, Seo Jinha burst out angrily, that plan was her idea. She approached me first, and she attacked me before the third trial began. Calling it murder for silence is too much. Before she could finish, Jeok-Yahan interrupted her calmly, I'm not blaming you. Being able to kill without hesitation for your goal is admirable. That kind of nature is perfect for mastering our city's poison arts. You have talent with the sword, but with talent alone, you can never rule the martial world. Only those chosen can shake the world with sword and blade alike. To wield poison, one must possess a venomous heart, the will to kill without hesitation, and a brilliant mind. You are the most suitable person to become a poison master of Blood City of Hell. Hearing Jeok-Yahan's words, Seo Jinha's gaze subtly shifted to the left. Her eyes stopped on Bu Unseol, and three words echoed in her mind, the chosen one. Then doubt grew in her heart. You said you just learned swordsmanship before the 10 demon successor trials, didn't you? Yet your swordsmanship rivals what took me 10 years to achieve. Thinking of that, Seo Jinha clenched her hand and continued thinking, if that's the case. She then stepped forward before Jeok-Yahan and made her decision. I will follow Blood City of Hell. Jeok-Yahan smiled approvingly, you've made the right choice. And with that, he led Seo Jinha away, while Bu Unseol stood silently, watching their figures fade into the distance. Next, the young man in red spoke up, now it's my sec's turn. He was calm and composed, walking forward gracefully, his demeanor that of a wandering noble. He slowly opened his eyes and said, I am Wei Hyok-gun of the Hwawu Sword Sect. Allow me to introduce myself, properly known as the Sword Demon, Wei Hyok-gun, the #1 sword of the Demon Path, Hwawu Sword Sect. As he introduced himself, Bu Unseol's gaze locked onto him. It seemed the protagonist wanted this man to choose him. In his mind, he thought, a disciple of the previous Hwawu sect master, the #1 sword of the Demon Path himself, has come here. The others were restless, praying silently, please, let him pick me. On the other side, the sword demon sighed lightly and said, you're Bu Unseol, aren't you? Not only the path leader but even the Elder Council praised you highly. And you were also taught the secret arts of the Heavenly Path leader, correct? Bu Unseol replied, that's right. Hearing that, the sword demon turned to leave, saying, I look forward to your future achievements. The sword arts of our sect have unfathomable depth, trained diligently. But Bu Unseol didn't seem the least bit interested, his eyes drifting elsewhere. His gaze landed on Sa Wu, the path leader of Nangya, who stood silently with his arms crossed. Then suddenly, the main character spoke up, I will not join Hwawu Sword Sect. The answer made the sword demon freeze in disbelief. His voice turned cold. Boy. He glanced sharply at Bu Unseol, his eyes brimming with killing intent, and asked, what did you just say? Then he shouted furiously, you dare reject my sect's offer. Instantly, an invisible pressure crushed down, forcing Bu Unseol to his knees slightly. Struggling to endure it, he gritted his teeth and said, I heard. That rejection was allowed. The sword demon's cold eyes glared at him. If you reject my sect and choose another, where do you intend to go? Sweat dripped down Bu Unseol's face, the pressure easing as the sword demon withdrew his aura. With unwavering determination, Bu Unseol declared, I will follow Nangya. Veins bulged on the sword demon's face as he snarled through gritted teeth, you choose Nangya. Nangya is the weakest among the 10 sects. Are you trying to insult my sect? The pressure surged again, pressing down heavily. Bu Unseol was startled, thinking, Just the aura alone makes my whole body feel like it's being crushed. This was truly the number one sword of the demon path, Wei Heok-gun. At that exact moment, Sa Wu suddenly appeared, standing in front of Bu Unseol. Everyone there froze in shock, fearing a bloody battle might break out at any second. Seeing Sa Wu step in, the sword demon Wei Heok-gun grew even more furious. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You, just a lowly hidden path leader, and you dare stand in my way." Even Sa Wu felt the pressure of the sword demon's aura, his jaw tightening as he gripped his sword hilt firmly. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. He's actually drawing his sword in front of the sword demon? He's insane. Meanwhile, behind Sa Wu, the protagonist softly spoke, "Thank you, master." Across from them, Wei Heok-gun snarled again, "Do you think being close to the path leader gives you the right to overstep your place?" Elder Hua Wimyong of the Demon Palace wiped his sweat nervously, thinking, if the sword demon loses control, the other candidates might get caught in it and die. I must stop this. The sword demon's blade slowly began to slide out of its sheath. But just then, a hand reached out and pressed down on the sword's hilt, pushing it back into the scabbard. A young man with a gentle expression smiled and said calmly, "Well now, it seems everyone's getting a bit too tense. Let's stop it here, shall we?" Peeking from behind Sa Wu, Bu Unseol saw that the sword demon Wei Heok-gun had already withdrawn his killing intent. The man's hand rested on Wei Heok-gun's hilt, holding it down firmly. Because once that sword left its sheath, someone would definitely die. Wei Heok-gun's face was still tense with anger, but he restrained himself. His narrowed, icy eyes locked onto Bu Unseol as he muttered the name, Dan Cheong. For everyone's understanding, the man who stopped the sword demon was none other than Dan Cheong, vice chief of Nangya. Smiling with squinted eyes, he raised his right hand and said, "For my sake, could you let this boy go?" The men behind Wei Heok-gun chuckled and nodded. "Fine, after all, Nangya has to take at least one recruit with them, right? To dare look down on me, a gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. Wei Heok-gun's eyes still glimmered with killing intent as he coldly stared at Bu Unseol without saying another word. Sa Wu and Bu Unseol both held their breath, waiting for the sword demon's response. But then all the tension suddenly dissolved with a single sigh from Wei Heok-gun. He turned around in irritation, waving his hand, "Since you've chosen, take him away before my sword accidentally slips out." Deputy Chief of Nangya, Dan Cheong, clapped cheerfully, laughing, "Bravo, the merciful sword demon, thank you for your kindness." As the sword demon departed, Dan Cheong kept smiling. Despite his gentle appearance, this man must have real power, otherwise the sword demon wouldn't have let things slide so easily. The protagonist finally exhaled, his eyes quietly following the sword demon's fading figure. Dan Cheong sighed lightly and said, "Let's go." Sa Wu turned, placing a hand on Bu Unseol's back, and Bu Unseol quickly replied, "Yes, sir." As they walked, Bu Unseol's gaze still followed the back of Wei Heok-gun, sweat dripping down his temples. In his mind, he thought, that killing intent earlier, it was clearly aimed straight at me. If no one had stopped him. Thinking that, he gulped hard, silently feeling grateful for narrowly escaping death. Then he let go of all worry and happily followed behind Dan Cheong and Sa Wu. On the road back to Nangya, Sa Wu smiled warmly and praised him. "Your ability has improved greatly since our last meeting." Bu Unseol grinned, replying, "It's all thanks to you for teaching me the beast technique." Sa Wu chuckled, patting Bu Unseol's head, "Ha ha, I didn't expect you to choose Nangya. You're quite the promising seedling." The protagonist replied, "I feel that Nangya's philosophy suits me best." As the two chatted, Dan Cheong turned around with a smile and said, "We're here. This is Nangya." Seeing the view ahead, Bu Unseol froze in surprise, thinking, "I expected a solemn and quiet place. Instead, it looked just like an ordinary village, people laughing, trading, and bustling about happily." Seeing his astonishment, Dan Cheong smiled, surprised, "Aren't you?" Unlike other sects that dominate nearby markets, Nangya always follows the principle of self-sufficiency. Finding it strange, the protagonist asked Dan Cheong, "Hey, aren't there any disciples around my age in Nangya? It's all old men and grannies here." Dan Cheong smiled and replied, "Ah, about that. There were a few youngsters who joined after hearing of Nangya's reputation, but most either died during training or ran away midway." Bu Unseol exclaimed in surprise, "So that's how it is." Dan Cheong squinted, looking into the distance, "Yes, that spot will do." He pointed at an old thatched house and continued, "From now on, that will be your room." While the protagonist was still standing there in disbelief, Dan Cheong added, "If it needs repairs, go find the blacksmith over there. He'll give you the necessary tools. Let me introduce him. This is the blacksmith, Wang Gul." After helping Bu Unseol find a place to stay, Dan Cheong turned to Sa Wu and said, "Let's go, Master Sa." Sa Wu patted Bu Unseol's shoulder and said goodbye. "Well then, I'll be off. Keep training hard." The protagonist turned, surprised, "Master, aren't you staying?" Dan Chiang chuckled softly and explained, Master Sa is the head of the transmission hall. Even if he wanted to protect you, he neither has the right nor the power to risk his life against the sword demon. Everyone must pay for what they've done. Bu Enseal asked worriedly, pay? So you're leaving now because? Sa Wu smiled reassuringly, don't worry, it's just a light punishment, it won't take long. Then suddenly, he slapped Bu Enseal hard on the back, almost making him stumble forward. Laughing, Sa Wu said, don't get lazy just because I'm gone, I'll drop by unexpectedly to check your progress. Bu Enseal still looked uneasy, but his expression softened as he glanced at Sa Wu with gratitude. Then he spoke, please, take care of yourself. After Sa Wu left, Dan Chong smiled again and said to Bu Enseal, you're still not an official disciple of Nangye yet. The protagonist froze, startled. What? Dan Chong bowed slightly, smiling, even though you've inherited the heart demon, that alone isn't enough to be considered a disciple of Nangye. The weak have no right to join Nangye. Hearing that, Bu Enseal suddenly understood the hidden meaning behind his words. With confidence in his voice, he asked, so if I become strong enough, I can be recognized as a disciple without any ceremony. Dan Chiang burst out laughing, clearly amused, hee, exactly. Nangye doesn't care for empty rituals or flashy ceremonies. Every disciple here represents Nangye, so there's no need to swear loyalty or anything like that. Just put all your effort into training, become so strong that others can't help but acknowledge you as a true disciple of Nangye. Everyone here can be your teacher, but whether they choose to teach you or not, that depends entirely on them. The scene shifts to a rocky mountain called Iron Staff Peak. Huff, huff, huff. The protagonist's face was drenched in sweat as he gasped for air in exhaustion. Then he lifted his head toward the summit, thinking, what kind of mountain is this? It's both steep and tall, just a little more, once I cross that peak, I'll be there. He recalled Dan Chiang's words from yesterday, tomorrow, climb Iron Staff Peak. There's a great master there who will teach you a supreme internal energy technique. Lost in his thoughts, Bu Enseal finally caught sight of the summit of Iron Staff Peak. Step by step, he finally poked his head over the mountaintop, panting like a tired puppy. Just as he started walking forward, a deep voice echoed, so, you're the one chosen to inherit Nangye's heart demon. Before him stood the broad back of a massive monk with rippling muscles, beside a small thatched hut. The high altitude made the air thick with mist. Bu Enseal quickly clasped his hands and bowed, yes, I came under the order of Deputy Chief Dan Chiang. The monk turned slightly, asking, you came here to learn inner energy, didn't you? You've already formed your own internal energy, and yet you still want to reach a higher realm. I can sense the energy flowing within you. It's not basic at all, it's something carefully cultivated since childhood. Hearing that, Bu Enseal replied in surprise, I've lived my whole life as a mind practitioner, I've never trained in inner energy before. The monk smiled faintly, replying, then there are only two possibilities. Either you're a great con artist, or you learned internal energy in your dreams. Bu Enseal protested nervously, I swear I'm not a fraud, you can check for yourself. The monk's eyes narrowed suspiciously. He said nothing, but his mind was swarming with questions. Suddenly, he grabbed Bu Enseal's wrist, lifting it up, and asked, then may I destroy all the internal energy within you? Bu Enseal answered firmly, of course. The air fell eerily silent. The monk began examining Bu Enseal's body carefully from head to toe. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as if he had discovered something unbelievable. In his thoughts, he mused, this kid's body is full of pure energy, but it's completely stagnant. The energy sits in the dantian without movement, accumulated blindly without cultivation or flow. Under normal circumstances, that's impossible. Thinking this, the monk suddenly pulled Bu Enseal's arm sharply toward him. He demanded in a deep, tense voice, who exactly are you? Who taught you to accumulate internal energy like this? Bu Enseal looked utterly confused, not understanding what the monk meant, though deep down he had a faint suspicion it must have been his grandfather, Bu Jianyang, who secretly taught him to store inner energy without telling him why.
Do not reveal a single character of this technique. If you do, not only you, but everyone connected to you will die. Despite the threat, Bu Yinseal showed no fear or displeasure on his face. Instead, he had a look of gratitude. He boldly clasped his hands together to express his thanks. The monk walked on and slightly turned his head to glance back at the male lead behind him. His eyes narrowed a little as he looked at the male lead, as if curious about this interesting child. He continued walking and spoke. My Dharma name is Hyol Jiamgang. Hearing such a strange Dharma name, Yinseal thought in surprise. Why would a monk's name include the ominous word Hyol, blood? Hyol Jiamgang went on. Do you know the difference between orthodox inner chi heart techniques and demonic ones? Bu Yinseal replied, I do not know. Hyol Jiamgang explained, The orthodox inner chi heart methods are like the earth-absorbing chi I mentioned earlier, using the body's natural way of accumulating internal force. Meanwhile, demonic methods use any means to accumulate true chi. So from the start, they can amass a huge amount of chi. Those methods run counter to the body's nature and martial logic. In the end, over time, in terms of purity of chi or level of inner skill, they will be completely surpassed by the orthodox. But the Bon Cuc heart method I teach is a set of practices entirely free from the shackles of demonic martial techniques. Among all inner chi heart techniques in the world, this heart method is the deepest and most wondrous. Saying this, Hyo Jiam Gang tightened his hands and said, "But the more superior something is, the higher the price to pay." When I cultivated the Bon Cuc heart method, I endured extreme suffering, to the point that I bit off my own fingers with my own hands. He held up his mangled fingers, glanced at them, and continued, "Only geniuses who can withstand that indescribable agony can possess a body wholly capable of channeling inner force and circulating blood and qi." I was once a master at Tianlong Temple in Yunnan, but I was framed, accused of killing, had all my inner skill destroyed, and was expelled from a sect. Later, while recovering my inner qi, I received a favor from Nanya Pavilion. To repay that favor, I vowed to transmit this inner heart method. If you cannot cultivate the Bon Cuc heart method, I will be a false promise. So I will give you a test. From now on, you will use the Bon Cuc true qi to unblock all 365 acupoints in your body at once. To practice the Bon Cuc heart method, the blood and qi must not have even a trace of impurity. Normally, it takes time to open each acupoint one by one. Opening them all at once will bring unbearable pain crashing down on you. If you're not confident, then give up. Hearing such a harsh challenge from Hyo Jiam Gang, Bu Yunseal did not waver. He pressed his lips together and said lightly, "What is there to be afraid of?" As soon as that confirmation came from a male lead, Hyo Jiam Gang bared his teeth in an amused smile. He raised both hands above his head, and a dazzling golden power formed in the air between them. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Good, don't wet your pants." With that, he slammed his palms, channeling the golden power into Bu Yunseal's chest. A gust of energy hit. Yunseal's hair flew and his eyes widened as he looked down at his chest. The power Hyo Jiam Gang unleashed even dispersed the mist around the mountain peak and lit up the whole mountain. At the same time, the impurities in Bu Yunseal's body were gradually purified and pushed out by that golden qi. Hyo Jiam Gang continued to channel qi as he pondered. When true qi is used to open acupoints, you will feel pain as if your bones are being scraped. Given that confidence, how far can he endure? But then he was very surprised to see Bu Yunseal showing no sign of pain. He muttered to himself, "Not even a cry. Not even a change in expression, really?" Moreover, while his acupoints were being opened, the sweat that came out had no foul smell at all. Could be this guy? Thinking this, he began to withdraw his hands, and the golden power started to dim. Then Hyo Jiam Gang stood there silently, looking at Bu Yunseal without saying a word. He bared his teeth in a smile, as if excited at some discovery. Watching the boy with his eyes closed and fists clenched, he thought, so his acupoints were originally free of impurities. Then he chuckled to himself like a fool, which left Bu Yunseal staring in confusion. He asked, "You said your name is Bu Yunseal, right?" The male lead replied, "Yes." Hyo Jiam Gang declared excitedly, "From today, I will transmit the Bon Cuc heart method to you." Time flew by, and half a year passed. Under Master Hyo Jiam Gang's devoted teaching of the Bon Cuc heart method, Bu Yunseal had begun to show results. At this moment, Hyo Jiam Gang shuffled over to a rock, bent down, and reached beneath it. He lifted the rock with one hand and, face alight with excitement, looked toward Bu Yunseal. Then he threw the rock toward Bu Yunseal. The rock flew like a bullet toward Bu Yunseal, but he didn't move an inch. The rock drew nearer and nearer, yet Bu Yunseal stood there unmoving. Although the rock struck him, he still did not dodge. Surprisingly, the rock shattered on Yunseal, and even more astonishing, in just half a year the male lead's body now looked like that of a 26-year-old. The young man remained standing, The rock lay in pieces, and the dust slowly cleared to reveal his back without a scratch. High old GM Gang tossed another rock in his hand and smiled. He's definitely reached the first level already. Just training the Bond CUC heart method to the first level, and look at those six-pack abs on Bu Yunseal. Seeing the boy advance so quickly, High old GM Gang smiled in approval, thinking to himself that it took even him 3 years to master it. Yet in only half a year he had surpassed expectations. Moreover, learning the inner heart method accumulates true qi in the body and disperses it through the meridians, while also promoting previously suppressed physical development. After one session, the body becomes remarkably strong. Thinking this, High old GM Gang said, "Then begin your practice." The male lead replied confidently, "Yes." After that, Bu Yunseal sat down again to meditate and reflect, steadying his body and regulating the inner qi within him. While cultivating, the male lead thought that thanks to senior High old GM Gang, he had quickly reached level 1. But the Bond CUC heart method still had 8 levels in total. Before descending the mountain, he had to reach at least level 2. As Yunseal concentrated on cultivation, High old GM Gang stood there silently observing. Suddenly dark streams of qi rose in a swirl above the male lead's head. This sudden development startled High old GM Gang. His face immediately turned serious. In his mind, he panicked and blurted out, "Wait, this reaction is the level 2 bone and flesh purification realm." Reaching level 2 arranges bones and muscles into an optimal state to maximize physical strength. But this transformation is happening too suddenly. But at the same time, it's an enormous burden pressing down on the body. Thinking this, High old GM Gang immediately ran to his back, sat down, placed both hands on Bu Yunseal's back and urged, "You stubborn fool, clear your distracting thoughts and focus." Seeing the protagonist grimacing like a straining dog from the pain, High old GM Gang thought that because the change was sudden, the body couldn't control the true qi. Leaving it like this would cause deadly internal injuries. At this point, even if I have to mobilize all my primordial true qi around the protagonist, and High old GM Gang, the air seemed to ignite fiercely. Bu Yunseal's face gradually relaxed, and his aura stabilized much more than before. After a while, as if having crossed a threshold, the protagonist suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Hey." Yunseal looked down at his hands and was surprised to see true qi pouring out through his pores, bursting into flame when it met the air. Yunseal was startled and thought, was this terrifying aura? Turning his head, he saw High old GM Gang looking gaunt, breathing weakly. The protagonist called out in alarm, "Senior." He stepped forward, placing a hand on High old GM Gang's shoulder, and asked worriedly, "Did you transmit your true qi into me? Why would you torment yourself like this for my sake?" High old GM Gang gritted his teeth, shoved Yunseal's hand away, and replied irritably, "You ungrateful brat. Don't fuss. If you don't properly learn the Bond CUC heart method, I won't be able to leave Nanya Pavilion either." Hearing this, Bu Yunseal thought with surprise that beneath the harsh words and fierce look, he was actually very kind-hearted. Thinking that, he said, "I will never forget this favor." High old GM Gang forced himself to stand and hurriedly objected. "No, forget about my existence. Treat me as if I'm invisible," he said. Suddenly the protagonist recalled Sa Wu's earlier admonition. "Forget favor or grudge. If you can forget it, it's best to do so." Yunseal murmured to himself, "Why does everyone say the same thing?" While the protagonist was still lost in those thoughts, High old GM Gang spoke up, saying he wanted repayment for the favor. "If in the future you attain enlightenment and reach the 8th level of the Great Origin Realm, that will be the way to repay me. My own aptitude is poor. I can at best reach the edge of the 5th level." Amipa. Yunseal looked up at High old GM Gang, then as if gazing at a living bodhisattva. Then he immediately changed his expression to one of determined confidence and said clearly, "Yes, senior." High old GM Gang turned his back to the protagonist and continued, "You've reached level 2. You no longer need my instruction. What you need now is not to complete the entire Bond CUC heart method, but but to solidify the foundation of true martial skill. Go to Chongmyong at the edge of Nong Ya Pavilion's library and train your body techniques there. Go on. With that, Hyol Jiamgang walked away. Yinseal clasped his hands, bowed respectfully, and said, I wish you safety and peace. Hyol Jiamgang's face showed no flicker of emotion as he softly said, You too. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to 3 months later, and night had fallen. In a tavern still lit up, a few people sat chatting and drinking. A man holding a bowl of wine looked at his companion and said, Chong Sin's team returned this morning. Did they say they were going to sweep Chong Myong clean? His companion laughed with glee and replied, They messed with Bon Gak's disciples, so of course they must be dealt with. Who else but the Sang Tan team of martialists would handle a sect that dares oppose Bon Gak? The other chuckled, Sounds so satisfying. Now that you mention it, Lord Pong, one of the Pong Un scouts, should be back soon, right? While he was speaking, several figures in black swept across the rooftops outside. The man across immediately spoke up, as if on cue. Divine, maybe even the toilet paper burners got up there. Ah. The other said, just go through the main gate. Are they afraid people won't know it's the covert team? The figures on the roof continued darting over the houses below. Suddenly, one of them took an extra bound, stopped, and landed on a roof. That person stood motionless, surveying the surroundings, as if waiting for something. Abruptly, someone behind raised 4 fingers and held them forward, peeking at the black-clad figure through the gap, as if admiring a painting, exclaiming, Wow, standing there like you want someone to paint a picture to hang up. Huh? If you're back, go straight to Tan Fong Hall. Why are you standing here sulking and doing nothing? Said Baek Yun. At the name Baek Yun, the black-clad man immediately turned his head. This young man is Baek Yun, Pong Un, deputy leader of Nanya Pavilion. Baek Yun raised his hand and slightly pulled down his face scarf, then said, Deputy head of Nanya. So it turned out the one speaking with Baek Yun was Dan Chong. Dan Chong smiled with narrowed eyes and replied, Aha, I told you. When it's just the two of us, feel free to use names. Baek Yun planted both hands on his hips and said irritably, Please don't speak nonsense like that. Nanya's discipline is already lax. Don't make it worse. As he spoke, Baek Yun suddenly sighed and continued, Funny enough, I was planning to come find you. Hearing that, Dan Chong was surprised and snorted lightly. Baek Yun went on, I heard the deputy head dragged back from hell a Tin Demon successor with top-tier talent. You should have opposed the Tin Demon successor plan. Why bring a prodigy who would have sided with Hua Wu Sword Sect and Nanya? Dan Chong lightly stroked his chin, eyes still narrowed, and replied, Saying I brought him back isn't accurate. The kid chose us himself, even firmly rejecting Hua Wu Sword Sect's offer. Baek Yun blurted, That so-called prodigy chose Nanya Pavilion? Dan Chong scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Yeah, that's right. Thanks to that, we nearly had a big fight with that old sword demon. But it was commendable. He walked in a Nanya Pavilion on his own. He. Hearing that, Baek Yun's brows knit. The whole thing sounded unbelievable and wildly melodramatic. Dan Chong continued, Because of that, Hua Wu Sword Sect ultimately didn't choose the Ten Demon successor. The sect leader expressed regret. At this, Baek Yun finally exhaled, so it was like that. But then he flew into a rage and screamed in Dan Chong's face. The deputy head knows full well Nanya Pavilion has long been suppressed by demonic influence and thus regarded as a declining sect. Dan Chong didn't take offense and still replied with a smile, Have you been drinking too much of the martial world's water? Nanya Pavilion's goal is the pinnacle of martial path, not domination of the Jianghu. Baek Yun, having been rebuked, swallowed and said, Yes, that's just an ideal, but there are urgent matters to handle nonetheless. Where's the person who claims to be Nanya Pavilion's successor now? His Ten Demon successor status could be revoked. A green leaf drifted down and lightly touched the water, sending tiny ripples across the surface. Suddenly a foot ran past and stepped on the leaf, splashing little droplets up. Strangely, the leaf did not sink. Immediately, the foot moved on, lifting and running away. The leaf only tossed halfway above the water and then fell back down. None other than Bu Yinseal himself was the one running on the water. His speed was tremendous, his feet barely touching the surface to use it as thrust. As he ran, Bu Yunseal recalled his master's teaching. The old man was Go Wul, once called the great path of extreme speed, the shadowless. The body technique I teach you is a martial body method that breaks the boundary between body technique and footwork. It was named after my moniker, Extreme Speed Shadowless. All Nong, Yo Pavilion disciples who'd attempted this body method before couldn't keep up with its transformations and became cripples. Let's see how you fare. But quite soon, after some time, Go Wul's eyes widened when he saw the young man's display running over the water. He couldn't help thinking in astonishment. Only a month and already reached the third stage? Shortly after, he packed his things and set off, declaring with uplifted spirits, "Finally, someone inherits my body method, so everything here can be settled. You've learned the basics. Now develop it through real combat." Back in the present, Bu Yunseal continued to train obsessively in the body method of running on water. Above on a mountain, Nanya Pavilion's deputy head Dan Chong and Baekhyun stood watching Bu Yunseal training below. They had actually been observing him for a long time, standing beside a waterfall. The scenery there was quite beautiful. Deputy head Dan Chong squinted and looked down, saying, "It's Go Master's extreme speed shadowless." Baekhyun, hands clasped behind his back, found it hard to believe and replied, "That body martial method isn't supposed to be mastered in a short time. Could it be he came to Nanya Pavilion just to learn the body technique?" Dan Chong laughed heartily, sounding proud, and answered, "No way. He joined 6 months ago. Last month he learned the Bon Su Si Heart method from Hyol Jiam Gang on Iron Staff Peak." Baekhyun, astonished, quickly said, "So the rumor that he mastered the Wild Beast Path and the Hell Map in half a month is true?" Dan Chong replied with amused laughter, "Of course it's true. It's because Sa Wu gave him all the celestial extreme spirit water he had, so his extraordinary nervous system was awakened early." Baekhyun asked in surprise, "How could he learn the Wild Beast Path just from that?" The tournament was supposed to have only 12 10 combat demon candidates, but because of him it increased to 14. That's absurd. The Nanya leader still won't show himself? Dan Chong replied, "Yes, so only I have to deal with all this messy business." Baekhyun narrowed his eyes, glanced at Dan Chong, then said seriously, "Originally the 10 combat demon plan was initiated by the demonic faction. You must know the 10 great demon sects are very dissatisfied." Dan Chong stopped laughing and became serious. "Unlike our Nanya Pavilion, they have already chosen their successors. In that situation, asking them to teach martial arts to the 10 combat demons would naturally confuse them. But wasn't the 10 combat demon plan originally meant to create puppets to eliminate the demonic faction's masters?" Baekhyun continued, "Deputy head, you know this, but it seems some within the 10 great demon sects still haven't realized. They sent their disciples into the 10 combat tournament like fighting cocks." Dan Chong agreed. "Not a bad idea. If a successor has top talent, wherever you place them, they'll be chosen for the 10 combat demons." Baekhyun added, "That would be true under normal circumstances. But that child killed the only blood son of White Horse Saw's leader, a man named Kong Mu Ryun. Didn't the 10 great demon sects already approve the third stage? The son's death is tragic, but it can't be helped. You're not the only one dissatisfied with that child. White Horse Saw's leader is as well. Hua Wu Sword Sect sees an issue with superior sword technique. Loi Dan Vo Song is a problem. Someone outside their disciples learned Hua Wu's supreme sword art. Sword Demon Wai Hyok Gun is demanding punishment. Cheon Ung Wang has been stripped of his sect position and is undergoing public penance." Hearing that, Dan Chong held his head and sighed. So they've punished the teacher, and now they want to punish the student too? How petty. So what exactly are White Horse Sa and Hua Wu Sword Sect demanding? Baekhyun replied, "Summon that kid to the demonic hall to test whether he qualifies as one of the 10 combat demons, and demand that the child never use a sword again." Dan Chong scoffed and turned away. "Ridiculous. Just flatly refuse. That boy is already a 10 combat demon and a disciple of Nanya Pavilion. They ask Bon Gak's disciple not to use a sword? Absurd." Suddenly the deputy's gaze narrowed as he looked down below. Below, Bu Yunseal was standing on the water, looking up at where Dan Chong and Baekhyun were standing. At once, Yunseal dashed off from where he stood. Seconds later, he had run up to Dan Chong and Baekhyun and asked, "Deputy Head, did you see everything?" Dan Chong smiled with narrowed eyes. "Yes, it seems you've mastered the body technique." Baekhyun then asked, "Are you Bongak's Tin Combat Demon?" Dan Chong quickly introduced, "This is Baekhyun, Captain of Pong on a Bongak. Just call him Captain Beck." Hearing that, Yunseal hurriedly clasped his hands in salute to Baekhyun. Bu Yunseal greets the captain. Baekhyun replied seriously, Perfect timing, I happen to have something." Before Baekhyun finished, Dan Chong spread his hands to interrupt. No, it's just some unimportant words. Do we really need to say them?" Hearing that, Bu Yunseal stood silent for a moment, his face looking a bit sad. After a while, Yunseal said sternly, "It was all caused by your disciple. I will accept all responsibility." Baekhyun turned to Dan Chong. It seems he heard everything we said. Dan Chong had nothing to say. He just scratched his head and stared at the ground. The young man continued, "Please forgive me, for I used the wild beast path's hard eye inadvertently." Baekhyun exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't the non-destruction hard eye a technique to expand perception through still-state vibrations? How could you use it while performing the body technique?" Bu Yunseal hurried to explain, "Yes. While performing the body technique, I try to invoke the wild beast path in response to the ripples on the water." Dan Chong smiled and whispered to Baekhyun, "Always like this, astonishing, isn't it?" Baekhyun was so stunned he stammered, "Indeed," and Baekhyun's hand unconsciously clenched. He said solemnly, "If he's a genius of this caliber, maybe we should try trusting this child once." Dan Chong flinched in shock. "You mean let him go to the demonic hall and take that ridiculous test? That's a dirty trick meant to kill the boy. The demonic hall's purpose is only to save face for White Horse Saw's leader after losing his son. They probably don't intend to kill the boy. That's why they chose the demonic hall for the test, not White Horse Saw or Hua Sword Sect." Baekhyun explained that if we refuse this request, so many things will happen that even the reclusive Nanya leader would have to step out. Dan Chong worriedly replied that even so, they can't let some inexperienced kid. While the two were arguing, Bu Yunseal stood aside and declared, "I will go." Dan Chong was stunned and blurted, "Yunseal," interrupted, "I will go to the demonic hall." As the captain said, "What they want is face. If they kill an inexperienced lad like me, wouldn't that be a loss of face? Moreover, as a disciple of Nanya Pavilion, I do not want to avoid a battle that has come looking for me." Baekhyun agreed. "You're right. This was going to happen anyway. We should comply this time, so they can't make trouble anymore." Hearing that, Deputy Head Dan Chong's face darkened, and he said coldly, "If you pass the test, make them promise that White Horse Saw's leader and Hua Sword Sect will not pursue the matter further." With that promise in place, I permit Nanya Pavilion disciple Bu Yunseal to take the test. Yunseal clasped his hands firmly and replied clearly, "I understand." Cut to the next day. Bu Yunseal, neatly dressed, walked to the gate of Nanya Pavilion, glancing inside with a nostalgic look. "The first time I came to the demonic hall, I was a chant master who knew nothing of martial arts. But now I come to the demonic hall as the successor of Nanya Pavilion." The guide led him to a building and said, "This is the 10,000 Records Hall, known as the brain of the demonic hall. Inside, people from the hall will guide you." Looking up at the sign, Yunseal clenched his hands and thought, 10,000 Records Hall, a place comparable to the central command of the Martial World Alliance, responsible for the demonic hall's operations and strategy. Here, I will find out what the test I'm about to face is. As the door opened, Bu Yunseal's face froze in surprise at what he saw inside. He stood dumbstruck, murmuring, "This is..." The scene shifts to the study of the Wan Beck Hall Master, where a flickering lamp illuminates a space overflowing with books and scroll racks. A middle-aged man sits with full dignity at the table, while a young man stands beside him cradling several scrolls with an air of deep respect. The young man lightly closes his eyes and announces, "Bu Yunseal of Nanya Pavilion has arrived." Moments later, Bu Yunseal strides in, clasps his hands in salute, and speaks respectfully. Disciple of Nanya Pavilion, Bu Yunseal pays respects to the Wan Beck Hall Master. The man is none other than Beck John Cheon, the Wan Beck Hall Master. He places a hand on his chest and smiles serenely. I am Beck John Shion. Your bearing truly exceeds the rumors. Beck John Shion taps his fingers on the table, the sound echoing in the silent room, then speaks. You must have heard the story already, right? With the current situation, our demonic hall is also in quite an awkward spot. We can no longer keep ignoring the demands from the 10 sects of the demon path. Bu Yinseal startles slightly and asks in surprise, are the demonic hall and the 10 sects of the demon path not two independent institutions? Beck John Shion curls his lips in a smile, as if unsurprised. Even this wasn't reported by Nanya Pavilion? As usual, you all seem indifferent to the shifts in the martial world. In fact, the demonic hall is a coalition of factions within the demon path, established together by the 10 sects of the demon path. The two are inseparable entities, yet they cannot be merged into one. Typically, the position of demonic hall master is held by someone from the 10 sects, but the current master did not come from them. Moreover, not every faction within the demon path holds goodwill toward the demonic hall. Hearing this, Bu Yinseal nods slightly and sinks into thought. So the demonic hall master and the 10 sects only maintain a loose cooperation. Unsurprisingly, many factions probably dislike the demonic hall as well. Beck John Shion continues, his gaze growing more solemn. Honestly, the 10 demon successor plan only claims to be about finding heirs. Its real purpose isn't to choose a successor for the 10 sects. It's actually a scheme to create 10 blades, living weapons designed specifically to deal with the righteous masters of the martial world's light. In other words, the 10 Demon Successor Contest is a private initiative started by the Demonic Hall with the goal of confronting the righteous forces directly. At first, the 10 sects had decisively refused to participate, but after persistent pleas from the Demonic Hall, they reluctantly agreed to send disciples. However, an unfortunate incident occurred during the contest. The expression on Beck John Shion's face suddenly grows heavy. His eyes flash with solemnity. The once promising heir of the afterglow of the 10 sects, someone in whom many hopes were placed, ultimately met their end at your hands. For various overlapping reasons, the Demonic Hall is now in a position where it must find a way to appease the 10 sects. And that's precisely why you were summoned here. It's called a trial, but in essence it's a punishment. And yet you still dared to come. Bu Yinseal does not hesitate and replies decisively, yes. Beck John Shion raises an eyebrow, showing clear interest. He props his hand on the table and fixes his gaze on the other. It seems you have steel-clad resolve. Bu Yinseal calmly clasps his hands together. His voice is composed yet utterly resolute. Yes. Whatever the trial may be, I am ready to accept it. After a moment of contemplation, Beck John Shion's face shows a hint of admiration. Very well. I have said too much. Let's get straight to the main matter. Because of this incident, Hua Wu Sword School and White Demon Temple have granted you a special favor. Hearing this, Bu Yinseal cannot hide his surprise and asks, a special favor? Beck John Shion smiles and explains leisurely, it is the right to enter the martial arts archive, also called the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion. For one day, he takes out a wooden token and continues. This is the Golden Yuan token, which allows you to enter the 10,000 Demon Pavilion. However, you are only permitted to operate on the first of its 3 floors. Although the first floor has the lowest rank, it still stores the essence of over 25,000 kinds of demonic sex scriptures. For you, this is already no small privilege. Beck John Shion pauses briefly, his tone turning serious. And in other words, the chance of you passing this trial is almost non-existent. That is precisely why they granted this small favor first, to avoid later gossip. The content of the trial, they set forth, is that you must withstand 5 moves from a master chosen by White Demon Temple. Handing the token into Bu Yinseal's hand, Beck John Shion smiles faintly and continues. At the 10 Demon Successor contest, the Grand Instructor even agreed to give up his position as Hall Master just to grant you the chance to be chosen. Although I pressed him many times for the reason behind that decision, he only replied that you would soon understand everything. I truly hope this time I'll be able to grasp his implication. After the conversation with Beck John Shion ends, Bu Yunseal steps out of the study. After only a few steps, the protagonist's gaze suddenly freezes as he recognizes a familiar figure. A man is approaching, and none other than Jean Gak. Bu Yunseal cannot hide his surprise and calls out, "Instructor Jean." Jean Gak looks equally astonished to see Bu Yunseal and calls back, "Bu Yunseal, I've heard the news. You're here to take the trial, right?" Bu Yunseal nods calmly and replies, "Yes, but I'm not sure why the instructor is here." Jean Gak turns his face to the right, his gaze distant. "I came to Wan Beck Hall for a few personal dealings. On Hell Island, I served as the Grand Instructor's assistant, handling affairs on behalf of the Wan Beck Hall Master when he was absent." Bu Yunseal nods slightly, replying in surprise, "I see, so that's why." Seeing the token in Bu Yunseal's hand, Jean Gak points at it and asks, "Are you heading to the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion to prepare for the trial?" Bu Yunseal quickly looks down at the item and nods. "Ah, yes, that's right." Jean Gak strokes his chin, contemplative for a moment, then speaks with hidden meaning. Consider it fate. I'll give you one piece of advice. The Jianghu is full of hidden dangers. There is absolutely no such thing as a favor falling from the sky, and if there is one, it's usually concealing some deep plot. Their allowing you into the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion is no exception. Gently patting Bu Yunseal's shoulder as if to convey a deeper message, Jean Gak continues, "Surely that place will hide opportunities for you to turn danger into safety. Remember this well, a branch must come from its root. Carve this saying into your heart and do your utmost." Bu Yunseal clasps his hands and bows his head in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance." Jean Gak smiles lightly. "All right, I hope you achieve good results." The scene cuts to the next day. Bu Yunseal stands before a cavern deep inside a silent stone mountain. Standing before the dark entrance, Bu Yunseal glances up at the plaque on the rock wall and thinks to himself, "This is the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion, a place that preserves the traces of 1,000 years of cultivation." The massive stone door slowly shifts, producing deep, heavy sounds. As he steps inside, Bu Yunseal is immediately overwhelmed by the sight. Towering wooden shelves stand packed like a maze reaching the cavern ceiling. Between the aisles, a few figures are absorbed in searching and studying martial manuals. His eyes widen in astonishment, and an involuntary whisper escapes his throat. This can't be an ordinary archive. Are all those things stacked on the shelves martial manuals? Bu Yunseal glances to the right and drifts into thought. Let's see then. He approaches a bookshelf and pulls out a volume to read. After finishing that book, he takes another one, because of course curiosity didn't pack its bags and leave. Before long, he had amassed a stack of books several dozen thick in his hands. After a while of sitting and reading, a look of disappointment began to show on his face. Closing the book, he muttered, "This is a real trap. Although these manuals are excellent, none can be mastered in a single short day. If I greedily chase one thing then another, I'll end up learning nothing and wasting precious time. This is clearly a calculation aimed at exploiting my precarious situation." Hua Wu Sword School and White Demon Temple really did use a very clever trick to distract me. At that moment, Jean Gak's admonition rang in his head. Don't waver. Find opportunity within danger. Amid the maze of books, Yunseal continued to walk on, his gaze sweeping every shelf, while a question echoed in his mind. A branch grows from a root. So what is my root? Suddenly, a thought like a lightning bolt flashed through his mind, making Yunseal's eyes widen in astonishment. Could it be? Instantly, he shot off like an arrow, dashing along the aisles of shelves. His eyes kept scanning each book as he searched, moving from one shelf to another, then to a few more shelves, but the result was only prolonged disappointment. Running and searching, impatience rose within him as he thought of all these things. Finally, he suddenly stopped in front of a bookshelf and, without hesitation, reached out and pulled out a volume. His eyes skimmed quickly across the book's cover. After reading the words there, he couldn't hide his overwhelming joy as if he'd found treasure. Whispering, "Nangya's decisive matters are indeed the martial arts of Bongak." He hurriedly opened to the first pages and immersed himself in study. But when he flipped to about the middle of the manual, Yunseal's expression tensed. He froze, his whole body stiff, upon discovering a strange object wedged between the pages. The scene shifts to an early morning. As pale sunlight streams over the demonic hall's grand martial arena, the elders have gathered in full. The atmosphere today is unusual, solemn yet tense, because this is the day of the exam that could decide a person's fate. From the main gate, Bu Yunseal walked in, his posture straight in a form-fitting jet-black outfit that hugged his lithe frame, the sword at his hip gently swinging with his steps and reflecting cold shafts of light. His hands clenched so tight his knuckles turned white, not from fear, but as proof of a burning resolve. His face exuded steady confidence, his deep black eyes seeming able to pierce through all suspicion without a tremor. On the judge's platform, 4 men sat in separate chairs, each with a different temperament, age, and bearing. One with white hair and sharp eyes that seemed to see souls, another muscular, with high cheekbones emanating chill, the third in a blue robe, scholarly and learned, and the last wearing light armor, outwardly imposing. They all watched silently, towering like unmoving mountains. Bu Yinseal stepped forward from a back, looking more solemn today than usual. He came before the 4 judges and lightly clasped his hands and bowed. The simple gesture conveyed absolute respect to those who held the power to decide his future. One man among the judges spoke in a deep voice, breaking the silence. "Are you Bu Yunseal, disciple of Nanya Pavilion?" He leaned forward slightly, eyes sharp as a hawk. "I am Gok Gyobong, currently in the rear chamber of the Elders' Hall. Today I have come to preside over your test." He gestured to the person beside him and introduced, "This is Yuan Song from Hua Wu Sword School, currently in charge of the Secret Imagery Division at this hall." Then he pointed to the third person, saying, "And this is Nunggak from Nanya Pavilion, who leads the Hyan Hyan Hall, Master Lang." Lastly, the remaining person is Go Gun Pyong, originally from the White Demon Temple, currently in charge of the White Dragon Squad as High Squad Leader. The atmosphere grew heavier as Gok Gyobong explained the origin. This matter arose at the request of White Demon Temple and Hua Wu Sword School. White Demon Temple wants to assess your qualification to become one of the 10 battle demons, while Hua Wu Sword School believes you received an unacceptable favor. His gaze shifted to you Unsung for confirmation. If that child passes this test, White Demon Temple and Hua Wu Sword School will drop the old issue, correct? Yuan Sung smiled, his face calm. "Yes." Go Gun Pyong also nodded, his voice hard. "We will do so." With the consent of all 3, Gok Gyobong raised his hand and snapped his fingers once, the click echoing across the arena. Then the test begins. The moment the declaration ended, Go Gun Pyong slammed both hands down on his chair, making it shake. Veins stood out on the back of his hands, muscles taut as if ready to tear the air apart. He slowly descended the stone steps from the high stand, each step radiating an invisible pressure that made many disciples unconsciously swallow. Facing him, Bu Yinseal's hand tightened on his sword hilt, his eyes flashing high alert. His heart beat faster, not from fear, but because his focus had been raised to the absolute. When the two stood opposite each other, Bu Yinseal drew his sword from its scabbard. The blade flashed a cold silver, reflecting his increasingly resolute figure. Go Gun Pyong raised his right hand, his left gripping the right wrist, his deep, cold voice carrying an invisible killing intent. 5 moves. He tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowed dangerously. "If you can withstand 5 moves, you pass." Having spoken, his right arm lifted to face level, his gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping straight at Bu Yinseal. Instantly, a burst of chi exploded around Go Gun Pyong, spiraling like a whirlwind and billowing his cloak. A white cloth cord wrapped around his right arm began to tremble, then slowly unwound as if it had a life of its own. Go Gun Pyong's eyes half closed for a moment, the cold reminder replaying in his head. In this test, take Bu Yinseal's head. A gloomy thought echoed within him. Although the Lord of White Demon Temple asked me to take his life, he's still just a child, and we must preserve Nanya Pavilion's face. Finally, he concluded, lowering his voice as if speaking to himself. Or on the 5th move, maim his hands. That will do. A fierce, murderous intent flared in his eyes, and with a whoosh, he sent the cloth cord flying straight at Bu Yinseal. Bu Yinseal couldn't help but be inwardly amazed. The attacker hadn't even visibly moved. So fast. The weapon lunged like a giant white serpent. At that moment, Bu Yinseal sprang into the air, his body twisting slightly to dodge. The ground beneath his feet immediately split where the cloth struck, dust flying in a cloud. Such force was hardly fitting for testing child. On landing, he stumbled slightly and glanced back at where he'd stood. The ground there had been gouged into a small crater by the attack. Cold sweat began to bead at his temples, his sharp eyes drilling into his opponent. He retracted the weapon, murmuring softly as if proclaiming a deadly ritual. First strike, white demon heart Caesar. Opposite him, Go Gunpyeong's weapon coiled nimbly back around his arm like a spiritual serpent curling up. His eyes narrowed, his face betraying surprise. He hadn't expected the opponent to have such a solid foundation. At first glance, the weapon looked as flimsy as a strip of cloth, but in truth, it was a flexible sword made by linking countless small metal pieces with agile joints. This structure allowed it to extend and retract at will and to neatly coil around his arm in an instant. It was an exquisitely crafted weapon that made one's skin crawl. Giving his opponent no second to rest, Go Gunpyeong spun his wrist and launched the weapon again. The sound of wind slicing through the air whistled overhead, accompanied by his deep, cold voice. Next move, whoosh, whoosh, the screeches echoed. This time the weapon extended farther, unfurling like a giant white serpent breaking free from its cocoon. It stretched to its limit, coiling in midair, then suddenly stabbed forward at a speed that left onlookers no time to react. Bu Yinseal gritted his teeth, his cold eyes honing in with laser focus. It's coming. But just after that peak moment of tension, his gaze suddenly froze. It was as if he'd perceived something hidden behind his opponent's move. He watched the incoming blades intently, murmuring, "Wait, could this be?" At the very instant the blades were about to strike, Bu Yinseal spun with blinding speed, sprang backward, and then immediately moved to evade. Though the spear-like blades were powerful, each thrust carried devastating force, able to pierce the stone floor. The ground kept shattering, exploding into chunks and sending dense clouds of dust rolling up. While running, Bu Yinseal glanced back to observe the razor-sharp weapon relentlessly pursuing him. Mud and earth flew everywhere, columns of dust rising with each of his steps, creating the impression of an invisible beast hunting him. Across the field, Go Gunpyeong twitched a smile of surprise, mumbling in a cold yet slightly admiring tone. Second move, white demon descent of spirits. Then he frowned as he noticed something. Recognizing a feint, it seemed he'd truly trained in beast methods after all. The weapon coiled around his arm vibrated, metal segments clinking together with ominous sounds. Go Gunpyeong adjusted his breathing, thinking silently, but from now on, you'd better be more careful. His face darkened. Every feature turned chillingly sharp. His right arm, raised high, extended the weapon to its full length, emitting a silvery gleam like cold moonlight slicing through night. He shouted, his voice ringing like metal striking metal. Third move, white demon illusion torrent. Almost instantly, the sky darkened as countless sword auras poured down like a rain of death. They were so dense, there wasn't a gap to be found, making it impossible to tell real from fake. White streaks flashed in the air like phantoms, flickering and vanishing. Bu Yinseal looked up, eyes wide. At this rate, he couldn't distinguish illusion from reality. He ground his teeth, his voice dropping. If that's the case, dodge them all. He leaned and dashed with a speed far beyond normal limits. The rain of blades slammed into the ground with thunderous crashes. Each impact shattered the earth, dust billowing up in layered waves. Go Gunpyeong stood upright, his right hand still raised, his gaze as sharp as a blade, showing no emotion. But a few seconds later, a slight tremor flickered across his eyes. Click, click! Drops of fresh blood fell to the floor, spreading into tiny red spots. From the dust cloud, Bu Yinseal emerged, his breathing a bit heavy, with only a few minor cuts on his arm and shoulder. He raised his sword, point aimed at Go Gunpyeong, his gaze steady and unwavering. He thought to himself that he had to use his full internal strength and even the extreme speed technique to dodge. If this were a real fight, or if his opponent had thrown a few more moves, I would certainly be dead. Go Gun Pyong retracted his weapon, snorting coldly. I thought that attack might cause some fatal wounds. With this lot, it'll be hard to chop off his hand. He spread his right hand open, a spiral of white force coiling in his palm like a compressed vortex. The momentum surged. In a single breath, that coiled force shot forward, its power like a storm. Bu Yunseal narrowed his eyes, his face changing when he heard the declaration. Fourth move. Go Gun Pyong stepped forward, his eyes flaring with murderous intent. White Demon Heart Strike. Hearing the move's name, Bu Yunseal's worry rose. He couldn't block this blow head-on without sensing it. A memory flashed in his mind. He recalled the previous day in the Hidden Classics archive, picking up the manual and reading. I nearly spit out my tea. The book's title was the most outrageous thing. Wasn't it nothing but insults toward Nanya Pavilion? He still remembered those derogatory lines clearly. The fools of Nanya Pavilion act like they have 10 lives, teaching from the start a life-or-death blind martial art, especially the beast method, which they consider basic. He had wondered what on earth it was. But the latter part of the book revealed a completely different truth. Unlike the opening, the back half detailed the weaknesses of the beast method. Perhaps the author intentionally used insults up front, so only the patient disciples of Nanya Pavilion would keep reading. That page also stated plainly, the beast method is not omnipotent. Movement based solely on sensation is the instinct of wild beasts. A master needs to think beyond that. And the final line was the most important. Amplify the sensation when needed. Right now, facing Go Gun Pyong's fourth move, Bu Yunseal knew this was the moment to do exactly that. Suddenly, amid the chaotic fight, an endless black void appeared in Bu Yunseal's mind. There was no sound, no shape, only a depth of black like an abyss ready to swallow everything. Dramatic but useful. In his eyes reflected an infinite shadow, as if every sensation and thought were being amplified to the extreme. Back in reality, Bu Yunseal's legs launched on their own. Only one command pulsed in his head. Act immediately. This time he chose to spring off the ground proactively, turning his body into a decisive arrow. No longer passively waiting for the strike's outline to dodge, as before, his whole body tensed and instinctive reflexes were awakened to their peak. In the stands, Yuan Song, calm from the start, widened his eyes to watch more closely. Even Nung Gak, famed for being cold and statue-like, couldn't hide a flicker of surprise. Gak Gyo Bong, battle-hardened and seasoned by countless life-or-death fights, also arched an eyebrow. Bu Yunseal's reaction clearly exceeded that of an ordinary disciple. Yet the one truly horrified was Go Gun Pyong. He had a squint, his face showing impossible astonishment. White Demon Heart Strike. How did he dodge that? That was a secret finishing move, so rare, even within White Demon Temple, that few masters could evade it successfully. This truth made Go Gun Pyong's whole body burn, as if by flame. He let out a heavy laugh, his eyes flashing cruelty. So that's it. Heh. Now I understand why White Demon Temple and Hua Wu Sword School teamed up to eliminate a brat like you. His smile lengthened, cold as a blade. If you're a budding calamity, let's see the fifth move then. No sooner had that thought crossed his mind than his hand clenched. All the sword chi on his arm twisted into a raging white storm. He slammed his hand onto the ground, the coiled blade whipping the stone and cracking it. Immediately, the weapon shot forward like a spiraling arrow, whining with bone-chilling wind as it sped ahead. Only one notion remained in his head. This menace must be eradicated before it grows. Opposite him, Bu Yunseal's face had gone ashen. He stared at the incoming sword, chi moving at a speed beyond normal reaction. The blade had been aimed at the spot he stood, yet did not stop there. Just before impact, it suddenly changed direction, arcing and then pursuing him from behind like a creature with intelligence. Bu Yunseal felt a second of panic, eyes wide, cold sweat streaming down his chin. He pulled back with all his strength and leapt to narrowly evade. Hairline close call and a bit of dramatic flair. But the spear kept relentlessly pursuing, like a savage beast that had locked onto its prey. In that life-or-death moment, With the wind's whistle growing sharper at his ear and the point poised to stab him, Bu Yunseal thought in horror, "Is this technique chasing me?" Watching Go Gunpyeong's weapon refuse to plunge into the ground, and instead suddenly change trajectory, skimming the earth and precisely tracking the direction he was moving. Bu Yunseal was stunned. His heart felt squeezed by an invisible hand. A scream of terror rang in his mind. No way, this technique is chasing me. Across from him, Go Gunpyeong kept his gaze cold as ice. He focused on his weapon as if commanding a venomous snake hunting. White Demon Spirit Serpent is a move that stops only when stained with blood. He smirked inwardly, thinking your neck being split in two is only a matter of time. The blade drew ever closer, reflecting an image of death in Yunseal's pupils. He clenched his teeth, his whole body tensing to brace. The hand gripping his hilt trembled violently, yet he refused to let go, as if clutching the last fragile thread of hope. Just then, a streak of yellow thunder suddenly surged and coiled around the broken blade in his hand, flashing like a little dragon roused awake. No more dodging possible. At this point, Yunseal's brows knitted tightly, his eyes bloodshot with red veins showing. He ground his teeth and let out a guttural coo coo coo, then decisively swung his blade forward. His face darkened as he shouted, unleashing the peerless thunder art. Kong! A piercing clash of metal rang out, followed by an explosion of golden light like a lightning streaking across the sky. Yet the tiny white demon spirit serpent, no thicker than a finger but razor sharp, wasn't knocked back. It immediately slid along Yunseal's blade and continued forward with even greater force. When the two weapons collided, the recoil was tremendous, making Yunseal's sword vibrate violently. He twisted his wrist to parry, but his whole body still shook as if a giant hammer had struck his bones. "I've pushed the peerless thunder to the limit and still can only barely defend," he thought. "If this continues, there's only one outcome." A sharp crack resounded. The sword's hardness had reached its limit and began to split. Crack! Bu Yunseal's sword broke in the middle, and the white demon spirit serpent's tip immediately veered off its original path and shot straight toward his right shoulder. Everything happened so fast that Yunseal only had time to open his eyes wide in terror. Thud! The merciless blade pierced through his right shoulder, fresh blood spraying in an arc through the air like a stone skipping a still pond. A terrible blast of force hurled Bu Yunseal backward. His body lost control like a kite with a snapped string. Boom! He slammed violently against the rear wall, cracking it and blowing out a large section. Among the rubble, Yunseal fell, collapsing to one knee on the ground, mouth agape as he spat a mouthful of dark red blood. Right shoulder ruined, sword broken, body nearly shattered, yet the fire in his eyes had not been extinguished. With the last of his strength in his left arm, Bu Yunseal propped himself up and crawled forward, trying to reach the half-sword lying exposed on the ground. At last he grabbed it. He thrust the broken end into the earth as a brace and hauled himself upright. Blood streamed from his face, body, right side, and the corner of his mouth, yet he would not fall. His face was smeared with dust and fresh blood. Beneath tangled hair his eyes glowed bloodshot, like a demon risen from hell. He lifted his head and stared straight at Go Gunpyeong. Go Gunpyeong flinched briefly. This wounded opponent could still stand? He frowned, and for the first time his gaze wavered. The sword was broken, his right arm disabled, yet his fighting spirit remained unextinguished. What kind of monster is this guy? A cold thought ran down his spine. If he couldn't eliminate him here today, in the future he'd surely become a massive threat to himself. He ground his teeth and clenched both fists. He would finish him here and now, but just as he was about to deliver the final blow, another hand gently touched his wrist. "Sir Go," a calm voice rang through the air. 5 agreed strikes are enough. Go Gunpyeong froze. The newcomer was none other than Nungak, elder of Nanya Pavilion. The atmosphere, taut as a drawn string, suddenly settled, as if an invisible mountain pressed between them. He jerked his arm away from Nungak's hand. Go Gunpyeong frowned, his eyes darkening. He spun to glare at the elder and snarled coldly, "What is this attitude?" Nungak did not flinch. His face went cold, his voice hard as steel. If Sir Go did not keep his word, then Bongak would not continue the agreements made with the Demon Temple. The air grew extremely tense once more. At that moment, another voice suddenly interjected. Wait, the speaker was none other than Yuan Song. He stepped forward a pace and loudly accused that during the exam the boy had used the Peerless Thunder. The purpose of this test was to examine that very thing, so the result must be declared void. Nungak narrowed his eyes and cast a look of contempt at Yuan Song. Sophistry. What clause of this exam forbids using the Peerless Thunder? His voice remained unchanged. Moreover, the Peerless Thunder just now isn't a technique to be used carelessly. If Master Cheon were alive to witness this, he'd certainly be pleased. Yuan Song ground his teeth and hissed each word. Are you mocking our school? Nungak bowed his head slightly, his tone steady. Never in 1,000 lifetimes would he dare. Just now, Master Go unleashed the essence of White Demon Immortal Art, White Demon Spirit Serpent, and the boy used Master Cheon's very ultimate to counter it. If that's the case, and a branch of Hua Wu Sword School swordsmanship can overpower the core ultimate of White Demon Temple, then isn't it White Demon Temple that's deserving of ridicule? Those words were like a slap in the face. Go-Gun Pyong stood dumbstruck, unable to argue, and Yuan Song froze, awkward and at a loss for a rebuttal. At last he forced a strained laugh, covering his mouth. My concern is the relationship between Hua Wu Sword School and White Demon Temple. Two schools historically on good terms. Will this damage their ties? After all, this was a secret exam. Only a very few in the hall knew. This must not be exposed. Hearing this, the veins on Go-Gun Pyong's neck bulged. He was clearly furious, but forced himself to restrain it. Nungak turned and asked directly, so does that mean the agreement will still be carried out? Gakyo Bong stroked his beard, half closed his eyes, and replied lightly, of course. Then he solemnly declared before everyone, from today, Nanya Pavilion disciple Yunseal will once again be recognized as the Ten Demon successor, and the ban on sword use is officially lifted. On hearing the verdict, Nungak smiled faintly, a look of relief and satisfaction. He turned to Yunseal, his voice noticeably gentler. Hear that? You've worked hard. As a Nanya Pavilion disciple, you have done nothing to be ashamed of. But his expression immediately grew stern. Bu Yunseal still stood there, his left hand gripping the broken sword tight. His eyes gone milky while fresh blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. His breath was ragged, yet the aura he gave off was ferocious, like a wild beast driven into a corner. Nungak bent down to look at him and smiled kindly. All right, it's over now. He stepped forward and gently embraced Bu Yunseal, like a father taking in his utterly exhausted child. Now you may collapse. At that moment, Yunseal's body went limp and sank into darkness. After who knows how long, Bu Yunseal suddenly snapped his eyes open. He jolted upright, panting, panic in his eyes as he scanned the room. This was not a battlefield, nor a blood-stained arena, but a lavish, immaculate chamber of some noble family. Yunseal rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself, where is this? Why do I always wake up in an even fancier room when I pass out? He pressed a hand to his forehead, straining to sift through his memory. So what was the result of this exam? I remember holding on, but I can't recall the final moment. He sat in thought for a while longer, unsure how much time had passed. If I didn't pass, then what will I have to do? Anxious and unwilling to wait, Yunseal decided to sit cross-legged, put his hands together, and regulate his breath with cultivation. Immediately, a powerful current of qi surged within him like molten lava, so hot it seemed to raise the room's temperature a few degrees. Bu Yunseal was astonished, eyes wide. This was qi manifesting intensely inside his body. The internal force flowed so strongly he could hardly believe it. Something inside him was changing. As he regulated his breath, high old GM Gang's words from before echoed in his mind. Your elixir field holds the amount of internal skill an ordinary martial artist would take over 10 years to cultivate. Moreover, it's in the purest state of qi. Once the latent point is activated, your internal power will spike immediately. Remembering that, Yunseal froze. Could the latent point have opened during this duel? His hand curled into a fist. The qi in his body flared hot like burning coals, erupting violently as if about to spill out. A mingling of heat and cold rhythmically rose and fell with his breath, forming a very special vortex. Then Yunseal realized a realm he'd never touched before, the third layer of his ultimate heart method, the ultimate flame light. His heart trembled. This was the state cultivators call water fire non-invasion. Scorching fire cannot burn, frigid chi cannot harm. Could it be that heat and cold will no longer affect me? Yunseal frowned slightly, trying to feel the changes in his body, though it was still a vague sensation he couldn't fully grasp. As he was lost in thought, the chamber door gently opened. A graceful girl entered carrying a tray of steaming tea, its aroma filling the air. Her voice was soft yet formal. "You're awake, sir?" Startled, Yunseal hurried out of bed and fired questions. "Where is this? How did the exam end?" The modest girl set the tray on the table and, after straightening her sleeve, replied, "This is Zip Ma Huin, the residence of the Demon Hall's elder patriarch." Yunseal froze at the answer. Zip Ma Huin. This isn't the Medicine King's Hall for treating wounds. This is the private residence of the elder patriarch. A normal person might never set foot here in a lifetime. And yet I, an unrecognized disciple, woke up in their room. A shiver ran down his spine. Yunseal's heart pounded. Mention the Demon Hall's elder patriarchs, and even if one doesn't seek power, the martial world has heard their famed names. Blood Demon Jikbung, Peerless Demon Lord, one of the 3 demon sovereigns. Their existence is like a towering mountain at the supreme realm of demonic arts. Dare not look up. He swallowed hard. Why did I wake up in the residence of such an important figure? The girl smiled and bowed slightly. I'm Yunseal, attendant to the elder patriarch. He instructed that the young master be brought into the inner hall. Please follow me. Yunseal's eyes widened, his shock impossible to hide. The inner hall. Yunseal nodded gently. Her smile remained soft, but her gaze was very serious. Yes, it's where the elder patriarch waits. Yunseal's whole body stiffened. An invisible pressure seemed to squeeze his chest. Facing blood demon Jikbong. Is this blessing or disaster? After Yunseal's introduction, Yunseal followed her into the inner residence garden. From the first steps, he felt an indescribable difference. The space was eerily silent. Not the ordinary peace of the mundane world, but a silence heavy with pressure. Ancient trees towered, their dense canopies blotting out the sky, leaving only dappled light dancing on the ground. Yunseal unconsciously slowed his pace. Amazed at the garden's scale, it resembled a miniature martial paradise. Its beauty could intoxicate, yet to him it felt like a gilded cage. Half his gaze admired the scene. The other half stayed on high alert, watching every shadowed corner, every silent trunk, even winds that carried no human breath. After some distance, Yunseal suddenly smiled and said, "We're here." Her voice rang in the hush, making Yunseal start slightly. Ahead stood a simple but sturdy pavilion. Inside, an old man with silver hair and beard sat upright at a prepared tea table. Thin steam rose from the teapot, showing he'd waited a long time. On seeing them, the old man only tilted his head slightly, his gaze passing over Yunseal with no obvious expression or scrutiny. Yet the moment their eyes met, Yunseal felt his chest pressed by an invisible boulder. Merely sitting there, the old man's aura was enough to make others tremble. After Yunseal settled, the old man slowly lifted the teapot. Each movement was deliberate and precise, no wasted motion. The tea streamed into the cup with a slight ripple and immediately calm. He pushed the cup toward him with a friendly smile. "I heard you passed the challenge from Hua Wu Sword School and White Demon Temple. Congratulations." Yunseal took the cup with both hands. "Thank you, sir." Polite outwardly, but inwardly he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Damn, that was close. Could have been a real disaster. He raised the cup to his lips and sipped. The tea was pure and profound, though he only sensed it vaguely. Since entering the garden, every nerve in him had been taut as a drawn string. Seeing him drink, the old man asked, "How does the tea taste?" Yunseal set the cup down and answered honestly, "To be frank, I'm not very knowledgeable about tea. The old man stroked his silver beard and nodded. Ah, yes, I recall. You used to be an exorcist in training, right? I asked unnecessarily. He looked directly at Bu Yunseal and said, I am Jeek Bong. The moment the name was spoken, waves rose in Bu Yunseal's mind. Holy! So it turned out that this seemingly sage old man was the blood demon who once shook the martial world, slaying countless orthodox masters. If I hadn't heard the name before, I wouldn't have recognized it. Bu Yunseal hurriedly stood and bowed deeply. Nanya Pavilion disciple Bu Yunseal pays respects to the elder patriarch. Jobun Lola, a bit different from the rumors I've heard. His eyes carefully appraised Bu Yunseal from head to toe. Although you began martial training late, your bones are loose and flexible, so your foundational internal skill is relatively solid. Bu Yunseal immediately explained, when I was a child, I used to play hiding in a coffin and accidentally learned a kind of breath control technique. It wasn't until I joined Bon Gak that I realized it was actually Qi. Jeek Bung smiled slightly, as if he understood something, but the smile quickly faded, and the atmosphere in the tea house suddenly grew heavy. The Demon Hall will place you in Zip Ma Huin instead of the Medicine King's Hall, because I have a few private words to tell you. Bu Yunseal held his breath to listen. After you've completed your grueling training at Nanya Pavilion, come to the main hall. Hearing that, he looked up in surprise. Jeek Bung's voice grew cold as he continued. Although Nanya Pavilion belongs to the 10 schools of Demon Path, its system isn't sufficient to be considered an independent sect. In about 3 years, when you officially join the main hall, his gaze sharpened. I will report to the Demon Hall Master and recommend you for the ranks of the AM Thien Squad. Bu Yunseal was astonished. The AM Thien Squad, along with Thien Sat and Diet Han, are the Demon Hall's elite forces. Jeek Bung concluded, that path will be the strongest stepping stone for you to enter the leadership of the Demon Hall in the future. What do you think? It's an opportunity any Demon Path cultivator would crave. But Bu Yunseal replied calmly, I must refuse. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Jeek Bung's face darkened. Why? Bu Yunseal bowed his head to explain. Nanya Pavilion's training is a life and death journey. If my future path is already secured, I'm afraid I'll become complacent and thus never be able to train to Nanya Pavilion's highest martial realm. At first, Jeek Bung only snorted cold, but then he suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ah! His laughter echoed, shaking the whole garden. Bu Yunseal had to grit his teeth and endure. Blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth as a terrifying shockwave spread. The internal power contained in that laugh alone was enough to make his organs tremble violently. When the laughter died down, Jeek Bung said gently, wait and see how much you will mature in 3 years. The day we meet again will be that time. Bu Yunseal immediately understood the hint. Wasn't this a polite dismissal? He cupped his hands in salute. Understood. With that, Bu Yunseal left the garden, his steps steady, back straight, walking neither hurried nor slow. Just then a young man approached from behind and said to Jeek Bung, this is the first time I've seen someone bluntly refuse your offer, even though he seems to have the ability. Jeek Bung took a small sip of tea and replied, let's watch for now, to see which side he ultimately chooses. As for Yunseal, he keenly felt Jeek Bung's gaze following him from behind, cold as an invisible blade at his back. Though he didn't turn, Bu Yunseal knew every breath and movement of his were now under the scrutiny of a peerless demon lord. He absolutely refused to show any flaw or weakness. Only after his steps were completely out of the demon hall's domain did Bu Yunseal finally loosen his pace a little. His throat was dry, and a sharp pain suddenly shot from his chest. He coughed lightly, instinctively bringing his right hand to cover his mouth as his body hunched. The dull ache began to spread from deep within his organs, as if the aftershock of Jeek Bung's laugh was only now erupting. He had nearly died. Bu Yunseal a halit sherp. His mind replayed every tense moment just past. He had assumed the trials at White Demon Temple and Hua Wu Sword School were the peak of danger. Yet today, he found himself facing a peerless demon warrior. One wrong word or a flicker of hesitation could lead to unimaginable consequences. One tiny mistake and your life is over. Just then, a gentle hand rested on his back. Bu Yunseal's body froze for a moment, every nerve taut as a string, and his eyes swept back instantly into a combat-ready stance. Behind him stood an older-looking man with an ordinary face. His eyes showed nothing more than the sincere concern of a common citizen. He asked, "Hey, are you all right? Do you feel unwell anywhere?" But Yunseal blinked, only now realizing he'd somehow left the Demon Hall area and was standing on a familiar suburban street. The people, passing carts, and delivery calls formed a stark contrast to the suffocating, deathly atmosphere he'd just left. He turned to the man and shook his head. "No, I'm fine." The man nodded, offered a few parting words of caution, and went on his way. Bu Yunseal remained standing, silently observing the scene. Ordinary faces, hurried steps driven by the daily grind, familiar laughter and conversation. Everything appeared vividly before him. It had been a long time since he'd seen such peaceful sights, but precisely because of that peace, he felt a strange distance. Bu Yunseal frowned slightly. When had he changed this much, sinking so deep into a life he never desired? Just as that thought flashed through, his gaze shifted. In the crowd ahead, a figure stood staring straight at him. The look didn't hide or avoid anything, carrying a bone-chilling killing intent. "Someone's watching me," Bu Yunseal judged cautiously. He didn't stop or show any alarm. Instead, Bu Yunseal calmly turned and slipped into another alley as if unaware, walking with the same upright posture and steady pace, neither faster nor slower. Yet deep inside, all his senses were tightened to the maximum. On the way, his eyes remained watchful, discreetly checking behind via reflections in shop windows or long shadows on the ground. Priority 1. Get a weapon in hand. With that thought, he didn't hesitate and turned into a roadside weaponsmith. Inside, the forge blazed, and the ringing of hammer on metal filled the air. Seeing a customer, the smith looked up and greeted him warmly. Without beating around the bush, Bu Yunseal stated his purpose. "I'm looking for a weapon that can withstand heavy force." The smith smiled as if he understood. If that's the case," he said, pointing to a corner where weapons were lined up tightly. "Help yourself to any of these. Everything's 5 taels each." Bu Yunseal stepped closer, his eyes sweeping over rows of spears and blades, then paused at a sword sheathed in a deep blue scabbard. He hefted it and felt a satisfying weight and perfect balance in his hand. No extra words. He paid decisively and left immediately. Armed, Bu Yunseal didn't return the way he came, but chose a different turn toward increasingly remote terrain, the surroundings growing desolate and passerby becoming sparse. After walking a fair distance, he slowed his pace. A breeze passed, carrying the distinct scent of wild grass. Before him stretched an endless field of reeds, waist-high and swaying with the wind, obscuring all sight. Bu Yunseal stopped, one hand gripping the sword hilt, the other tensing unconsciously. Outwardly he seemed relaxed, but inside he was as taut as a drawn string. His voice was low but bone-cold, ringing in the silent expanse. "Show yourself." No sooner had he spoken than a strong gust swept in, parting the reeds to either side. A masked figure stepped out from the bushes and croaked, "Sharpa, you've got there." Bu Yunseal glanced quickly to the left. 2 more masked figures stepped out of the reeds, their forms flickering in the wind. He then glanced to the right, and 2 more silhouettes appeared one after another, forming a tight encirclement that cut off every escape route. In an instant, Bu Yunseal was completely surrounded on all sides. One of them raised his sword, the cold tip aimed straight at his chest, his voice deep and menacing. "Ten Demon's successor, Bu Yunseal." The air seemed to freeze as he continued, each word driven like a nail into the space. "Before you become the Demon Hall's scourge of the martial world in 3 years." His sword trembled slightly as killing intent surged. "I'll kill you right here." And yes, he really meant it. No refunds. At this moment, the assassins had surrounded Bu Yunseal completely. As the saying goes in period dramas, not even a fly could get out of an encirclement. Yunseal glanced at the assassins around her and said, "I don't know who you are, but I don't want to kill you. Sheathe your swords and leave while you still can." The assassins glared and answered arrogantly, "Ha! A dying person like you posing like that. There's no way out. You planning to talk your way out with us?" Bu Yunseal's gaze hardened as she looked at them, Then she sighed. Fine, no other choice with you lot. With that, the protagonist raised the sword he'd just bought at the market and slowly drew it from its scabbard, looking rather cold. After drawing the sword, Bu Yunseal threw the scabbard to the ground like a declaration. You're done with me now. One assassin sneered arrogantly. Even if you pull out a showy sword, that changes nothing. Your life and death have always been in our hands. Brothers, form the formation. Immediately the assassins began to move. They ran circles around where Bu Yunseal stood. Yunseal stood still, intently watching each of their movements, thinking to herself, they're starting to circle me, planning to strike all at once? Thud! At that moment, one assassin stamped his foot hard on the ground. Then he pointed his sword at Bu Yunseal and lunged to attack. The protagonist didn't hesitate either. He swung a sword to block the attack of the two assassins in front of him. At the same time, two other assassins from behind the protagonist rushed in. When one swung his sword, Bu Yunseal quickly tilted her body to dodge. Immediately, another appeared directly above behind her. He was drawing his sword back to gain momentum for a strike. Whoosh! He aimed a slash straight at the protagonist's neck, but luckily Yunseal slightly twisted her body, tipping her head all the way to one side to avoid the killing blow. His body quickly recoiled backward, letting out a snort, while the assassins didn't give him a moment to recover. Bu Yunseal frowned and glanced at the assassins, thinking, the attacks are relentless, a continuous chain with no gaps. Seeing them coordinate so smoothly, have they trained together for a long time? Their combined attack is formidable, but when viewed through the beast path, the gap between those masked ones is huge. You just need to target the openings caused by that disparity, and thinking this, Bu Yunseal stomped her right foot hard on the ground. Instead of defending, Bu Yunseal changed tactics and went on the offensive, cutting toward the nearest assassin facing her. One slash tore the assassin's body apart, blood spraying from him in a fountain. The assassins' faces went pale and stunned. They thought, have they found the weakness of the array? The 7-star ancient sword formation of the Wudang sect? Could the devil's disciple have taught these demonic heirs the method to break sect formations? Thinking that, the assassin immediately ordered the others to switch to the 3rd formation. Immediately, the remaining assassins changed tactics, moving in a different pattern from before. Bu Yunseal raised his sword to face them and thought silently. Changing formation won't help, you dogs. Because of the skill gap, the openings can't just disappear. What a bunch of pig-headed fools. With that thought, Yunseal turned toward the densest cluster of assassins. He lunged and swung a strike, immediately cutting down 2 assassins, their necks spraying blood everywhere. The one on the right couldn't even get a word out before coughing and choking. The one on the left was no different. His throat also gurgled as he coughed. One assassin broke into a cold sweat and muttered in panic, "Impossible." Those little devils from the demon sect spread fake news. They clearly said he couldn't learn any formidable sword art. And now he's cutting us to pieces without missing a stroke. Wadakon, Truliakon. On this side, Bu Yunseal flicked streaks of blood into the air with a swing of his sword and said, "It's not martial arts, my friend. Reconsider that." The protagonist's eyes were as cold as a death god's as he glanced at the remaining assassins and continued, "You should call it me desperately flailing to survive. You lose because in a fight to the death, you always arrogantly assume you have absolute advantage." Hearing the protagonist's analysis, the assassin finally had an awakening. He panicked, thinking we've always considered ourselves the hunters, seeing the enemy as mere prey, a little mouse about to be swallowed by a snake. Once caught, it's certain they'll be killed. Oh shit, turns out the prey isn't him, but us. On this side, the assassin's prey was now pointing his sword at them and said, "Then let's begin again, shall we?" One assassin muttered anxiously that this exceeded expectations. Better to retreat temporarily, report to the master, and reinforce first. Suddenly, as he finished speaking, his eyes rolled back and a sharp pain shot through his lower abdomen. It turned out his comrade beside him had plunged a merciless blade into his belly. The assassin who killed his comrade turned to the others and warned that there would be no retreat to headquarters. Turning your back to die is throwing away your honor. Hearing that, Bu Yunseal from the rear called out admonishingly, "Honor more important than life? You idiot." The assassin's face darkened. Angrily, he turned and glared at Bu Yunxiu. He proclaimed that demon-headed scum like them might not understand, but we don't sheathe our swords for personal glory. Then he punched his chest and declared like some lofty god, "We fight for honor." Bu Yunxiu rolled his eyes in weary disgust at that assassin and muttered, "Don't spout crazy talk, you fool." Then he remembered his grandfather in the coffin and added, "There's no such thing as honor in a coffin." Having said that, Bu Yunxiu unleashed a burst of thunder electricity around him. He darted forward from his spot and shouted, "Thunder electric unrivaled form." On Bu Yunxiu's blade, lightning electricity now crackled densely. The assassin's face drained of color. He couldn't believe his eyes. He only managed to shout, "Stop him!" before anyone could do anything. Yellow bolts of electricity slashed across the assassin's throats, while Bu Yunxiu's body had somehow already appeared behind them. The first assassin went rigid, eyes bulging, while those behind either lost their heads or leaned back as blood spurted from their necks like fountains. As for the leading assassin, a thin thread-like streak of blood appeared across his neck. Indeed, that was the cut Bu Yunxiu had delivered. It was so sharp that at first the assassin didn't even realize he'd been slashed, and then he was the first to stand, but also the last to tilt his head back as blood sprayed into the air. Bu Yunxiu stood there coldly covered in blood. Thud! The assassin dropped to his knees, his eyes vacant, yet with his last remaining consciousness he asked, "Bu Yunxiu, have you become a demon lord? Even if I'm a demon, I'll still curse you." Whether or not the assassin said that, judging by the protagonist's face, he wasn't intimidated by anything. The reed grass meadow fell silent again, as usual. The assassins had been reunited with their ancestors, leaving Bu Yunxiu standing there alone. With his face smeared in blood, Bu Yunxiu turned his head slightly and glanced at the assassins' bodies on the ground. An emotion rose in him. Truly a scene of corpses piled like mountains and rivers of blood flowing everywhere. Even though he'd left that island of hell, he still had to face such a massacre. The place where I stand is already a kind of hell, and I feel clearly that I cannot break free from the chains of grudges and debts. But this is also the price of the path I chose to take for revenge. This karma I must bear myself. Clop, clop, clop. Just then the sound of horses' hooves came thundering from afar. A voice rang out, making Bu Yunxiu start and spin around. A man sat atop a horse, pulling a carriage, rode up, and stopped. A man stepped slowly down from the carriage and set one foot on the ground. And the visitor was none other than Baek Yun. He dismounted, turned to the protagonist, and called to Bu Yunxiu. When Bu Yunxiu saw Baek Yun's face clearly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Captain!" Bu Yunxiu, sword in hand, his body still carrying the metallic stench of blood, his gaze not quite leaving the chaotic scene, was about to turn away when a familiar figure silently appeared before him. He froze, then hurried forward, voice full of astonishment. "Captain, what are you doing here?" Baek Yun didn't answer at once. He stepped forward and lightly placed a hand on Yunxiu's shoulder, seemingly gentle, but carrying invisible pressure. "Finding you wasn't hard." His low voice sounded, neither rushed nor slow, as if everything had been within his expectation. Then Baek Yun removed his hand from Yunxiu's shoulder and walked over to the scattered bodies of the assassins. He sat beside one corpse, his eyes sharp as he examined every small detail, from the wounds to the posture of the fall to traces left at the scene. He lifted the collar of one assassin. At the moment he saw the strange mark carved on the man's neck, Baek Yun's expression darkened. He then picked up that assassin's sword and slowly wiped the blood from the blade with a cloth, a careful, meticulous motion as if inspecting important evidence. Baek Yun narrowed his eyes. His face grew serious as he muttered, "This is complicated." Bu Yunxiu was startled and tilted his head, asking with some worry, "What's wrong?" In response, Baek Yun only let out a very slight sigh. "Nothing." The air suddenly fell heavy. After a moment, Baek Yun stood, brushed dust from his clothes, and said to Bu Yunxiu, "Let's return to the base." That evening at Nanya Pavilion, the sunset dyed the whole Nanya Pavilion red. In a quiet room, Baek Yun brought Bu Yunxiu to meet Dan Xion, the pavilion's deputy master. Dan Xion maintained his usual composed demeanor. He lifted a teapot and slowly poured into the cup, then pushed it toward Bu Yunxiu and Baek Yun, still wearing his gentle, customary smile. Dan Xion said, "You have worked hard. I've heard everything. I'm truly proud of you." Bu Yinseal showed little emotion and calmly replied, "Thank you, sir." Dan Xion continued, his voice showing genuine concern. "The trial must have been very difficult. Were you injured anywhere?" Bu Yinseal answered frankly, without concealing anything. "Yes, but I was treated by the old sect master." Before he could finish, Baekhyun suddenly turned in alarm and asked, "What?" Even Dan Xion could no longer keep his smile. He exclaimed in surprise, "You met the old sect master?" Bu Yinseal nodded. "Yes." He then recounted everything that had happened from the start of the exam to his meeting with the old sect master, leaving out no detail. After hearing it, Dan Xion finally breathed a sigh of relief. So that's why. No wonder Hua Wu Sword School and White Demon Temple accepted the result so easily. Unexpectedly, that old man took the initiative to act. Only now did Bu Yinseal realize the true importance of that figure. He couldn't help asking in surprise, "Is the old sect master really that great?" "I knew he was a powerful figure, but," Dan Xion explained slowly. "Within the Demon Hall, the Demon Lord, the old sect master, and the 10 Demon Dao schools divide power into 3 branches." Baekhyun added, "The old sect master holds a lot of power because it's where all the senior masters gather. And furthermore, old sect master Zichbang has secretly built his own forces." Dan Xion laughed heartily, his voice full of excitement. "Unbelievable that he called you in privately. So you must have done very well." Bu Yinseal thought inwardly, his gaze slightly darkening. "I see. This is more important than I thought." Dan Xion asked further, "So do you have anything to report?" Baekhyun immediately spoke up. "There was an ambush." Crack! The teacup in Dan Xion's hand split. He shouted angrily, "What?" Malevolent intent burst from him at once, making Bu Yinseal break out in a cold sweat. Dan Xion asked in a cold tone, "Who dared ambush our disciple?" Baekhyun replied, "The Martial Alliance. Based on the weapons and equipment, it appears to be forces of the Grandmaster, either the Thursday Fong Squad or the 5-Ant Squad." Dan Xion fell silent for a moment and then sighed. "I see. So they planned to pin the blame on the Grandmaster if things went wrong, but target a kid who just joined Nanya Pavilion?" Baekhyun narrowed his eyes. "Perhaps it's because of rumors that he's an extraordinary talent. They want to kill him before he grows into a major rival in the future." Dan Xion closed his eyes to ponder. The boy hasn't even learned any formal martial art yet. Yet the 10 schools, the old sect master, and now even the Martial Alliance are watching him. Fine. Heroes always must face trials. As Dan Xion finished that thought, Bu Yinseal spoke slowly. His voice wasn't loud, but carried clearly in the quiet room. "By the way, I have a request for Dan Xion." Startled, Dan Xion opened his eyes and looked straight at him. "What is it?" Bu Yinseal inhaled deeply. His gaze became more determined than ever. "I've heard of the Vanguard Squad. They specialize in eliminating those who intend harm to Nanya Pavilion. I want to join them to learn combat skills through real battles." As soon as he finished, the room froze solid. Baekhyun beside him widened his eyes and gaped. "Holy, are you crazy, kid?" He turned fully to Bu Yinseal, voice sharp. "Do you know what that place is? It's where the most brutal people in Bongak gather. Their captain, So John, has a very hot temper. She'd gladly kill any Nanya disciple she deems unworthy, under the pretext of testing ability." In that moment, the atmosphere grew suffocatingly heavy. Bu Yinseal clenched his hands until his knuckles went white, but his eyes did not waver. He looked straight ahead, voice firm. "It's fine. If I die from lack of skill, that's on me. I want to get stronger as fast as possible. And I think the fastest way is by observing masters in real combat." Baekhyun opened his mouth to argue, but before he could speak, Dan Xion laughed and waved a hand to stop him. Cutting up. It seems this time we disagree." Dan Xion looked at Bu Yinseal with obvious interest. "I want to trust this kid's judgment. After all, he's very confident." He continued slowly. "The next mission is at Wind Thunder Valley. I think it would be perfect to make you a temporary team member. Deputy Captain." Baekhyun still wanted to object, but when he turned to look at Bu Yinseal, he suddenly paused. His face was full of determination, cold, and composed in a way that didn't suit a teen who just joined Nanya Pavilion. Clearly, Bu Yunseal had thought this decision through carefully. At last, Baek Yun could only sigh in helplessness. He crossed his arms over his chest, voice laced with irritation. If you have decided that, I'll notify Sojon. Dan Shion smiled with narrowed eyes and waved his hand casually. Proceed. Ha ha ha. Cut to Van Ton Inn. Space within the guest room was instantly torn by an angry woman's shout. What? You wanted to send that brat to Wind Thunder Valley? A fierce woman slammed her hand on the table and pointed at the person opposite, shouting, Do you think I'm a babysitter? Introducing the hot-tempered woman, Sojon, captain of the Vanguard squad. Sitting opposite her was none other than Baek Yun. He said calmly, This is a direct order from the deputy master. Sojon crossed her arms with a cold smile. Oomph. I'll go refuse him in person. No sooner had she finished than Baek Yun held up an item before her. Sojon fell silent at once. This is the heavenly mandate token representing the deputy master. Surely you understand now? He isn't free to argue with you. Sojon gritted her teeth and clenched her fist, pounding the table. She was furious enough to explode, but could do nothing. Baek Yun continued. Sojon, he's not the kid you think. He passed the tests of Hua Wu Sword School and White Demon Temple. But those words did nothing to soften Sojon's attitude. She squeezed the teacup in her hand until it trembled, tea splashing across the table. Then she tilted her head back and drained the cup in one gulp. Bang! Sojon threw the cup onto the table, leapt up, and shouted, Are your eyes all broken? I don't understand why you're defending that brat. She smiled coldly, eyes full of killing intent. Fine, I'll take him, but I'll test him to see whether he's worthy of being a Nanya Pavilion disciple. Far away, Bu Yunseal had no idea how much his fate had been handed over to a dangerous woman. Wind Thunder Valley, where wind and lightning collide and danger lies thick. The Vanguard squad where only survivors earn recognition. A so-called trial that is in truth a life-or-death battle quietly awaited him ahead. Cut to a place called Wind Thunder Valley. This is a sect that arose from a heterodox cult. Here, they train martial arts through extreme physical techniques and by altering the human body. For that goal, they even carried out forced abductions and human trafficking. So both righteous and evil factions shun them like pariahs. Nevertheless, the reason they still exist is that it's truly a naturally fortified stronghold, easy to defend, hard to assault. For that reason, even Nanya Pavilion's Vanguard squad hesitated to advance. Facing a cliff that reached the clouds, the Vanguard squad had assembled. The muscular second-in-command of the Vanguard squad stood with arms crossed and spoke. Compared to what we've heard, this place is pretty far. Really far, my friends. Someone beside him spoke up. It's troublesome. The problem is the strong winds. The winds are so fierce that crossing won't be easy. And there are guard posts too. If we reveal ourselves, the sentries inside will sever the bridge immediately. Any rash move now is just heading straight into a death trap. Hearing his words, Sojon frowned, displeasure in her eyes, and glanced at Bu Yunseal and thought, it's already a troublesome mission, and now we have to haul along a milk-mouthed brat as well. In the ranks, Bu Yunseal wore the Vanguard squad uniform. He stood at attention, silent in the formation, his face cold and expressionless. He may look quiet, but if he moves, plenty will be in for a surprise. So John turned her head, glanced at someone behind her, and asked, Jae-woon, is it possible? Meet your comrade. This is the Vanguard deputy, Jae-woon. Jae-woon produced two hidden blades pinched between his fingers and smiled slightly. Haha, you won't know until you try, right? The two small knives spun between Jae-woon's fingers like he was playing with a toy. Jae-woon's target was the sentries inside the lookout across the cliff. But wait, how'd he know how many guards were in that lookout from just drawing two throwing blades? That's uncanny. Whoosh. Jae-woon decisively hurled the hidden blades toward the lookout across the cliff. The blades flashed in the sun as if bragging about their hardness and sharpness. The blades streaked like bullets straight at the lookout on the other side of the cliff, tearing through the air. Whiz whiz. Jae-woon's skill was extraordinary. At such a distance, he managed to hit the narrowest observation slit of the lookout. But there was no cry or commotion, so everyone in the vanguard squad stood silently, watching for any sign from the lookout. As for Bu Yunseal, he stood wide-eyed in surprise, thinking, it looked easy just now, but it was clearly similar to the mind sword unification technique he'd learned from the Hua Wu sword school masters. Truly a formidable master. I wonder if he'd stand a chance in a one-on-one match? So John hurriedly turned and asked Jae Woon, done? Why are you just standing there? Jia Van looked at So John and replied, stop barking like a dog. The guard post has been cleared, but we should observe a bit longer. There could be hidden mechanisms on the bridge. Rush in, and it's over. So John said nothing, thinking to herself, I want to prevent any risks to my members. If so, having thought that, So John suddenly turned to Bu Yunseal and ordered, you cross it. Unlike ordinary people, the protagonist showed no surprise, fear, or grimace. He replied very coldly, yes, sir. The moment she finished, Yunseal headed for the rope bridge under the gaze of everyone in the vanguard squad. Standing at the cliff edge, below was an abyss so deep the layers of clouds drifted and the white mist completely hid the bottom. Above, the rope bridge writhed under the battering wind, shaking violently and twisting like a writhing snake. Facing the rope bridge, Bu Yunseal silently calculated that with such strong winds, he couldn't keep his balance by normal means. There was no choice but to use absorption's self-decision to anchor his feet to the bridge. No sooner had he finished the thought than Bu Yunseal boldly placed one foot on the first wooden plank. As he stepped, a force seemed to pull the plank toward his foot. Despite the ladder's constant swinging, Yunseal steadily counted his steps. 1, 2, 3, then to 8, 9, across that fragile rope ladder. Watching from behind, Jae Woon squinted and followed Yunseal's movements, exclaiming, I never expected he could use absorption's self-decision to that extent. His internal skill is pretty solid. Unlike Jae Woon, So John stood with arms crossed, gritting her teeth, her tone full of annoyance and contempt. Humph, that's all there is to it. Jae Woon smiled at So John and asked, aren't your standards a bit too high? But suddenly Jae Woon's face changed color as he blurted, that sound is... Jae Woon shouted loudly to warn Bu Yunseal. Danger! On the other side of the cliff, a rock shifted and opened a large panel, revealing 24 small holes inside. Immediately after, something shot out from those 24 holes all at once, as fast as light. Before Bu Yunseal, it now looked like a hail of projectiles was pouring down upon him. Yunseal looked up, his face paling as he thought, what the heck? Why are there so many hidden weapons all of a sudden? If they hit me, I'll be full of holes like a beehive. Immediately, Yunseal rose onto his toes, placing only the front half of his feet on the rope ladder. It turned out the protagonist quickly leaned back to dodge the incoming projectiles. But unexpectedly, another mechanism on the cliff behind Bu Yunseal activated. It was identical to the previous one. Immediately, it fired a volley of hidden weapons toward the protagonist's back. Yunseal's eyes darted quickly to glance behind him. Damn, what now? His right foot lightly pushed off the tip of his left foot to gain momentum. Sure enough, it's like some crafty trick. Yet Bu Yunseal managed to spring into the air, avoiding the blades that had zipped under his feet. Jae Woon was astonished to see Bu Yunseal perform such a secret technique. He marveled inwardly. In Jae Woon's mind, this footwork, stepping on the instep to launch an extra leap midair, had outsmarted the trap designed to counter anyone who dodged upward. But that's not all. Just wait and see. As Bu Yunseal's body landed while the rope ladder still swung, his brows knitted, teeth clenched. His eyes widened in shock as he noticed something ahead. Wish, wish, wish. Hidden blades from mechanisms on both sides of the cliff flew like lightning and pierced his body. If he died, that would be the end of it. Behind him, the vanguard squad members frowned, sweating as they muttered, God, at this difficulty, it's nearly impossible to avoid. Just when it seemed the protagonist was toast, the holes on Yunseal's body expanded, and then his body dissolved. It turned out Bu Yunseal had used an ultra-fast invisible art to teleport forward. What the blade struck was merely the afterimage he left behind. Yunseal shot forward and in an instant reached the edge of the opposite cliff. The vanguard squad members who witnessed Yunseal's impressive performance all gaped, mouths agape, and speechless. Yunseal dashed as fast as he could, his target the defensive lookout. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yinseal ran circles around the lookout, searching for an entrance. Opening the door revealed two bodies impaled with Jae-woon's thrown blades. The sentries who had been taken out earlier. Scanning the area, Yinseal thought to himself, there must be a device to stop that trap mechanism. He spotted a wooden lever that looked like the mechanism's trigger and guessed that it was the one. Without hesitation, he ran over and grabbed the lever with both hands. Using all his strength, Yinseal strained and pulled the lever toward himself. Immediately, the gears beneath the mechanism, which had been turning, suddenly reversed direction counterclockwise. At the same time, the mechanisms on the cliff face gradually began to close. Finally, they slammed shut and returned to their original positions. Bu Yinseal ran outside and waved, shouting toward the vanguard squad. I've stopped the trap mechanism. You can cross now. Now the doubt and contempt for Bu Yinseal's ability were erased, replaced by the stunned faces of So-Jon and Jae-woon. So-Jon ground her teeth and frowned, thinking, a supreme-level footwork that would shatter one's bones with a tiny mistake, yet he could use it freely in such an extreme situation. This brat, what on earth is his background? Their group continued onward to the cave, where stalactites were still forming. The sound of steady footsteps echoed in the silent space. So-Jon led the group forward into it. Jae-woon put a hand on Bu Yinseal's shoulder and started a conversation. Hey, I just saw your movement back there. Truly extraordinary. Have you mastered your master's extreme speed invisible step? Admit it. Yes, that's right. So-Jon warned. Jae-woon, don't make idle small talk. He added calmly, don't take it to heart. The team leader is usually stingy with praise. She was embarrassed to be mentioned. I told her not to babble, yet inwardly still unconvinced. Although surprised earlier, relying on that little skill alone doesn't mean she has passed the trial. Just wait and see. Soon you'll have to use that life of yours to prove how inferior your level truly is. She stopped before a pool inside the cave. This was the place. So-Jon turned and waved, calling out, everyone move out. One by one they all jumped in with a splash. Bu Yinseal asked curiously, what is everyone doing? He recounted it and suddenly remembered. You joined at the last minute, so you probably haven't heard about this pool. This pool connects to Pungnogak. Dive down and follow the inner path and you can reach the destination. But the pool is full of GM gang crystals, and just a fist-sized chunk can freeze an entire well. The moment you go under, members must circulate internal energy for a moment to protect their bodies from the cold chi. If they fail, they'll immediately turn into blocks of ice and sink to the bottom. So you should wait here. At your current age, this skill is nearly impossible. Deliberately trying is tantamount to self-destruction. His voice was oddly calm, it's fine. Seeing Bu Yinseal take a deep breath, Jae-woon panicked. Wait, what are you going to do? He firmly thought to himself, if I came here and was afraid to jump because I'm scared to die, then why even come? So Bu Yinseal jumped down without hesitation. His body dove into the pool. His eyes opened and began to observe. Bu Yinseal saw so many gigantic ice crystals. Could these be the GM gang crystals? However, he noticed something unusual. There was something very odd. Seeing the other members in pain, it was certainly due to the GM gang crystal's influence. For some reason, though he didn't circulate internal energy at all, he didn't feel the cold chi at all. Bu Yinseal raised his hand and glanced at his palm, which was radiating energy. Could it be thanks to the recently attained water-fire non-overlap realm that the cold chi couldn't penetrate? I never thought of this at the time. Unexpectedly, it could be useful in this way. His gaze stopped at a spot to the side. Bu Yinseal began to swim toward that place. Then he surfaced from the water, and upon rising saw that everyone was sitting up ahead. Bu Yinseal thought to himself, everyone is busy circulating chi and regulating their breath. He walked past where they were sitting. Some were amazed, thinking silently, could someone swim through that pool of GM gang crystals and remain so calm? Everyone glanced at Bu Yinseal with incredulous looks. Impossible. They all wondered the same thing inwardly. How did he do it? So-Jon stood to one side with his arms folded, observing. She thought to herself, is her internal energy so stable she doesn't even need to circulate chi? Such a ridiculous thing. Yet it seems the deputy leader's arrangements weren't entirely pointless after all. But there was still real combat ahead. So-Jon shouted, all right, everyone should be recovered by now. get ready to move out. Our target, Pungnogok, is right in front of us. Let's show them the power of the Spear God Squad. Everyone roared and surged forward with momentum. Outside were burly, muscle-bound opponents, their sword strikes slashing toward them. So John's squad charged bravely to kill the enemies. Bu Yinseal gripped his sword, preparing to face one of them. The blade of his sword was grabbed tight by the man's hand. Bu Yinseal's hand tightened on the hilt, refusing to yield. The blade slipped free from the man's grip and sliced down. The fellow wasn't dead yet, and exuded a dangerous breath. He swung his arm to strike back at him. Do you know GM Gang Force is made from medicinal ingredients and body enhancement? It seems they don't know what pain is. No matter how injured they are, they keep charging. How are we supposed to deal with these? Suddenly someone called to him, "You brat." It was Wangul who appeared, and with one sword thrust killed the GM Gang warrior. She snapped angrily. Too clingy, fall back. Bu Yinseal stepped back, not to obstruct So John any longer. Alone she swept through the enemies. Wow. Impressive. You dispatched those GM Gang warriors so easily? Bu Yinseal suddenly remembered. Right? I joined the Spear God Squad to observe the combat arts of masters in real battle and become stronger. From now on, in this melee, I will observe their sword techniques. His gaze flicked over each member of the squad. Bu Yinseal quietly memorized them and made them his own. The GM Gang warriors were being suppressed by the squad's ferocious attacks. Just then a man appeared right behind him. Bu Yinseal nimbly bent down to dodge the blow. He realized the enemy forces were surging in, but if it's just evade and counter, I can handle it with Beast Path and Extreme Speed Invisible. The Spear God Squad was dominating the Demon Palace's Dolima man, so even if I don't intervene, it won't affect the battle's outcome. But I'll use this time to observe how the Spear God Squad members fight and learn from them. So John drove a single blade straight into the opponent's belly. 3 others rushed up to attack at once. She swept her blade across, and the enemy's body shattered into pieces. Deep down, Bu Yinseal admired it. The blade technique in that one move had struck the foe multiple times. How did she do it? It wasn't like ordinary saber techniques. It felt more like swordplay, with many thrusts and twists. So he tried to imitate it, swinging his sword out. However, Bu Yinseal discovered it wasn't like that. I'll learn a bit more from her. He studied So John's saber posture carefully, and Bu Yinseal copied it exactly. Finally, a single stroke sliced across the GM Gang warrior's body. He realized, I get it now. It's not a fixed saber form. It's a variation designed to counter the enemy's attack. When swordsmanship reaches a certain realm, it is no longer bound by shapes and named moves. At that level, simply the way you hold the sword can produce brilliant techniques. The squad leader wasn't using any specific saber form. She focused only on the GM Gang warriors' openings and adapted her moves accordingly. One attack contained as many as 9 shifting sword paths. If I try to apply what I've just learned. So John finished up and turned back to look at Bu Yinseal, and she realized he had been watching her for a while. What's that guy plotting? Just as the GM Gang warrior lunged to attack him, Bu Yinseal swung his sword in response. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. 2 slash marks appeared on the GM Gang warrior, and fresh blood gushed out. Bu Yinseal noticed he could now create at most 2 slashes. So John watched this in astonishment. That kid, did he just grasp the one sword 2 strike from a single glance? That is the essence of my Kiamba Absolute Saber. It took me 2 years to learn it. Bu Yinseal thought he couldn't do any better now, but he had grasped its principle. So next up is, you switch places, I'll observe the deputy leader. Jae-woon had also noticed that guy. Earlier he seemed to copy the squad leader. Now he's moved on to me? The squad leader's Kiamba Absolute Saber is a saber style based on the Beast Path. He can copy part of it, but my skill uses throwing blades and the long cow sword. He won't be able to copy me just by watching. In a moment, he wedged 3 throwing blades between his fingers, coordinating with the hand that held his sword. Jae-woon swung his sword with one hand while accurately launching a throwing blade with the other. He smugly thought, see that? Bu Yinseal, you couldn't even dream of it. But this time Jae-woon was wrong. He was stunned to see Bu Yinseal's other hand holding a long wooden staff while the sword hand remained poised. Around Bu Yinseal were several GM Gang warriors. He imitated Jae-woon's exact motion from a moment ago. Watching the enemies fall, he was horrified. It was the two-handed heart technique, allowing different martial arts to be used in each hand. Most people would only pay attention to my use of throwing blades, But he wasn't limited by my weapons. He saw through the essence of my martial art. He glanced at the corpses and realized he had indeed tried to copy the deputy leader's moves. But the power wasn't there. This isn't something I can grasp so quickly. If not for the manuals I studied in the archive, I wouldn't even be able to mimic it like this. Bu Yunseal's gaze swept over them. Who's next? And he picked out another promising candidate. In Bu Yunseal's eyes, his swordsmanship wasn't flashy. He noticed the strikes delivered tremendous power, but contained a vast shock force. That power surged and cut toward the enemy. Bu Yunseal admired it. Who knew a simple move could unleash such force? I suppose just watching won't let me fully understand it. He stood there dazed, staring at the battle before him. Then Bu Yunseal even crouched down to examine the corpse. His hand even touched the wound, which made the other person puzzled. That guy, what is he doing on the battlefield? A look of panic flickered across Bu Yunseal's face. He seemed oddly pleased. At that moment a man was preparing to attack him. A sword for Bu Yunseal plunged straight into him. The Jiam gang warrior spat blood and went rigid like a log from the pain. A strike carrying powerful shock hit his abdomen. Surprise showed in his eyes, and Bu Yunseal had attained understanding. I get it. The moment he made contact with the enemy, he poured foot chi into the sword to maximize force. Having observed those he needed to observe, a cry of bitter rage rang out. Nanya Pavilion, you beasts! How dare you do this to us? I'll chop you to pieces. Jae-woon looked up and stared at him there. The newcomer was none other than the Pungnogok master. In the palm of the blade, Lord condensed a body of internal power. He let out an angry roar. The internal power shot toward them like a burst of fireworks. Taken aback, they could only block it with both hands. Immediately, they heightened their vigilance against the poison palm. So John quickly entered the fray and dodged aside. The two of them charged at each other for a life-or-death clash. A palm strike from the blade Lord's hand shot forth. She calmly swung the blade in her hand. The poison palm was chopped to pieces. The blade lord's body was also sliced through by those waves of force. So John still paid attention to him. Bu Yunseal, you've been watching us throughout this battle. In such a short time, you've grasped the essence of our martial art and reproduced it exactly. I didn't want to admit it and tried to deny someone who until recently didn't know martial arts. But at this point I have no choice but to acknowledge it. The Blade Lord clenched his teeth in anger at her tone. He felt insulted. How dare this bastard get distracted while dueling me? The poison palm in the Blade Lord's hand condensed again. Don't be presumptuous. So John pressed her lips and sighed. She warned, you still haven't realized the gap in strength, have you? He stopped so John's blade with his bare hand. Only then did Jiam Gang truly feel his opponent's power. She continued her assault, swinging out another blade. A gigantic shock hit, like a waterfall, and he was slammed flat to the ground. So John landed on the ground as well. She said, the Pungnogok leader is dead by my hand. They cleaned up the remaining riffraff and returned to Nanya Pavilion. Bu Yunseal was still dazed from the recent battle. A week had passed since completing the Merchant Guard team's mission. Upon returning, he resumed his apprenticeship in martial arts. Walking along the mountain path, Bu Yunseal reflected on recent times. Having witnessed and learned from masters firsthand, he suddenly wondered where he stood. Lately, he'd been so focused on quickly absorbing techniques that he knew nothing about martial ranks. His mind arts had just advanced not long ago, so he needed to systematize the subsequent realms clearly. A familiar voice called out, long time no see. He greeted Jiam Gang. Senior. The man happily stepped forward. I have heard of your recent exploits. Bu Yunseal remained grateful. It's all thanks to the senior's instruction. He laughed, observing the one he'd taught for 6 months. Jiam Gang guessed immediately. Just by looking, he knew you came with questions about internal arts, didn't he? Bu Yunseal was surprised. How did you know? Wasn't your aptitude basically zero? The man said. It's about time you hit that wall. When I taught you, I thought it would take 3 years to reach the 3rd tier. Jiam Gang smiled broadly. I didn't expect my prediction to be spectacularly wrong. Bu Yunseal quietly listened to Jiam Gang's words. Let me take your pulse and check your internal power, he said. Your internal power has surpassed 1 Hoa gap. The pure chi formed by earth absorption circulation is converting into extreme foot chi as your dantian activates. Bu Yunseal thought to himself. Indeed, my feeling then wasn't wrong. Jiam Gang got straight to the point. You want to know about the martial realms, right? The pinnacle is the realm past first rank, when body and internal power reach their limit. When one breaks that limit and touches the extreme of martial arts, it's called the super ultimate realm. After that comes the supreme heavenly realm. At the supreme heavenly realm, one can freely control body and spirit, escaping the constraints of internal power and the body's limits. Bu Yinseal was surprised. There are even higher realms? Please confirm, sir. To reach the truth of martial arts and enter a state of absolute perfection is called the Vu Guk realm. Currently, the Murim Alliance leader and the Demon Palace master, both known as the Orthodox and Orthodox Heavenly Emperor duo, are rumored to have touched that threshold. He had doubts. The Orthodox and Orthodox Heavenly Emperor duo, the two top masters of righteousness and evil. Really those two? He explained. Beneath them are the 3 devils and 3 venerables, then the 4 deities and 7 kings, all masters of the Vu Guk realm. But Yunseal realized the truth. He gained deep awareness and felt even more strongly how much he still didn't know. GM Gang continued. Finally, the highest realm is called the Heavenly Will realm. He explained to him. The Heavenly Will realm perceives the will of heaven and merges with the primeval chi. In the history of martial arts, no one has ever reached that realm. For you right now, that's still a distant story. Currently, your realm is at the early pinnacle because you've ed the 3rd tier of the Dan Chong heart method. When you reach the 4th tier, a protective body chi will form around you, and only then is it called the super ultimate realm. Up to the 5th tier, you can condense internal power and true chi into form, surpassing the super ultimate realm. GM Gang paused there, then continued telling him. At the 6th tier, internal power circulates endlessly and penetrates the body. At the 7th tier, you will escape the shackles of the physical. At the final 8th tier, you will gain the power of great nature and can intervene in the birth and death of all things. Bu Yunseal asked curiously, intervene in the birth and death of all things? The junior had no idea what that meant. GM Gang replied, I'm sorry, I can't explain the details well either, because I myself only reached the final threshold of the 5th tier. But hey, you're curious about those realms. Does that mean you've decided to step into the Jianghu? You wondered, how did you know? He countered, if not, you wouldn't have gone to the trouble of seeking me out to ask so many questions. Bu Yinseal confirmed that was true. From the Merchant Guard team experiences, I realized real combat is the fastest way to grow. So I want to leave the mountain and roam the world. He thought to himself that to find information about the assassin who killed his father, roaming the Jianghu would be more useful than staying in the Demon Palace. GM Gang smiled upon learning of this decision. He reminded him that to roam the Jianghu, one must understand. Go find Master Chiol. He'll teach you what you need to know. Bu Yinseal clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you for your help. He warned, the Jianghu is treacherous, storms unpredictable. Take care. He softly called to him. Senior, please take care until the day we meet again. Bu Yinseal returned to Wang Gul, the hammer's clang ringing in his ears. He watched him work with an expressionless face. The hammer kept striking the stone table. Wang Gul paused and responded. He turned and asked, what did you come to me for? Wang Gul placed a notebook on the table. Bu Yinseal picked it up to look. What is this? He replied, it's what you want to know. He carefully flipped through each page and sighed. Bu Yinseal's eyes widened. This is basically the state of the Jianghu, information and characteristics of the sex, biographies of famous masters, and it even records detailed notes on the number 18 demonic warriors. The content is too profound for an ordinary Wang Gul to know. How does he know all this? Wang Gul reminded him, read it all. At least you won't suffer from ignorance. After reading, burn it. He thought to himself that although he didn't know this man's true identity, with such an intelligence network, it wasn't surprising. But with an intelligence network of this scale, it's not so surprising. Bu Yinseal softly said, Wang Gul, may I ask one more thing? He silently waited for him to continue. Sitting at the table, Wang Gul spoke in detail, using bones and muscles freely to launch upward stabbing sword moves, and even had the strength to precisely cut the moving target's arms without missing by an inch. Added to that was the lethal butcher's toxin that causes flesh to rot and blood to fail. You mean he used hidden weapons and darts too? Bu Yunseo confirmed. Yes, that's right. He was curious to possess terrifying swordsmanship and still resort to hidden weapons and poisons like that. He frowned, as if vaguely guessing something. Wang Gul continued. Most likely he's a spy who doesn't want to reveal himself in the martial world. Bu Yunseo guessed. You mean he's not a master of the demonic path? He replied, yes, it's not that he used that technique because he's of the demonic path, but the odds are he used every trick to hide his identity. He pondered. So the culprit might not be a notorious master of the demonic sect bang, but could be a mysterious infiltrator. From now on, should we search righteous figures as well, instead of only the demonic path? However, according to Wang Gul, if all the traces he left were just to deceive, then how are we supposed to find him? Wang Gul saw his mood darken and called, Bu Yunseo, I have a proposal for you. Be back by dusk. You must return. Bu Yunseo replied, I want to roam the Jianghu. Dan Chong was curious. You're coming all the way here out of the blue. What's up? Isn't the experience at the Merchant Guard team enough for you? He answered, the experience at the Merchant Guard team was valuable, but I feel I need more real combat to quickly complete my practical martial training. He awkwardly propped his chin and said, I understand your intent, but even as deputy chief, I can't just let you leave at will. To leave the Jianghu, when you belong to a division or a team of this sect, you must get permission from the division head or team lead. Bu Yunseo continued, I know that well. What I want is to join the Q-Sat team. This purpose stunned Dan Chong. He grew angry, sprang up and asked, what did you hear about that? He answered honestly, I heard it from Wang Gul. Earlier he suggested I join the Q-Sat team. Bu Yunseo, the Q-Sat team is the unit that specializes in assassinations, kidnappings, sabotage, or stealing important resources. It's the team that carries out missions the Demon Palace won't officially acknowledge. This will be a good opportunity for you to achieve what you want. Bu Yunseo understood clearly. Given the current situation, investigating the murderer isn't easy. Conversely, joining the Q-Sat team, which does similar deeds, might uncover clues. He heard that there you'd be tasked with life-or-death dangerous missions, so you could also become stronger through real combat. Dan Chong disagreed. Absolutely not. That's where he interrupted. I know well what the Q-Sat team does. The moment you enter, your existence will be erased, and you'll have to undertake missions that gamble with your life. Dan Chong replied, yes, the Q-Sat team handles all the dirtiest business of the Demon Palace. Once in, you must erase your name and affiliation and operate without receiving any support from anyone. It's a place for criminals seeking redemption through labor or for those desperate for money. You're one of our number 18. Do you really want to become a member of the Q-Sat team? He had his reasons. He wanted to become strong quickly. If that path is the Q-Sat team, he's willing to throw himself into it. After all, the number 18 are just tools used to deal with righteous masters. If you can swing a blade without hesitation, the stronger the better, right? Dan Chong couldn't argue. As you said, most of the 10 great demonic gates intend to use the number 18 as disposable tools for their own ends. He emphasized, but our pavilion is different. I intended to make you my true successor, after all. That intention left Bu Yunseo stunned. He smiled and replied, I understand exactly what the Deputy Pavilion Master means. But precisely for that reason, I want to join the Q-Sat team even more. You still don't understand why? He explained, because the nature of Nanya Pavilion, as I've seen it so far, isn't about getting stronger under safe protection. Dan Chong fell silent at that. He sighed. Truly, you are impossible to argue with. There was no other choice, just 1 year instead. But Yunseo was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Dan Chong didn't forget to warn him that if midway through you reach a level you're satisfied with, you may leave the Q-Sat team and return at any time. He vowed to remember. I will. Dan Chong had a gift since you were already set on leaving the mountain. I'll give you something good. Right now your looks are too handsome and easily attract attention. And as the most noticed rookie among the number 18, hiding your identity when acting will be advantageous in many situations. Bu Yunseo left Nanya Pavilion and blended into the crowded streets. He was at Dongding Lake. Bu Yunseo's steps halted on the road. He now had a slightly different appearance than before. Bu Yunseo recalled that on the way here, before changing his appearance, many people had looked at him and whispered. Luckily, just before leaving, the deputy taught him the face switch bone change art. He looked up at the building ahead. This was the Q-Sat team branch in Guzzle. Bu Yinseal's hand lifted and gently knocked on the door bar. The door opened. He glanced at the scene inside, from the lanterns to the blocks of wood placed within. Bu Yinseal walked through the corridor flanked by bookshelves. He thought to himself, this really is a quiet old bookshop. Could this really be the Q-Sat team branch? A voice called out, politely inviting him in. Someone stood and asked, "What are you looking for, sir?" Bu Yinseal took a book from his chest. "I'm here to sell a book." The man held out his hand. "Let me see." He politely handed it over with both hands. The shopkeeper looked at the book's title. He pondered for a moment, silently estimated its value, then said, "The book is old. I'm afraid it won't fetch a good price." Bu Yinseal suggested, "Then how about trading for another book? What do you think?" The shopkeeper turned and called for someone named Mon. He ran out. "Apprentice," the shopkeeper ordered, "bring the guest inside to view the ancient books." Mon cheerfully led the way. "Please follow me this way." He led Bu Yinseal to a room, carefully shut the door, then slowly turned to look at him and introduced himself. "I am Mon, the person in charge of communications." Bu Yinseal keenly sensed the atmosphere had changed from before. He continued, "Members of the Q-Sat team usually call each other by code names for convenience. Your code name will be number 18. Choose a mission from the book, and I'll explain it in detail." Bu Yinseal flipped through that notebook. "This one is Zhang Mission 3rd Posting. Reward 500 niang of silver. Steal the Basan incense in Gajianjiren Gojiaksen." Bu Yinseal was curious. What does posting mean? Mon revealed it was the number of times the mission had been issued. Either someone had failed 3 times, or no one had accepted it for a long time, so they reissued it for the 3rd time. Bu Yinseal understood. Most were escort robberies, treasure grabs, or disinformation jobs, things that meant nothing to him. "What I need are real fights to temper myself and become stronger. There surely must be missions like that." His attention paused on a page. 9th posting. Yule grade 9th, posting reward 3,000 niang of silver. Secretly eliminate Suk Jong, Deputy Hall Master of the Blood In Heretical Sects, Soul Seizing Hall. Mon warned that one didn't need to look. Bu Yinseal was surprised. Why? He explained that the Q-Sat team's missions are divided into 4 ranks. At Bing, Ding, the closer to the top, the harder. From rank it upward, they're usually reserved for seasoned members with over 3 years service. Those top ranks are for the leading masters and are assigned rather than chosen. So among selectable missions, rank at ones are the toughest. Suk Jong is a master famed on the Jianghu for over 10 years. He's faced many assassins, so you absolutely can't kill him with a sneak attack. It's no wonder the price of 3,000 niang was offered. Bu Yinseal quickly judged this was exactly what he was looking for. He grinned. Mon frowned in puzzlement and glanced at Bu Yinseal. He closed the notebook. "Then I'll take this mission." Did he not hear what I said? With half-baked assassination skills, you won't kill him. Bu Yinseal tucked the notebook into his chest. It's fine, he thought. Wang Gul's book also contains information about Suk Jong. This is by no means an impossible mission. Mon glanced at him, thinking to himself, this guy. I warned him, thinking he was something extraordinary, but it turns out he's just a drama queen brat. In the end, he sighed and didn't bother to interfere. Mon touched the lantern cord. Robes and tools needed for the mission were on this side. Then he pulled the cord down, and a hidden door in the wall opened. Mon led Bu Yinseal inside. Weapons hung on the wall. He rummaged and grabbed a set of gear for him. Clothes and a sword were tossed to the floor. Bu Yinseal thought to himself, it's all old junk. Why waste good gear on someone about to die? Oh well, results will prove it anyway. He picked up the items and bid farewell. See you later. Leaving Mon alone in the room. He felt uneasy and sighed again. The shopkeeper returned and asked how things had gone. Mon waved his hand. He chose rank it on his first mission. He probably won't be seen again. The shopkeeper replied, if it's a rank it mission, he added it's to deal with the Black Snake sect Master Suk Jong. Mon was startled. What? Master Suk Jong of the Blood In Heretical Sect. Isn't that the mission that even the famed members of the Q-Sat team failed? He snorted, so boastful and reckless. I think it's a waste, so just give him some miscellaneous junk. The shopkeeper mused, wondering which sect's disciple would send that brat to the Q-Sat team. He'll just be another corpse for the Blood In Heretical Sect to clean up. Now Bu Yinseal was heading to Blood In Island. The Blood In Heretical Sect swiftly sprang from the Blood Sect, the foremost demon cult, rooted on this isolated island. The boat had landed. He thought that even there must be boats coming and going to ferry goods. Many people were loading and unloading on the shore. Shouts rang out, "This side! Move it here! What the hell are you doing?" Bu Yunseal blended in and apologized. "Sorry, it's my first time doing this work. I'll get it right away." Bu Yunseal used a merchant ship transporting goods to infiltrate Bloodine Island. Everyone was busy hauling cargo onto the ship. Commands barked, "Bring it over here, move it out. Come help here." A young man named Jae Woon replied, "Understood." Right away, in the distance someone was watching him. That person called out, "Hey, you there?" He turned back and answered, "Yes, sir." The other's movement made Hyen widen his eyes in alarm. The sword had been pressed to his throat. A small cut opened, fresh blood trickled down. He watched Hyen's expression. It's the reaction of someone with no martial skill. Isn't he an infiltrator? Isn't he an infiltrator? Then the sword was withdrawn, and someone ordered, "Call the doctor to treat him." A man hurried off to summon the physician. A few people came over to check on him. Hyen was taken to the doctor for treatment. While the doctor stitched with a needle, he cried out, "It hurts, hold still a bit." The bandage was tied around his neck, all done. Although he lost quite a bit of blood, the wound wasn't too deep. "I've stitched it well. In about 7 days, you'll be fully healed." And Giant thanked him. "Thank you, doctor, your skill is good." It nearly turned into a big problem. What luck! The doctor returned to his room and closed the door, revealing that Bu Yunseal had disguised himself as the doctor. He breathed a sigh of relief. He nearly got exposed, since a competent doctor's hands arouse little suspicion, and it's a profession welcomed by seafaring folk. Thanks to the face-switch bone change Art learned from the Deputy Pavilion Master and the Kai Myung Guido technique taught by Wang Gul, his disguise was perfect. He knew the boat would leave the pier in the morning, so he absolutely had to deal with Suk-jong tonight. Sunset gradually fell over the island. Then night descended. From afar, the lights of the ship crews twinkled in the night. Bu Yunseal quickened his pace, seizing every bit of time. A building appeared ahead. He stopped on a cliff to look down and observe. Is that the Bloodine heretical sect? Bu Yunseal glanced over the defensive layout below. There were a few people standing guard tightly. He planted his foot, took a run up, and sprang up. And before long, Bu Yunseal had landed on the roof below. He carefully hid up there, watching the men below. Bu Yunseal's gaze fixed on one spot. He made out that it was Suk-jong giving orders. "Good. Keep it like that." Bu Yunseal marveled, being able to sense inner power from this distance. No wonder he's the formidable master they're talking about. But how strange. Someone who'd survived 9 assassination attempts would so openly display inner power like that. It might be an enemy trap. He had to be careful. He cautiously dropped to the ground, eyes alert as he scanned around. Bu Yunseal followed Suk-jong's direction with his eyes. The place, smelling of medicine, seemed to lead to the Bloodine heretical sect's secret medicine vault. They said the secret vault lay in a subterranean chamber, so sounds wouldn't escape. Perfect for an ambush. Seeing him stop, Bu Yunseal panicked. Suk-jong stood still, showing no emotion. He hid behind a pillar, not daring to breathe hard. After Suk-jong walked away, Bu Yunseal finally let out a breath. He hoped he hadn't been spotted. Then he tiptoed down toward the stairs. Ahead was a room. The door was open. He stealthily pushed it and peeked inside, and saw Suk-jong opening a chest. Bu Yunseal drew his sword. Suk-jong was completely unguarded. This was a great opportunity. Finish him in one strike. His foot stepped on a tile. It sank, and Bu Yunseal realized he was in danger. From above, countless hidden darts shot down. He retreated and dodged. The trap had been sprung. Suk-jong didn't even bother to turn and said, "Honestly, you assassins are hopeless. It's as if you all agreed in advance to choose this exact spot to ambush. You certainly arrived at a convenient time. Did you know that?" In that chest was a head. He was about to draw his sword, and he'd even left precisely one space to hold your head. Suk-jong taunted, amused at how flustered you look. "You lot always do the same. Sneak onto the docked ship, lie in wait for a chance, then try to assassinate here. That's why I had mechanisms installed in this place. Foolish. Everyone keeps falling for the same trap." But Yunseal thought, is it the QSAT team's problem that they carry out missions without knowing one another's identities? Even if it's for mission secrecy, not sharing information only leads to everyone dying together in the same trap. He tossed down his sword. This assassin is quite young. Dealing with a brat like you doesn't require my pet fighters. Then he casually grabbed his sword from behind and lunged in. After I hack off your limbs, I'll savor the despair in your screams. He remained calm. A failed assassination didn't matter, because what he wanted was a dangerous fight. At that moment, the two swords clashed. The sharp blades flashed sparks. Suk-jong had to reassess his opponent this time. He flicked his sword up, forcing him back. Suk-jong judged. This brat has deep inner power. The swordplay you're using doesn't look like a normal assassin's. An interesting fellow has arrived, the Black Tsu blade technique. Bu Yinseal took up a stance, ready to counter. His slash shattered the opponent's emitted force. Bu Yinseal thought quickly. The sword form was simple. If one stayed calm, it could be deflected. But he prematurely rejoiced when a stroke actually struck him. Bu Yinseal was stunned. What? I clearly parried that. Suk-jong grew more arrogant and surged forward. Can't you defend? He kept closing in and launching attacks at him, and he could only struggle to block with his sword. Bu Yinseal found it odd. Strange indeed. Clearly he had seen a flaw, yet his attacks didn't target the weak points. If he had no intention of killing him outright, his feet shifted and he lunged straight at the opponent. Bu Yinseal's aim was reckless. He'd rush in to discover the principles behind his opponent's strikes. In the echoing room, the clash of swords rang painfully. Suk-jong praised him. Good spirit. Try to block this move. Left upper severing stroke. Bu Yinseal watched warily and saw the opponent's new attack, and in no time he had closed the distance on him. Bu Yinseal quickly retreated. The attack direction shifted in a blink. He seemed to have realized something. It was like that. Was it the wondrous illusion technique using faint moves? Bu Yinseal already had a plan to defeat this guy. So, he shut his eyes and began to steady his mind. Suk-jong, unaware, mocked and put on an air. Looks like you were lucky to recognize my technique as a feint, but you can't avoid it just by not looking. Bu Yinseal was certain no, he absolutely could. Though his eyes were closed, he could sense every movement of Suk-jong, because he had the wild beast way. Suk-jong's gradual approach was perceptible to him. Every one of his attacks was broken by Bu Yinseal. Suk-jong was astonished. This guy, how could he break my feint technique? While he was exposed, Bu Yinseal took the initiative to attack. His eyes were shut, but he could grasp all of the opponent's openings. Suk-jong was driven back. Both maintained a measured distance. This time, it was Bu Yinseal's turn to charge. He cut through the falling hidden darts. Seeing Bu Yinseal closing in on him, Suk-jong froze. Impossible. Only he knows. This guy had made two irreparable mistakes. One, he had given me time to find a way to break it. Bu Yinseal raised the sword in his hand. One downward slash of the sword. And two, his overconfidence led him to abandon footwork and guard. Suk-jong was horrified. This situation. He was blasted backward. Bu Yinseal seized the moment and lunged forward. Suk-jong was pulling out a whistle. At this rate, it's dangerous. He had to call on his outside crew, just as he was about to put it to his lips to blow. How could you possibly let this guy succeed? A single thrust drove straight into Suk-jong's chest. He coughed up blood. I lost at the hands of an unknown assassin. Bu Yinseal withdrew his sword, fresh blood spurting everywhere. The whistle fell from his hand, and the floor was flooded with Suk-jong's blood. Bu Yinseal stayed alert. No matter how skilled, a martial hero can't escape the lethal trap called carelessness. After that, Bu Yinseal began to withdraw. Over at the quiet old bookshop, the shopkeeper was sitting leisurely drinking tea when someone rushed in breathlessly to report. He replied, "Mom, what's the rush?" The messenger answered, "Have you heard? I've heard Suk-jong is dead." He was startled to hear this. The news spread and became hot gossip. Suk-jong, the Black Snake Sword, had been killed by someone in the Blood-Een heretical sect. Not an assassination, but defeated in a sudden combat opportunity. Some said his treasured sword was found shattered by a heavy blade. The swordman who'd roamed for 10 years. And yet who on earth could have done this? The subject of the chatter, Bu Yinseal, had returned. The shopkeeper hurried out to receive him. "Please come in, sir. You're back again early." He replied, "Because I like reading." He respectfully led the way. "Please come this way." Once inside and the door shut, the shopkeeper hurriedly asked, "Did you deal with Suk-jong? Is that true?" He pondered and couldn't figure it out. "How could you ask? Punda only helps arrange tasks. I heard you wouldn't ask further." He was embarrassed. "That's indeed how it is. I understand. I won't ask anymore. The fee is 3,000 yang. I'll give it to you by banknote, and a new mission will come in 3 days. That's all you need to know. A stack of banknotes was handed to Bu Yunseal, with one left over. He called after him, "There's still one more." He replied, "Take the money and go have a drink. Farewell." The two stood with mouths agape as Bu Yunseal's figure receded. Mon was furious. "That bastard! I've been disguised as a lowly clerk, and he actually took me for one." The neighboring shopkeeper laughed loudly. "Where on earth did that guy crawl out from?" He frowned in puzzlement. "Big brother," he instructed, "Mon, from now on, try to entice the number 18 to give emissions from 5 loads upward. If our Punda's reputation reaches the higher-ups, our brothers might just escape this damned hole." 6 months later, on the busy, bustling streets, Mon greeted him warmly as he arrived. "Who's this, I wonder?" The two hurried out to welcome him. "The pillar leader of number 18 from our Akiang branch has arrived. This time you'll have your hands full handling an important mission. Thanks to you, the bookshop's business keeps booming." Bu Yunseal realized, "I came to receive a new assignment. It seems he has more to say." He waited silently for the shopkeeper to speak. He got straight to the point about number 18. "Lately, the upper ranks have been paying close attention to your abilities, so they've sent a direct assignment from above for you." "Bu Yunseal, you'd like to know the details," he replied. "Escort a VIP to Nakiang for a tour." "You were about to leave." "I refused." Mon hurriedly interjected, "Wait a moment," and he tugged on Bu Yunseal's sleeve, then counseled him. "The pay for this job is set at the level of an armor contract. Just the money alone is 10,000 niang per day." Bu Yunseal reminded him, "You know I don't need money." The shopkeeper continued to persuade him, "Of course I know you only take slang jobs, but think it over. As I said, this is a direct assignment from above. If you refuse, it's not just a slight embarrassment. You could even see this Akiang branch wiped out." Inwardly, he cursed the stubborn fellow. He really wanted to draw his blade and behead him on the spot. He set a condition. "If you accept this mission, not only will branch equipment be provided, but all gathered intelligence will be supplied to you as well." "Is that agreeable?" Bu Yunseal asked. "How long will you supply the intelligence?" He answered, "What do you mean a time limit? We're from the same household. You know that." "I get it, but remember, only this once." The door slammed shut behind them, and Bu Yunseal departed. Mon fumed. "Seriously? Big Brother's lost it? Giving him all our intelligence like that? We're not his personal spy network." He replied, quiet and see. "Once this is done, we can return to the Demon Palace." Mon found it hard to believe. "Is that true?" He didn't elaborate. "The details are secret. But the person to be escorted this time is someone of real stature." On the other side, the guests inside were numerous. They raised their cups and poured wine for one another. Bu Yunseal was present to carry out the assignment. Approaching the dining table, he reported, "I am a 9th slaughter member of number 18 from the Akiang branch. I'm here to receive the escort mission." The young lady asked, "So you are the warrior who will escort us?" The man opposite ground his teeth in anger and said, "I told you I don't need guards." She introduced herself. "I'm so okay, and this is..." He continued, "I am Manhwa." Bu Yunseal glanced at the scene before him. He mentally noted a young miss seated at the table piled with the most expensive dishes in the upscale tavern, accompanied by a master of mysterious background calling himself Manhwa. It seemed these were people with plenty of wealth and status. Huang warned, "You there as long as I'm here. You need do nothing. Act invisible. Don't you dare disturb." So okay's excursion. The imposing pressure made Bu Yunseal admit it. Quite an intimidating aura indeed. Can someone create that kind of pressure using only their key? So okay stood up to defend. "Uncle, why are you scaring off the gentleman who came to help us?" She turned and asked, "Are you all right?" He replied, "It seems he's a true master who doesn't need bodyguards anymore." She explained, "Please forgive him. Uncle is not only of high status, but has long retired from the Jianghu. Our household worries for that reason." And he thumped his chest to reassure, "What is there to worry about? So okay, just trust your uncle." Bu Yunseal realized he truly was a master of an earlier era. Having left the Jianghu long ago, that sharp instinct for danger would have dulled considerably. Besides, being in unfamiliar foreign territory makes it all the more risky. The Honam region is a battleground of many tangled forces. My role is to protect them so nothing goes wrong. So okay was curious. "But number 18, Your name is really special. He gave a reason. 9th Slaughter members don't have personal names. Number 18 is just the title of the 9th Slaughter Squad. She asked politely. Then may I call you Mr. Ho? Bu Yunsul agreed. Call me however you like, miss. Then I will call you Miss So. Her hand lifted. Okay, so the reason you're wearing a false face is because of that, right? Her hand touched Bu Yinseal's face. He was shocked. No one had ever noticed before. So okay beamed, because my observation is a bit better than most. Your facial muscles moved a little awkwardly. He turned his face away. She could spot that tiny detail. She was certainly no ordinary woman. She might be more important than he first thought. What came next made Bu Yinseal even more surprised. So okay said, right, Mr. Ho. I plan to take a boat tour after the meal. He cut in, wait. Bu Yinseal's gaze sharpened toward one direction. Something felt very strange. The people in this tavern kept repeating the exact same story as when I first entered. It's very possible that everyone here is actually assassins sent for the job. The air in the inn suddenly grew heavy as night fell. The red lanterns hung high seemed to announce that a massacre was about to begin. Bu Yinseal's eyes narrowed warily. He could smell the thick aura of killing intent filling every corner, even though the inn looked perfectly normal on the surface. It turned out that from the waiter to the laughing patrons, they were all disguised assassins. Only his group's table was genuinely ordinary. How sharp. Luckily, Bu Yinseal had chosen a shadowed corner, which kept the group safe from sneak attacks from behind. He calmly watched, waiting for these lackeys to reveal themselves. While Bu Yinseal was calculating how to neutralize the hidden weapons, the old boss Yumin Huang brushed him aside. The old man was arrogant and wouldn't bother with petty tricks. Yumin Huang sneered, declaring that he alone was more than enough to clear out this swarm of ants. His overconfidence made Bu Yinseal sigh in disbelief, truly reckless. At that moment, an assassin couldn't resist and lunged forward first. COY startled to draw his sword, but Yumin Huang's speed was far quicker than he had imagined. The old man let out a furious roar, calling the assassins cheap shrimp. The sonic force from his shout made the surroundings tremble, terrifying them stiff. The assassins froze for a few seconds, surprised that their movements had been exposed so quickly. Their ambush plan vanished in an instant. Realizing they could no longer hide, the leader ordered a simultaneous charge. A black tide of people surged from all directions toward old boss Yumin Huang. Yumin Huang merely snorted coldly as his hands began to gather strong qi. His gaze showed clear contempt for those who dared challenge a master. A terrifying palm strike was unleashed, hitting the lead assassin square in the chest. He had no time to react and could only watch his body be flung away in agony. The force of the blow was so great it caused a loud explosion in the middle of the inn. This strength was no joke. No wonder old Yumin Huang was so arrogant. While Yumin Huang rampaged, Bu Yinseal remained composed, standing to protect young Lady Soke. He stayed alert to the barrage of hidden weapons flying about. From above, the inn now resembled a ruined battlefield. COY privately assessed Huang's power. Indeed, the old man was an immensely terrifying master. One of them screamed in despair that only 3 of their side were left. The complete reversal turned the hunters' pride into fear. However, bound by their mission, they gritted their teeth and hurled themselves forward. Their loud cries sounded more like self-reassurance than bravery. Yumin Huang stood unshaken in the midst of the encirclement, unarmed against the flashing blades. He laughed heartily, mocking the opponent's weakness before deciding to finish the fight. A surge of martial energy concentrated in his palms, ready to erupt at any moment. A true seismic shock exploded inside the inn, blowing away everything in its path. Deep cracks began to spread across the wooden floor as dust and smoke filled the air. This strike would surely be the end for the unfortunate assassins outside. Yumin Huang tossed the soldiers up to the ceiling, ending the ambush in the blink of an eye. But don't think it's over. The killing intent around the inn remained thick. Soke trembled hiding behind Bu Yinseal because she was so frightened, but he had no time to comfort her, for he realized something extremely dangerous was lurking. Bu Yinseal focused intensely, dodging the mysterious attacks from the darkness. Flashes of light showed the battle was far from cooling down, and with a faint wryness he added that the show wasn't over yet. He quickly swept away the barrage of hidden weapons that were raining down on Soke. He sternly ordered Soke not to stray more than 3 steps from him. In this chaos, a single moment of carelessness could get you beaten to a pulp. Soke only murmured her agreement, her face still pale from the assault. She must have been terrified, since assassins had appeared from everywhere. Bu Yinseal pressed on, darting left and right, his sharp eyes tracking every tiny movement of the enemy. While dealing with attackers, Bu Yinseal also checked on Soke. He understood that protecting her was the most important responsibility right now. A bold punch was delivered, producing a shockwave that tore through the surrounding air. Yuman Huang stood amid the battlefield, looking down with contempt at the assassins scattered on the floor. He regarded them as troublesome pests unworthy of his concern. After quelling the chaos, the old man moved over to check on Soke. Thanks to Bu Yinseal's watchfulness, she remained unscathed, not a scratch on her. Soke nodded in thanks and made sure to mention Bu Yinseal's great deed. Without his quick reaction, things would likely have been far worse. Hearing the praise, Yuman Huang snorted with jealous disdain toward Bu Yinseal, saying there was no need to thank that brat. Honestly, it was laughable. The old man then began to grill Bu Yinseal about his true intentions, suspecting he was showing off his martial skills rather than genuinely protecting her. Yuman Huang's face creased with irritation and ferocity. He trusted no one but himself, a stubborn old man hard to please. Tension rose sharply as the two faced each other in a bitter standoff. Bu Yinseal remained calm, despite the old man's deliberate provocation. Yuman Huang's eyes sparked with fire, as if he could erupt at any moment. His arrogance was truly a tough problem for the group to solve right now. Looking over the scene, they saw an assassin felled by poison needles. Bu Yinseal realized these were professionals hired to kill at all costs. The 3 stood silently in the ruined room, the scent of blood. Bu Yinseal reassessed Yuman Huang's strength after the fight. It turned out the old man wasn't just full of hot air. His martial arts were top tier. Huang suggested returning to the lodging to rest, as if the fight had merely been a warm-up. He kept his superior attitude, showing no worry at all. Bu Yinseal pondered grimly, sensing that something bad was about to happen. The instincts of a seasoned man would not let him be as complacent as the old man. He hurriedly warned that they shouldn't return to the Dan family residence now. Clearly, it had been exposed, and enemies were waiting to mop them up. Yuman Huang sneered at the suggestion to hide, dismissing Bu Yinseal's idea as cowardly. He believed skulking around was for weaklings and beneath him. He declared that even if a swarm of mosquitoes attacked, they wouldn't do anything to him. Watching the two argue, Soke was dazed. She knew well that if they kept walking around so brazenly, sooner or later the enemies would catch them. Bu Yinseal suggested they disguise themselves to be safe, but Yuman Huang brushed it off, saying such actions were for rats. He wouldn't stoop to it. Bu Yinseal sighed, realizing he couldn't persuade the old man with words. He resolved to stick close and protect the poor young lady instead. He kept watchful eyes on their surroundings, the uneasy feeling clinging to him. As they walked, Bu Yinseal told Soke to always stay behind him for safety. He knew the assassin's primary target was certainly the frail young woman. He privately thought that if enemies ambushed them at the lodging, so much the better. He'd get to sweep them clean. His skills were no longer what they used to be, in a good way. Hearing Bu Yinseal's instructions, Soke gave a small, trusting smile behind her veil. She felt reassured to have such a devoted bodyguard. At last, the group reached the imposing Dan family mansion in the night. Its massive architecture rose faintly under the moon, full of mystery. They strolled across the courtyard, but the terrifying silence kept Bu Yinseal from letting his guard down. Each footstep felt like stepping on a live wire. As expected, the assassins materialized from the shadows like phantoms. One leaped down from the roof, officially opening the ambush. Yuman Huang gritted his teeth, his face aggressively hungry at the prey coming to him. The old man still hadn't grasped how serious the situation really was. He lunged like a fierce tiger, delivering merciless strikes at the enemies. He sprang into the air, leaving Bu Yinseal to guard the young lady below. The assassins screamed warnings that a larger-scale ambush was underway. The battle moved so fast ordinary eyes couldn't follow the flashing sword strokes. An extremely powerful shockwave erupted, blasting everything in its path in an instant. Dust and smoke enveloped the entire courtyard after Yuman Huang's mighty attack, leaving everything chaotic. Yuman Huang landed amid the wreckage, smugly declaring that everything was still under control. The old man remained overly proud, unaware the real disaster was about to fall. But Bu Yunxiu immediately quelled that confidence with a sharp warning. He could sense even deadlier breaths closing in around them. Yuman Huang froze at the sight, his eyes wide with shock. Something unbelievable was happening that stripped the old man of his arrogance. Hundreds, even thousands of black-clad assassins fell from the sky and crawled up from the ground. The group was completely surrounded by a real army. Sweating profusely, old Yuman Huang stammered in disbelief. His earlier arrogance evaporated in the face of the enemy's overwhelming numbers. Bu Yunxiu tightened his grip on his sword, shielding the trembling Soke. He realized the scale of this assassination far exceeded any initial calculations. Soke stood frozen, her eyes full of utter despair. How important was her identity that the enemy would mobilize an entire legion? On the treetop, gusts of wind howled past, making the leaves sway violently. Thud! The big, clumsy hand of Yuman Huang grabbed an assassin's head and slammed it into the ground so hard the tiles cracked. After a fierce fight, who knew how many bodies of the assassins lay strewn around? Yuman Huang was furious, his eyes rolling white. He threw his head back and shouted to the sky, "Damn it, killing and killing with no end in sight." Gritting his teeth, Yuman Huang glanced left and frowned in thought. They were too many, seemingly 3 or 4 times the number from the restaurant early. Moreover, these weren't ordinary killers. They were martial artists with highly practiced sword techniques. Why would people like them target us? Seeing 3 sword-wielding assassins rushing toward him, Yuman Huang spread both palms and struck out a palm blast. The force shot forward and hit 2 of the assassins in midair. Umun Hwang Belot, D. But his palms only hit 2 of them. A third man slipped in from behind and quickly closed in on Yuman Huang. You'd think he'd attack Yuman Huang, but instead he used Yuman Huang's shoulder as a brace, pushed off, and lunged directly backward. Struck by the unexpected shove to his shoulder, Yuman Huang bent slightly, his face paling as he cried out in alarm. "Ah, it's bad, Soke." And indeed, the assassin had leapt towards Soke, tightening his grip on the sword to stab. Soke looked terrified, hands clasped to her chest, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, several white slashes of sword energy came from nowhere, blood spraying into the air. A man appeared right beneath the assassin and stood between him and Soke. He swung and severed the assassin's limbs, leaving him unable to comprehend what had just happened. After those dark red splashes, the cold face and sharp gaze of Bu Yunxiu appeared, looking utterly terrifying. Bu Yunxiu flicked the blood off her blade with a single sweep, closed her eyes briefly, and stood shielding Soke. Soke, after a moment of shock, gently placed her hand on her chest, stepped closer behind the male lead, and softly said, "Ah, thank you, sir." Before Soke could reply, his eyes slightly opened, and he intently watched the chaotic battle ahead. Seeing Yuman Huang desperately fighting a swarm of assassins like ants, the male lead thought Yuman Huang was exhausted. No matter how high one's skill, trying to protect someone while fighting prevents using internal power effectively. With this many, he'd sooner or later be destroyed. Up ahead, Yuman Huang suddenly stomped his left foot forward hard, as if to steady his stance. He stood his ground and unleashed 2 successive master fists that struck the chests of 2 assassins, sending their bodies flying backward. After those 2 strikes, Yuman Huang's body was fairly fatigued. He bent over, panting heavily from exhaustion. Before he could catch a few breaths to recover, Yuman Huang was startled by the sight before him. Countless assassins from a distance were pouring in like an ant swarm, a feeling of endless numbers with no clear count. But suddenly, some assassins froze as if turned to stone, eyes wide in astonishment. Yuman Huang remained irritated and puzzled. Were they still coming in such huge numbers? It's not that I can't handle them. but fighting while continuously protecting So Okay is truly no easy task. Behind him, Buyinseal was swinging her sword, spraying blood from an assassin. Yumin Huang glanced that way and called out loudly, "Hey kid, take So Okay and get out of here first. I'll cover the rear alone. Hurry up." Bu Yinseal turned to look at Yumin Huang and replied, "They must have formed a complete encirclement. Instead of splitting up, we'd better stay here together. In about an hour, the masters of the manor will arrive to help. We only need to hold out until then." But Yumin Huang didn't listen. He straightened up and, with a noticeably more humble tone than before, said to Bu Yinseal, "I beg you to heed my request." Faced with that, Bu Yinseal grew awkward. He stood silent, not answering Yumin Huang, lost in contemplative calculation. A few seconds later, he suddenly sheathed his sword. So Okay, seeing this, worriedly cried out, "Wait, you can't leave the old man here alone." Bu Yinseal did not answer So Okay. He turned, raised his sword with his left hand before So Okay, and said, "Excuse my rudeness for a moment." So Okay reached out with both hands to steady his sword, not yet grasping the meaning of his words, and let out a startled "huh." Immediately after, Bu Yinseal slipped his arms under So Okay and lifted her up. So Okay clutched the sword tightly, her face growing ever more astonished. She gave a small, startled sound and stared at him with wide eyes. Up ahead, seeing he had followed the plan, Yumin Huang turned back. His right hand gathered chi like a flame, and, brow furrowed, he looked toward the assassins. Yumin Huang declared, "I will open a bloody path." With that, his left arm swept a palm strike at the assassins, sending some sprawling to the sides, and others blasted into the air, the formation scattering. The chance came. Bu Yinseal immediately glanced at Yumin Huang. Yumin Huang also glanced at Bu Yinseal and shouted urgently, "Go quickly." Bu Yinseal ran past Yumin Huang from behind, carrying So Okay, and flew forward. The hat So Okay had been wearing all along fell down in front of Yumin Huang. So Okay said nothing more. She could only grip the sword tightly and silently entrust herself to Bu Yinseal. The assassins, seeing Yinseal carrying So Okay away, cried out, "That one's trying to escape. Don't let them get away." Alone with So Okay, he dashed through the assassins. As he ran, he muttered to himself that no mystical footwork was needed. Only one thing mattered: be really fast. No sooner had he finished the thought than the male lead's body flashed like a beam of light, and in an instant shot up into the air. This part was straight out of a romantic martial arts tale. Yinseal carrying So Okay. So Okay pressed close to his chest. They appeared in midair, with stars and a crescent moon shining in the distant sky. The scene was simply superb. Landing from the sky to the ground, Yinseal immediately kicked off and leapt back into the air, propelling forward. A group of assassins inside dealt with Yumin Huang, while another group, tasked with ambush outside, chased Yinseal and So Okay, shouting, "Stop, capture them." Seeing several assassins in hot pursuit, Bu Yinseal glanced back and thought, even the manor's exterior has ambushers? Truly a large force. But immediately after, Bu Yinseal's figure shifted. He blinked and vanished from his spot. Cut to the branch office of the patrol unit. The space was as quiet as any other evening. Suddenly a dark figure burst in and kicked the outer door wide open, storming inside. As usual, Sangriang invited them in. But when he turned, he saw it was Bu Yinseal carrying a girl and snorted in surprise. Sweating profusely and vaguely piecing things together, Sangriang nonetheless asked the male lead in astonishment, "Hey, what on earth is going on?" Bu Yinseal set So Okay down and turned to the bookshop owner, saying, "Lend me the secret room for a moment." Sangriang and Mon still didn't understand. Seeing So Okay with the male lead, they both exclaimed in unison, "Huh, what?" The two stared wide-eyed as Bu Yinseal led So Okay inside, and a dark thought likely flashed through their minds. Bu Yinseal had no time for pleasantries. He guided So Okay in and said, "I'm talking about the secret chamber in the private room. There's no time." Afterward, the male lead So Okay walked deeper into the patrol unit. Bu Yinseal held So Okay's left hand with his left and flung the door wide with his right. So Okay followed behind, timid and nervous but keeping pace. Approaching a lantern, Bu Bu Yunseal reached out, grabbed the core beneath it, and yanked it down hard. Immediately, a secret door in the inner wall gradually opened, to So Ok's amazement. Leading So Ok inside, Bu Yunseal placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Miss, stay inside here." So Ok, flustered and worried, turned to the male lead and softly called, "Mr. Ho." At that moment, Sangriang and Mon rushed in from outside, stunned and asking, "Hey, what's the situation now?" He turned slightly, glanced at them, and said, "From now on, you two patrol around this old bookshop. If any assassins show up, kill them all." The assassins, targeting their mark, were already closing in like a fog, surrounding the surrounding area. "Your lives are all riding on this." Saying that, his eyes flashed red as he glanced at Sangriang and Mon and declared, "Be prepared to die." Hearing that, Sangriang went deathly pale, color draining from his face. Mon likewise turned white, mouth agape, but speechless. Bu Yunseal had just finished telling Mon and the bookshop owner to steel themselves for a life-or-death fight, and the atmosphere seemed to press down. The two stood frozen, mouths open, staring at him. It took them a moment to regain their composure. Sangriang let out a soft sigh and then smiled, asking lightly, "A death match, then?" Immediately, the fighting blood surged. Sangriang grabbed two small, sharp weapons that looked like pens. Mon held two sickles linked by long chains. Sangriang laughed exuberantly. "Ha ha! Let's go, brother. We have to protect our own heads." Mon, equally excited, grinned and answered, "Damn fine, it's been a while since I've had a taste of blood like this." After putting on their excited, murderous faces, they turned shyly to So Ok and said, "Ah, miss, our apologies for the late greeting." Mon, standing beside Sangriang, continued, "We are Sangriang and Mon, in charge of the Akiang branch. Miss may not know us, but we have long known of you." So Ok heard that and smiled, narrowing her eyes in a friendly way. "I remember. Aren't you the famous Gong clan twin demons?" Standing before So Ok, Bu Yunseal also glanced at her, wondering who this person was to earn such treatment. On this side, So Ok placed a hand over her heart, eyes shining as she looked at Sangriang and Mon, and continued, "I've heard you two were transferred out of the Demon Palace. If you return safely, I'll be sure to report your merits to my father." One sentence from So Ok made their faces light up as if they'd won the lottery. They gaped in joy. "Really, miss?" Seeing Sangriang and Mon's elation, Bu Yunseal was surprised and thought, so they truly are the Gong clan twin demons, Sangriang and Mon. They had been high-ranking masters holding guardian positions, but rumor said they were demoted for accidentally killing a spy snake from the Demon Palace that had infiltrated their sect. So they were sent here to atone. Immediately, Sangriang jumped up like a boy about to get candy and shouted, "Let's go, brother. Let's go crush those rotten dogs out there." Mon held one end of the chained sickles, spinning the weapon through the air as he followed Sangriang, excitedly calling back, "Big brother, before we go, Mon reminds you, miss, hide here for now." The male lead was embarrassed, unsure whether the two were immature or just overexcited. So Ok stood behind, smiling with narrowed eyes, and waved goodbye. After the two left, Bu Yunseal tilted his head, glanced at So Ok behind him, and said, "Then I'll step outside. Until I reopen the door, do not go out under any circumstances." Suddenly, Bu Yunseal was surprised when So Ok called out, "18th, sir." Her eyes shone with a hint of regret, but she still gave a faint smile. Perhaps she regarded death as light as a feather. Placing a hand over her chest, So Ok gently said, "It seems this place will soon be my grave." Bu Yunseal turned toward the door and said coldly, "You will not die." That statement left So Ok standing silently behind him, at a loss for words. He continued, "Whatever happens, I will not let you face uncertainty." Though terse, the words carried noble responsibility and deep emotion, making So Ok's eyes widen and glisten as her heart stirred faintly. In the next second, her gaze grew misty and moved. She smiled softly and watched his retreating form. Could So Ok be the male lead's first love? Suddenly, So Ok stepped forward quickly and called, "18th, sir, I have something to tell you." She reached out and pulled at the left sleeve of the male lead, then shyly said, "If things unfortunately don't go as planned, please remember this." She lightly placed her hand against his ear, making Byunseal pause for a moment. Then he quietly glanced back over his shoulder. Blushing, So OK leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Actually, my surname isn't So, but Dan. My real name is Dan, So OK." Upon hearing So OK reveal her true identity, Byunseal was surprised and pondered. If she is Dan So OK then. The cherished jewel in the palm of the chief of the Jitma department, who commands the military forces of the Demon Palace. Yet despite that, because of her exceptional intelligence, the Elder Council has already marked her as the next chief strategist of the Demon Palace. If so, being attacked like this makes sense. She's likely been pulled into the brutal political vortex within the Demon Palace. Thinking this, Byunseal turned to Dan, So OK, and said, "So you're from the Jitma department." So OK gently squeezed the male lead's hand, looked up at him with hopeful eyes, and asked, 18th, sir, what is your name? Could you tell me? Moved by Dan So OK's beauty, sincerity, and earnestness, Byunseal felt awkward. He quietly stared at So OK, falling into pensive thought, but the male lead still decided to refuse. He turned his back and replied coldly. Later, So OK, surprised and then disappointed, asked, "Even in this situation you can't reveal it?" At that, Byunseal softened his tone and answered, "When all this is over, then I'll tell you." With that, Byunseal strode forward, leaving So OK standing there watching his retreating back. So OK brightened with joy, her face showing hopeful expectation as she said, "Promise me." When they stepped out of the secret room, the wall slammed shut and left no trace that a hidden chamber had existed. Byunseal's right toe turned slightly to the right as he slowly stepped forward. He moved to the lantern with the cord that activated the secret door. Byunseal coldly drew his sword and swung it in a horizontal cut, still wondering why a person of such noble status would be curious about the name of a humble patrol unit man like. Just as the thought left his mind, the lantern hanging on the wall was sliced in two and the lower half fell to the floor. Glancing at the cleaved lantern on the wall, the male lead muttered that the door and secret chamber were destroyed. But with his keen perception, plus abilities learned from the wild beast techniques of Nanya Pavilion, he sensed disturbances outside and murmured that they were coming faster than he expected. Turning to look at the wooden door ahead, Byunseal sighed and murmured that it seemed the two of them alone couldn't hold them back. At that moment, a voice suddenly carried in from outside. "If you run now, there's still a chance to live. You're young. No need to throw your life away here." Confronted with that threat, the male lead showed no panic or wavering. He gave a cold, faint smile and replied, "Assassins only speak in one circumstance, which is when they're not sure of victory." After hearing the male lead's answer, an unusual silence fell outside. A few seconds passed before the outsider shouted angrily, "Arrogant brat." Immediately afterward, countless thin, straight sword cuts like threads appeared across the wooden door. The door shattered, and a group of masked men in black stormed in, each radiating lethal intent and clutching weapons. The leader bellowed, "We will erase your existence from this world." Byunseal remained standing, slightly crouched, one hand gripping the sword hilt, the other holding the scabbard aloft, his eyes coldly fixed on the assassins. The male lead's first slash sent blood spraying into the air, and a killer's arm was severed and fell limp. Then came the second slash. The same assassin whose arm had been cut off was cleaved at the waist by this blow. Not giving them a chance to regroup, the male lead surged forward to close in on the assassins. The melee reached its peak as the solitary male lead faced wave after wave of assassins pouring in like ants. Their body parts flew through the air, creating a grisly, blood-soaked massacre. Time blurred until a cold blade appeared. Blood ran down its edge, pooled at the tip, and began to drip. A single drop hung in the air as if time slowed, light from the lamps catching on its surface and making it gleam strangely. Finally, that drop fell and landed square on the forehead of an assassin lying motionless on the ground, his eyes rolled white. Sheets of paper fluttered and drifted down through the air. The male lead bore a few wounds, but nothing serious. He stood there, one hand on the sword pommel, the other on the scabbard, breathing heavily from exertion, his gaze cold as he looked down at the fallen killer. The floor was strewn with bodies of assassins, most dismembered. The male lead had truly handled an entire swarm by himself. Standing stunned in the silent room heavy with the metallic stench of blood, Bu Yunseal still drew labored breaths. Enemy blood smeared his face, sweat beaded on his cheeks. He sighed and muttered, "Damn, they never end." Looking toward the dark door ahead, Bu Yunseal said, "Thought we'd taken care of them all. Did you?" No sooner had he spoken than a new mysterious figure stepped out. He remarked, "You could sense my presence. Credit to you." He advanced, stepping on a yellow-covered book, and asked, "Where on earth did you crawl out from? If I'd known someone like you was here, I would have changed my plan long ago." Hearing that, the male lead was surprised and thought it over. He had joined a patrol unit 6 months ago. Was the plot to assassinate Dan so planned that far in advance? The man raised his hand slightly and added, "There's still time to retreat now. Just step one pace to the side and you won't get hurt at all." The newcomer wore a mask and at a glance appeared more like a woman. She curled her hand, exuding an icy aura. She continued, "And I'm advising you this not because I can't win, you know." Facing that remark, Bu Yunseal still held his sword high, brows knitted, his gaze coldly fixed on the assassin. But if the assassins have pushed him this far, could Sangriang and Mon already be fighting outside? The assassin stepped up in front of Bu Yunseal and said, "Hey, I don't have much time. Move aside now, and I'll spare you a way to live." A few streaks of the enemy's blood dotted his face. The male lead glared at the assassin with no sign of fear. Faced with that question, he didn't answer right away, when suddenly Bu Yunseal's hand tightened on the sword hilt, and he growled in a rough voice, "Don't even think about it. Take another half step." As he spoke, Bu Yunseal exuded a fierce aura to warn his opponent that he was not to be trifled with. The blast of his presence ruffled the assassin's hair. The man chuckled softly. Impressive internal skill, he thought. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt and continued in a low voice, "A pity. I'll grant you a last shred of mercy." Then he raised his sword before him, hands supporting both ends of the blade, and a chilling sword chi radiated from it. He eyed his blade and said, "I'll let you strike first." Watching the opponent's sword technique and momentum, Bu Yunseal mused inwardly. The sword stance is truly unique, and moreover it distinguishes attacker and defender by precedence. This person is not an ordinary assassin, a non-assassin figure. Why would he intervene in this fight? Thinking that, Bu Yunseal gripped his sword hilt and scabbard and surged toward the assassin, fighting with 100% of his strength, all seriousness. As he lunged, Bu Yunseal's form blurred like a shadow, his eyes flashing white, and from behind him a white phantom like a war god emerged. His sword line looked simple, but was actually very exquisite. But suddenly Bu Yunseal's eyes widened, his body faltered, and a light flashed across his face. Within his gaze appeared the image of a great wave. Indeed, before Bu Yunseal now was the image of a massive wave, several zhang high, surging toward his small frame. Then, abruptly, the assassin stood directly before Bu Yunseal. The enormous wave suddenly flowed into the assassin's sword. Bu Yunseal looked up, the shadow of the blade cast down on his face. He thought in astonishment, a heavy sword, truly terrifying. If I block it head-on like this, my sword will shatter instantly. Unless I also wield a heavy sword, otherwise I must not risk it. So, thinking that, Bu Yunseal gritted his teeth and swung his sword forward with his right arm. Bu Yunseal's small sword brushed through the air and lightly nicked the tip of the assassin's heavy blade. 2 sparks flashed dazzlingly. Yet unexpectedly, that strike caused the assassin's blade to veer off its original course. Thus, Bu Yunseal's body tilted slightly to the right, while the assassin's blade skewed and slammed into the ground beside the male lead's left foot. Seeing this, the assassin was astonished. He opened his eyes wide, looked at the male lead, and exclaimed, "You neutralized my sword move. Seems you have some skill." But he continued to rush forward, swinging his sword and unleashing a blade, chi, toward Bu Yunseal, shouting, "That only shows you can't stop me." The first streak of sword chi flew in. Bu Yunseal leaned left to dodge, but the second sword chi arrived too fast to evade. The male lead had to raise his sword in front of him to block, struggling. His brows knitted. Bu Yunseal looked at the assassin and thought to himself, the opponent doesn't know I can also use a heavy sword. He merely regards me as a fighter with some internal skill. The moment he grows complacent and unleashes his strongest attack, that's the chance. With that thought, Bu Yunseal suddenly stepped back to create distance from the assassin. As soon as his feet hit the ground and he stopped, Bu Yunseal glanced at the sword lodged in the assassin's back. The man slumped beside his foot. Seeing the male lead fall back like that, the assassin sneered, "Humph. All you do is dodge and neutralize without counterattacking. Looks like you're stalling. Useless." With that, the assassin's figure flickered, leaving only a dark shadow as his afterimage, and he darted away in an instant. He seemed to become a streak of light shooting up from the ground, smashing into the wall, and finally launching straight into the air. Suspended in the air, he gripped the hilt of the heavy sword with both hands. Sword chi spread like an immense ocean rushing forward. He roared, "If you're so capable, try to neutralize this move." From below, Bu Yunseal felt as if the whole ocean pressed down on him. He couldn't move, only watch the enemy charge. But appearances aside, Bu Yunseal was actually waiting for the perfect moment to strike decisively. His eyes widened as he stared at the assassin and thought, now's the time. His left hand dropped the scabbard and reached to grab the sword stuck in the assassin's back on the ground. In his mind, he recalled the technique of the deputy squad leader and murmured the method of the distraction dual-use art. Then his right arm, holding his own sword, thrust straight back to gain momentum. The image of the new squad leader using a heavy sword in the previous battle flashed in his head, and he murmured that his other hand would use the Heavenly Tyrant Blade Extreme technique. Without hesitation, Bu Yunseal lunged toward the torrent of sword chi surging like a sea wave. This time, there would be no more evasion. Two swords combined would become a heavy sword. Bu Yunseal chose direct confrontation, force against force. When the weapons met, the surrounding space seemed compressed. Anyone nearby could be flung backward. The assassin's gaze turned grave. His nearly full power strike was unexpectedly met head-on by his opponent. Their jaws clenched. As expected, opposing that one strike of the assassin left Bu Yunseal struggling. Boom! An explosion erupted between them, and their bodies snapped back like shadows rebounding from their original positions. The sword in his hand shattered into pieces. Bu Yunseal was blasted backward, tumbling and sliding. The assassin was also pushed back, but his condition was better. His feet remained planted on the ground, only driven back by the force. The assassin frowned, looked at Bu Yunseal, and exclaimed in surprise, "You bastard, you can use a heavy sword too?" Then he recalled the earlier situation and thought to himself that he deliberately provoked a gap to launch that strike. If at that moment Bu Yunseal hadn't powered up the heavy sword, the loser would have been me. Thinking this, the assassin pointed his sword at Bu Yunseal and said coldly, "You can't be allowed to survive." Meanwhile, Bu Yunseal's full force exchange had nearly drained him. Moreover, both swords were shattered, leaving only the hilts. A sharp type emitted frigid swordki. The assassin glared at the male lead and shouted to kill. But suddenly the assassin's eyes widened in horror. A terrifying pressure surged in, sending chills down his spine. Sweat beaded, veins bulging on his face. He frowned and glanced over his shoulder, but saw nothing. Yet the pressure didn't subside, and he muttered in shock, "This aura is..." Looking closely into the distance, he found the presence oddly familiar. He swore inwardly, "Damn it, Yuman Huang has returned?" Then he darted his eyes back to the male lead and thought further. "Not like that, brat. This is an opponent I can't be sure to beat. Engaging in the current state is too much." At that moment, Bu Yunseal staggered and forced himself to sit up, his right hand gripping the broken sword hilt, determined to fight to the death. Seeing his prey about to be finished off, yet unable to act, made the assassin grind his teeth in bitter rage. After weighing it over and over and finding he couldn't strike, he sheathed his sword and turned to leave, saying, "You're lucky to be alive. I'll come take it later." Bu Yunseal rose and watched the assassins retreating back, then said, "That's what I was going to say." Hearing that, the assassin seethed with resentment. He snorted in his throat, but still chose to walk away. As he left, his face briefly appeared at the door to glance back at the male lead and retort, "Then I'll wait and see." With that, he turned again and departed. His hair flickered past the doorway, and he vanished from the bookstore. Standing in the room, but Yunseal remained tense and motionless, wary of the assassin's sudden return, thinking that such an opening alone could radiate terrifying pressure. But after holding on for a few seconds, his body could not bear it. The male lead staggered and collapsed from exhaustion. He lay limp on the floor, the sword slipping from his hand. Bu Yunseal thought further. Has he been hiding his true strength all along? His eyes grew dim. A faint smile touched his lips. This battle was the fiercest yet. Silence fell again. No sound. Only the male lead lying there and the corpses of the assassins strewn around. Suddenly the room shook violently as the stone door of the secret chamber began to open. From inside, So OK burst out with a panic-stricken face, shouting, "Master Hao, are you all right? This is my fault that you ended up like this." She ran over, knelt beside Bu Yunseal and cried out, "You mustn't die." A hoarse voice replied, "Didn't I tell you only to come out when I call?" Tears streaming. So OK sobbed chokingly, "But I was just too worried about Master Hao." Seeing So OK like that moved the male lead. Her tears also fell freely onto his face. Then the male lead pressed his lips together, hesitating, unsure whether to say something. Suddenly a line stops. So OK sobs cold. "Bu Yunseal, isn't it that you wanted to know my name?" "Bu Yunseal, that's my name." Amid the room thick with the smell of blood, the male lead finally revealed his real name to Sooke. Bu Yunseal. His true face was revealed, gone from the fight, but his eyes still razor-sharp. Sooke stared at the person who had just saved her life, as if she still couldn't process the information she'd been given. Then she broke into a radiant smile, promising to engrave that name in her heart. Sooke's eyes were full of admiration as she looked straight at Yunseal's true face. Bu Yunseal thought to himself that perhaps exhaustion had undone the disguise spell, causing him to inadvertently reveal this secret. He asked her to help him sit up. His strength was basically drained. At that moment, old Yuman Huang burst through the door, shouting Sooke's name in alarm. But he immediately froze when he took in the scene before him. The corpses of dozens of elite assassins lay scattered across the floor, making him unable to believe his eyes. The soldiers with him also stood stunned. The room looked like a graveyard. They hurriedly searched everywhere to ensure no enemy was hiding. Yuman Huang stared at Bu Yunseal, who was being tended by the young lady. Sooke waved to reassure everyone that she was fine. She insisted it was thanks to him, whom they called Number 18, that she had been kept safe. The reinforcements who had just arrived shouted for support, but it seemed they were too late. Sangriang said they had tried to block the road, but a few still slipped through. He suddenly fell silent when he saw there were far more dead assassins here than he'd expected. People began buzzing with speculation about the identity of these bold attackers. Yuman Huang stepped closer to Bu Yunseal with a pensive expression. He nodded in acknowledgement that the man had indeed endured an extraordinarily brutal battle. Bu Yunseal replied briefly that he had done it all out of duty. Suddenly Yuman Huang sank to his knees, to everyone's surprise. He bowed his head very low, sincerely apologizing for having long looked down on and treated such a true master so poorly. He admitted that pride had blinded him, and he didn't know how to repay the gentleman who saved the young lady. Bu Yunseal received the apology in silence, his face expressionless. Sooke was also surprised to see her proud uncle humble himself to this extent. Bu Yunseal forced himself up. He didn't want an elder to kneel before him for too long. He reached out his hand, signaling he wanted to help Yuman Huang to his feet. Yuman Huang looked at that hand, feeling a deep surge of respect. He privately assessed that Bu Yunseal not only possessed great martial skill, but also an honorable character. Meanwhile, subordinates reported that the assassins had wiped their tracks clean, making it impossible to trace which sect they belonged to. Yuman Huang gritted his teeth and declared he would hunt down their lairs as soon as he returned to headquarters. Bu Yunseal gazed into the distance, the blood on his face not yet completely dry. He sensed a new murderous aura lurking, signaling a storm about to sweep the martial world. The group prepared to depart as the sky slowly turned to a gloomy dusk. People hurriedly loaded their belongings onto the carriages to leave this blood-stained place. So-okay stepped into the carriage, closing a horrifying day that was nonetheless full of surprises. Through the small window, she looked at Buyunseal one last time, as if to etch his silhouette into her memory. She waved goodbye, reminding him that the two of them must meet again. Buyunseal stood silently watching her go, his solitary figure framed against the lantern-lit street. The sound of hooves faded, leaving Eun-seol with new plans for the arduous journey ahead. The scene shifted to the Blood Killers sect, an assassin organization steeped in a gloomy atmosphere. A fist slammed the table with an angry shout. "You dare botch the assassination of the sect master's daughter?" The leader of the Blood Killers sect was furious over the failed mission, despite sending his best squad. He clicked his tongue in frustration. He hadn't expected the plan to lure Yuman Huang away to fail as well. Suddenly, a commotion outside made one henchman startle and pay attention. A man who looked like the sect's steward hurried off to check. But then a shadow flashed by, accompanied by a falling head. The leader roared in despair. "You bastard! You sever ties in this way?" Blood sprayed everywhere. It seemed the hand behind this was starting a silent elimination campaign to wipe out traces. Meanwhile, the rapid footsteps of guards at the Demon Palace echoed down the corridors. The troops hurried into action under the Master's orders to investigate the origins of the Blood Killers sect. They halted before the Great Hall, where an extremely heavy pressure was emanating. A soldier dropped to his knees and, trembling, began to report the situation. Seated on the throne was Dan Wulhan, master of the Demon Gathering Pavilion. He asked sharply, "You mean you couldn't bring back a single one alive?" The soldier confirmed that when they arrived, all the assassins had been completely wiped out. The vast chamber fell into a terrifying silence under the master's gaze. Dan Wulhan stroked his beard in thought. He had unleashed his entire intelligence network as soon as he heard his daughter had been attacked. He judged that a small sect like the Blood Killers would never dare provoke the Demon Gathering Pavilion without a backer. His hand clenched the armrest. Someone was surely pulling strings from the shadows and ruthlessly silencing subordinates. His eyes burned with fury as he ordered his subordinates to track down whoever was behind this. Shifting to a concerned tone, he asked about So-ok's current condition. The subordinate reported that the young lady was fine, though she kept mentioning the warrior who saved her life. So-ok was in her room, cheerfully recounting the story to her maid. She seemed deeply impressed by Buyunseal. Dan Wulhan murmured, "Number 18 of the 9 Killings team?" "No, you say his name is Buyunseal." Standing before the windy balcony, the master of the Demon Gathering Pavilion vowed to remember the name Buyunseal well. After the battle to defend the stronghold ended, a shocking secret about internal power struggles within the cult was revealed, and as scorching summer gave way to breezy autumn with yellow leaves falling, time gradually buried everything in oblivion. 6 months later, freezing winter arrived with snow filling the sky and the trees stripped completely bare. Outside the bookstore, serving as the branch headquarters of the Death Squad, a bronze cage gently rattled in the silent surroundings. Buyunseal had just returned from outside and lightly brushed the lingering snowflakes from his shoulders. As soon as he entered, Sangriang and Mon rushed over, with Sangriang patting his shoulder and laughing. "Young hero, come in. Everything went smoothly again this time, right?" While Mon put his hands on his hips and smiled. "Haha, you must have had a rough journey getting here." Mon raised a hand to his mouth as if holding a wine cup and smiled. "So, how about another drink today?" Hearing Mon ask him to drink again, Buyunseal simply stood there with his usual cold expression. Over the past 6 months, after Buyunseal completed every seemingly impossible mission, Sangriang and Mon, who managed the branch, were also credited for their achievements. Because of that, their attitude toward me had clearly changed. Unlike before, when we only exchanged information about Death Squad missions, we had now become close enough to drink together and joke around. Returning to the present, Buyunseal asked in surprise, "Didn't we just drink yesterday?" And Mon pointed his thumb behind him with a grin. "Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. Aren't we returning to the Demon Palace in just 10 days? And Sangriang quickly added, "Young hero number 18 also said he would leave the Death Squad then, so it'll be hard to drink together afterward. which means we should drink our fill now. While Mon happily added, we can return thanks to you too, young hero. So this time, let us treat you. Bu Yinseal shook his head and refused. Sorry, but let's do it another time, because as you said, only 10 days remain and I should start packing. Ignoring Bu Yinseal's refusal, Mon and Sangriang grabbed his arms and dragged him away as Mon said, Come on, just leave that stuff to me. Sangriang also laughed. Haha, surely we can help you with something that small. So let's drink ourselves senseless tonight, because I happen to get 3 jars of premium wine personally brewed by a renowned master. Night quickly arrived, and although snow was still falling, Bu Yinseal, Sangriang, and Mon climbed onto the roof to enjoy the scenery. The 3 carefully climbed up, with Bu Yinseal sitting in the middle, while Sangriang looked toward the sky and sighed. Ah, the moon is really bright tonight. We went through the trouble of reserving a special room on the 3rd floor of the Red Pavilion. Yet you chose to drink on the roof. Young hero, you really are unusual, and Mon gently reminded Sangriang. It's fine as long as the young hero likes it. So let's finish a few jars here first. And if it really isn't satisfying, we can head to the Red Pavilion afterward. Haha, drink up. The 3 tilted their heads back and drained their cups beneath the freezing sky, sitting together like true bosom friends. Then came the 2nd cup, the 3rd, and the 4th, as they kept drinking together without a single worry on their minds. After a while, someone said, Hey, after drinking for a while, this atmosphere actually feels pretty good, and Bu Yinseal replied, I told you. Sangriang glanced at him and smiled. Young hero really knows how to enjoy life, so you've long understood the pleasure of drinking on rooftops. While Bu Yinseal took a sip, gently closed his eyes and replied, I simply don't like noisy crowds. Those words made Sangriang fall into thought, and he chose to remain silent while Bu Yinseal finished the wine in his cup. After a while, Sangriang spoke again. Young hero, it's already been a year since you came here, hasn't it? At first I was embarrassed to think you were merely an arrogant brat, yet you completed your very first mission flawlessly and repeatedly handled missions that even veteran members dreaded. Suddenly Mon sprang to his feet, raising his wine cup with a distant look and saying, If we're talking about the young hero's greatest achievement, it has to be escorting the daughter of the Demon Suppression Division Chief. While Bu Yinseal stayed silent and Sangriang laughed. Haha, are you trying to imitate the young hero? You suddenly barged into the ancient book fortress and stopped those assassins. And my heart nearly jumped out of my chest back then. After fighting for a while, I came back to find the whole place reduced to chaos. Truly an incredible sight. And besides that, so many other things happened. Reaching this point, Sangriang looked curious and asked, Young hero, although I don't know what hidden reason made you join the 9 Slaughter Squad. This world has always been filled with storms and hardship, but isn't that exactly why we keep struggling to live each day happily? Whenever you feel tired or face hardship, come find us, and we'll always have a cup of wine ready for you. Young hero. Still wearing his usual cold expression, Bu Yinseal said nothing, though Sangriang's sincerity clearly moved him. Yet he merely turned away coldly, avoiding his gaze and replying curtly, I understand. Bu Yinseal's attitude left Sangriang speechless after he had just become so emotional. Suddenly, to break the gloomy mood, Sangriang sprang to his feet and sighed. Good grief. He raised the wine cup in his right hand and exclaimed, Why am I suddenly saying things that ruin the mood? Let's just focus on drinking. Mon immediately cheered like a child, picked up the wine jar, poured for Sangriang, and said, Sure, fill it to the brim and drink. Their merrymaking continued deep into the night. Not long afterward, Bu Yinseal headed back alone to his hideout. As he walked, Bu Yinseal thought, Those 2 really are shameless fellows. Then he suddenly paused and continued thinking. Branch Chief Sangriang was highly sensitive to profit and skilled at flattery, yet naturally carefree and optimistic. Intelligence Agent Mon was hot-tempered and arrogant, yet unexpectedly simple and eccentric. Looking deeper, both of them were actually rather innocent and genuine people. For some reason, I feel strangely close to them. After pondering for a while, Bu Yinseal finally reached his residence. He raised his hand and pulled open the large gate. But with an assassin's sharp instincts, Bu Yinseal sensed an unfamiliar presence inside, causing his gaze to briefly sharpen. There truly was someone waiting inside, and that person knew martial arts. Despite knowing a stranger was inside, Bu Yinseal still opened the door and slowly entered, choosing to face the danger. He continued deeper inside, as though nothing were wrong, though his eyes subtly shifted right to observe. His steps remained calm, but gradually became slower. Suddenly, a gleaming silver steel blade pressed against Bu Yinseal's neck. A masked man in black wearing a black-brimmed hat stood behind him and coldly said, "The legendary death-seeking squad member of the Yang branch, is this careless?" Bu Yinseal showed no fear, slightly turned his head toward the assassin behind him, and replied coldly, "Not necessarily. Let's see who's truly careless." At that moment, the cabinet doors before the protagonist flew open, revealing rows of loaded crossbows aimed behind him and ready to fire. The black-clad man recoiled in surprise, snorted, and said, "Another trap like this? You deliberately pretended not to notice, so you could lure me into a spot where mechanisms were already prepared." Bu Yinseal's left foot was pressing a mechanism beneath a floor tile that would fire the crossbows once released. So, with one hand on his sword hilt, he looked at the black-clad man and said, "State your identity." Seeing this, the assassin sheathed his sword and sighed. "I come from the Demon Palace, and have something to deliver to you." With that, he threw a neatly folded envelope toward Bu Yinseal. Bu Yinseal raised 2 fingers and effortlessly caught it. The black-clad man exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you easily caught something thrown with the one-handed shadow art." 2 words, "Grade A," were written on the envelope, making Bu Yinseal murmur in surprise. "Grade A?" The black-clad man smiled and replied, "Yes, a Grade A mission assigned only to the top masters of the Death-Seeking Squad. And I heard the Demon Palace has issued only 12 such missions until now." He smirked and continued, "This is the first time such a young member has received one, so it's hard not to be jealous." Hearing this, Bu Yinseal frowned slightly and thought that he had a very bad feeling. What kind of mission could it be? He wondered as he carefully opened the envelope and read it. The contents read, "Grade A mission for number 18 of the Yang branch. 4 days from now, before the Yang branch handover. Eliminate the Kong twin demons, spies under the Martial Alliance, namely Sangriang and Mon." And reading this, Bu Yinseal froze completely from the unexpected shock. Just like that, Bu Yinseal stood frozen in place as the room fell into a terrifying silence. After thinking for a while, the protagonist glanced at the mysterious man and asked, "What will happen if I refuse? I'm about to leave the Death-Seeking Squad, so I have no intention of taking on such an important mission." Hearing this, the mysterious man looked rather surprised, but after a moment he calmly replied, "A Grade A mission isn't a request, it's a military order, and disobedience means defying the will of the Demon Hall. As a member of the Death-Seeking Squad, also known as the 9-Kill Squad, you should understand that the consequences won't affect only you." Hearing this, Bu Yinseal trembled slightly because he didn't want those around him to be dragged into this. The protagonist thought, "I don't care about being branded a disobedient criminal, but if I refuse, the Nagia Pavilion will definitely suffer." Seeing Bu Yinseal remain silent, the mysterious man grew impatient and asked, "Are you truly going to refuse?" The protagonist looked into the mysterious man's suspicious eyes, but didn't answer yet, instead silently calculating his options. "Perhaps I've achieved too many remarkable feats in such a short time, making the Demon Hall suspicious of my origins. Otherwise, they wouldn't have deliberately labeled this a Grade A mission and handed it to me." After considering it carefully, Bu Yinseal tucked the secret Grade A order into his robe and sighed, "I accept." Hearing this, the mysterious man smiled faintly and said, "A very wise choice." That night, the moon had already risen high into the sky. Bu Yinseal changed clothes and put on the familiar assassin outfit he had worn ever since joining the Death-Seeking Squad. Pulling up his face covering, Bu Yinseal thought, Sangriang and Mon hold the highest authority in the Death-Seeking Squad's Yang branch. The Yang branch is currently under intense scrutiny, so perhaps the Martial Arts Alliance forged this secret order by impersonating a Demon Hall envoy to eliminate its key figures. Therefore, I need to determine whether the Kong clan twin demons truly are spies. If that secret order is merely a deception, then I have no reason to obey this command. Killing them would also be pointless, since the Kong clan twin demons were demoted for killing a Demon Hall spy, and if they truly belonged to the Martial Arts Alliance, silencing him would make perfect sense. However, vague suspicions alone aren't enough to brand them as traitors. The incident 4 years ago happened at the 9 Kill Squad's Gillen branch, so following the clues there should reveal the truth, and while thinking this over, Bu Yunseal arrived at the branch. Bu Yunseal instantly vanished from a rooftop near the Gillen branch. Inside the branch, a man diligently sorted piles of books while humming softly to himself. Just as he placed a stack of books on the table, a shadow suddenly appeared inside the room. Whoosh! The dark figure rushed forward, startling the man into shouting, "Who's there?" With a muffled grunt, the books on the table crashed onto the floor. The newcomer was Bu Yunseal, who pressed his sword against the man's neck and coldly asked, "Jin Dong, head of the Gillen branch, that's you, isn't it?" The man's face turned deathly pale and drenched in sweat as he stammered in fear. What is this?" Before angrily shouting, "You barge in and attack me like this. What sect are you from?" The protagonist lowered his face covering, revealing himself, and replied, "Bu Yunseal of the Najia Pavilion. Hand over every record concerning the Kong clan twin demons in Gillen from 4 years ago." Hearing the protagonist's name, the man froze in shock and stammered. "Bu Yunseal? Wait, are you the 10 battle demon?" Growing impatient, Bu Yunseal said, "Killing an insignificant nobody like you won't earn me any punishment, so stop talking nonsense and bring me what I need." The man hesitantly replied, "But the 9 Kill Squad's secret records may only be accessed by its members." Bu Yunseal interrupted him. "That's not a problem, because I'm number 18 of the Yang branch." Hearing the number 18, the man became even more horrified, his eyes nearly popping out. He stammered, "Are you really that famous number 18? Why would the 10 battle demon lower himself to join the 9 Kill Squad?" Bu Yunseal angrily tightened his grip on his sword and shouted, "It seems killing you and searching myself is the best option." Terrified, the man hurriedly begged, Please wait. I understand. I'll get it right away. Just give me a moment." Before long, the man returned with a yellow-covered book and handed it to the protagonist, saying, "This is it." The protagonist said nothing and immediately took the book. Bu Yunseal began flipping through its pages as countless questions filled his mind. What truth was hidden here? Were they truly spies of the Martial Arts Alliance? Or was everything merely a mistake? But when he reached a certain line, the protagonist's eyes suddenly froze as though he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Bu Yunseal then recalled someone's words. Whether righteous or unorthodox factions, both devote great effort to training highly skilled spies. Not to mention massive organizations like the Demon Palace and the Martial Alliance. Their usual tactic was, thinking this, Bu Yunseal slammed the book shut and fell in a deep thought, standing silently in the room. The scene shifted to the next morning in a bamboo forest, where the fine weather and warm sunlight somewhat dispelled the cold. One poured wine for the other, who said, "Honestly, I never thought I'd live long enough to witness this. Who would have thought the young master would personally pour us wine one day?" Bu Yunseal had sought out the Kong twin demons and invited them here to drink and talk. Sangriang cheerfully raised his cup and laughed. "After living half my life, I never imagined the young master would personally offer me wine." Mon happily added, "Do you know, ever since drinking with you last time, our elder brother often climbs on Nam Ni's roof too." Sangriang turned to the protagonist and continued with a smile. "At first I thought nothing of it, but after trying it myself, I realized how enjoyable it is. People say that once you admire someone, you naturally imitate their habits. Haha, that really is true. How long has it been since we last drank this freely?" Drinking with the young master somehow makes the wine taste richer. While the two laughed and chatted endlessly, Bu Yunseal was too troubled inside to smile. Seeing the protagonist lost in thought, Sangriang finally got to the point. "Well then, now that the cups are empty, if something is troubling you, just say it." Bu Yunseal pondered briefly before looking at Sangriang and asking, "You think I have something to say?" Sangriang smiled innocently. "We've known you for nearly a year now. You normally don't drink this hastily. When men are about to say something they truly do not wish to say, They often borrow courage from alcohol. Seeing their attitude, Bu Yinseal thought their way of speaking seemed to have changed. It's almost as if you already knew what I was about to ask. He gently set down his empty wine cup. Bu Yinseal's cold voice rang out. Sangria Mon, you too. Really are. Spies planted here by the righteous faction. Aren't you? As soon as he finished, Sangriang and Mon's expressions darkened as an ominous feeling arose. Bu Yinseal frowned slightly and waited for an answer, hoping it would not be as bad as he feared. The bamboo forest suddenly fell silent, with none of the lively chatter from moments ago. Sitting opposite Bu Yinseal, Sangriang sighed. What a shame. We looked forward to returning to the Demon Palace so much, only to be exposed like this. We expected it, though, and even thought the Demon Palace might have known our identities long ago. Bu Yinseal asked coldly. If you knew, why didn't you leave? Sangriang replied. That's hard to explain. Mon sighed and added. Perhaps we wanted to prove we were still useful. The Yang branch was originally where intelligence organizations from both righteous and evil factions intersected, but we managed it without conflict, so we thought they might overlook us because of that. At this point, Mon suddenly pointed at the protagonist and continued. You exceeded our expectations by far, Bu Yinseal. The protagonist looked rather surprised before sighing. So you already knew. Sangriang showed no anxiety, simply raising his cup with a smile. Through your missions, the intelligence organizations in Yang have been wiped out one after another. The Yang branch has become easy to control no matter who takes charge, meaning we are no longer useful. Forget those sentimental feelings. The outcome has already been decided anyway. Bu Yinseal felt conflicted and thought. Nearly 6 months have passed since I entered the martial world, and they were the first people I truly grew attached to. Now I have to cut off their heads with my own hands. The martial world truly is merciless, even those I thought would become my lifelong confidants. Thinking this, Bu Yinseal frowned again, because he truly did not want things to end this way. After thinking it over, Bu Yinseal seemed to have made his decision, his face returning to its usual coldness as he quietly looked toward the Kong twin demons. Seeing Bu Yinseal's gaze, Sangriang understood his intent and narrowed his eyes, saying, Looks like you're ready. Suddenly, Mon vanished from his seat and exclaimed, Then let's begin. Bu Yinseal instantly sensed a surge of power closing in beside his ear, and it was Mon who appeared behind him and swung his sickle. But Bu Yinseal swiftly ducked beneath the strike. Mon hurled the sickle in his left hand forward and chuckled coldly, impressed that Bu Yinseal truly never let his guard down. Bu Yinseal raised his sword to the left to block Mon's sickle, while Sangriang charged straight toward him from the other side. Bu Yinseal knocked Mon's sickle back, then turned and slashed a wave of sword energy towards Sangriang. Seeing it coming, Sangriang immediately raised his 2 pin-shaped weapons to block Bu Yinseal's sword energy. Their eyes met, yet neither showed any killing intent, as though this were merely a friendly spar. Immediately afterward, Bu Yinseal's body shot into the air. Bu Yinseal attacked Mon, who blocked while retreating as Sangriang chased after Bu Yinseal. Mon struggled to withstand Bu Yinseal's attacks and muttered in shock, Ugh, what kind of speed is this? Sangriang was also growing exhausted and panted in admiration, thinking that Bu Yinseal truly was formidable. Bu Yinseal finally stopped attacking and calmly warned Sangriang and Mon, Put down your weapons. He appeared behind Mon and Sangriang and continued, You cannot defeat me. Sangriang smiled, glanced back at Bu Yinseal, and replied, We'll have to see about that. As soon as he finished speaking, Sangriang charged at Bu Yinseal, spinning his weapons like a pair of fans. Seeing Sangriang's move, Bu Yinseal was surprised, slightly frowning as he raised his sword to meet the attack. He immediately swung his sword toward the tip of Sangriang's pin-shaped weapon. Yet Sangriang's move changed unpredictably as his fingers deftly twisted the weapon around Bu Yinseal's blade. Bu Yinseal's strike missed, while Sangriang slipped past his sword and thrust his weapon toward his face. Watching Sangriang's weapon close in before his eyes, Bu Yinseal was startled and thought that this move was completely different from before. The movement resembled staff techniques, forcing Bu Yinseal to grimace and use all his strength to barely evade the attack. Seeing Bu Yinseal retreat, Sangriang pressed forward with another move and excitedly asked, What do you think? This is our Beggars Guild's pride, the dog-beating staff technique. And hearing the name of this technique, Bu Yinseal thought, in surprise, that the dog-beating staff technique was a martial art of the Beggars Guild. Next came Mon's turn to reveal his true strength as he grinned and said, "And this." Whoosh, Mon's sickle suddenly shot in from afar and curved around behind Bu Yinseal. Moreover, the sickle radiated a force resembling the sword energy wielded by swordsmen. That power even extended along the connecting chain, causing it to glow golden. The sickle swept toward Bu Yinseal as Mon excitedly introduced it as his sex sun-shooting sword technique. Hearing the name, Bu Yinseal glanced at Mon in surprise and thought of the supreme sword art of the Diansong sect, the sun-shooting sword technique. As the sickle swept across, Bu Yinseal quickly ducked while the bamboo behind him was severed, making him realize they were both masters from the 9 great sects, the most renowned sects of the righteous faction. Ending his thoughts, Bu Yinseal immediately turned and redirected his attack toward Mon. When Mon's sickle flew toward him, Bu Yinseal gripped his sword with both hands and forcefully knocked the sickle into the air. But at that very moment, Sangriang flickered into view behind him and charged forward with incredible speed. Seeing Sangriang rushing toward him, Bu Yinseal thought that combining the 9 great sects' supreme techniques with the unorthodox weapons of the demonic path had created techniques that were extremely difficult to predict. A quick note: unorthodox weapons are unusual weapons rarely used, such as Mon's sickle and Sangriang's pair of pin-shaped weapons. In an instant, Bu Yinseal was sent flying far backward by the combined attack of the Kong clan twin demons. However, he remained fully alert, frowning as he thought, "Am I going to be overwhelmed like this?" He recalled all the opponents he had faced before, including unidentified assassins whose martial arts were impossible to read. Remembering the deadly battle during his previous trial, Bu Yinseal thought, "Until now I've observed and fought countless techniques from both righteous and unorthodox factions. All the techniques and combat insights I've learned. I'll pour everything into this move." And as this thought crossed his mind, Bu Yinseal's eyes flashed demonic red as he reversed his sword grip and his aura suddenly surged. Mon and Sangriang were still charging toward the protagonist to attack. Bu Yinseal's gaze locked firmly onto Sangriang and Mon. He became a streak of red light and shot past the 2 golden streaks formed by Sangriang and Mon. With his power suddenly soaring, Bu Yinseal swung his sword and easily neutralized the Kong clan twin demons' attacks. Seeing this, Sangriang and Mon stared wide-eyed in shock and exclaimed, "What?" Bu Yinseal shot into the air and spun around to build momentum, while Sangriang and Mon stood below, frozen in astonishment. They seemed to realize this move was overwhelmingly powerful and nearly impossible to evade. Yet instead of panicking, Sangriang unexpectedly smiled faintly, as though he had been waiting for this. Even stranger, Mon suddenly let go of the sickle in his hand. At the same time, Sangriang also released the brush from his hand. Seeing their strange actions, Bu Yinseal's eyes widened in sudden shock. Then with a thunderous boom, Bu Yinseal seemingly had no time to withdraw his attack, causing an earth-shaking explosion. After pouring all his strength into that decisive strike, Bu Yinseal's sword was covered in blood, thick drops slowly running down the blade before falling from its tip and soaking into the ground. A vast section of the bamboo forest had been flattened by the shockwave, while Sangriang and Mon lay motionless on the cold snowy ground, their bodies stained with blood leaking from their wounds. Bu Yinseal remained rooted in place, frowning as he stared at the bodies of the Kong clan twin demons and wondered, why? The protagonist suddenly recalled the previous moment, when just before delivering the final blow, he had noticed something strange across from him. Sangriang and Mon had completely dropped their weapons and simply waited for death. Yet their faces showed neither fear nor despair, only satisfaction and peaceful acceptance. That moment was something Bu Yinseal would probably never forget for the rest of his life. Returning to the present, the protagonist frowned slightly and asked Sangriang in a low voice, "Why? Why didn't you block or even dodge?" Sangriang was barely alive, his breathing extremely weak as he struggled to answer. "I already told you. This ending had been decided long ago." Leaning against a boulder with a massive, deep slash running from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, Sangriang painfully said. Once our identities were exposed, there was nowhere left in this vast world for us to survive. He glanced at Mon lying motionless nearby and sighed hoarsely. Only after being cornered did I fight you. But neither Mon nor I ever intended to kill you. Mon always said he felt as though he had gained another stubborn little brother. Hearing Sangriang's heartfelt words, Bu Yunseal's emotions churned like raging waves, filled with chaos and pain. Sangriang's body began trembling violently as he gathered his last bit of strength and said, I'll give you one final warning. Both the Martial Arts Alliance and the Demon Hall are watching you very closely. You understand what I mean, right? He looked at Bu Yunseal as his eyes gradually dimmed and said, The martial world is filled with deadly storms and hidden dangers. Please take good care of yourself. After saying this, Sangriang's head dropped. His final breath marked the end of his turbulent life in this world. Bu Yunseal stood silently like a statue, staring at Sangriang. As the two could have been called kindred spirits, yet cruelly, he was the one who personally sent them to their deaths. Several hours later, after that terrifying battle, the devastated bamboo forest once again returned to its usual quiet and desolate stillness. Bu Yunseal silently used his own hands to scoop up soil and build graves for Sangriang and Mon. He said nothing and simply sat there in silence, staring blankly at the lonely earthen graves he had personally built. 2 lonely graves lay silently in the bamboo forest, one for Sangriang and one for Mon, with their cleaned weapons neatly placed before the nameless graves, which had neither tombstones nor memorial tablets. Sangriang's earlier words echoed in Bu Yunseal's mind as he wondered whether an exposed spy truly had nowhere left to belong. After a while, Bu Yunseal slowly stood up, sighed, gazed deeply at the 2 freshly raised graves, and softly said, I hope there is a peaceful refuge for you in the afterlife. With that, Bu Yunseal decisively turned away, severing his lingering attachment and officially bidding farewell to the 2 confidants who had left his life. The scene shifted back to the Shadow Pavilion. Bu Yunseal returned safely, swiftly entered the secret chamber, clasped his fists, and respectfully saluted the person seated above. His clear voice echoed through the room. 10th Demon successor Bu Yunseal has completed his mission with a 9-kill squad and returned to report. Sitting before Bu Yunseal was Dan Chong, Deputy Pavilion Master of the Shadow Pavilion, who remained as casual as ever and smiled with narrowed eyes. Good. It's good that you're back. I've heard rumors about your outstanding performance in the 9-kill squad. So can you personally explain exactly what happened? Bu Yunseal's face remained cold as ice, though a faint trace of lonely sorrow flickered deep in his eyes. He began recounting the entire battle in detail to Dan Chong. Before long, Bu Yunseal finished the story and said solemnly, Therefore, I followed the secret order and eliminated the Kong twin demons. After hearing everything, Dan Chong gave a quiet hum and immediately fell into deep thought. Moments later, his expression suddenly became unusually serious and sharp as he stared at the protagonist and slowly said, Your final mission doesn't seem to have been that simple. So, is there anything else you want to tell me? Bu Yunseal hid both hands behind his back and clenched his fists beneath his wide sleeves to suppress his emotions before calmly answering Dan Chong. After nearly a year with the Kong twin demons, I unknowingly began to trust them. I thought I had personally severed those unnecessary feelings to complete the mission. Hearing the protagonist openly admit this, Dan Chong seemed to realize something, showing brief surprise before concentrating deep. He did not answer immediately, instead turning away and sinking into contemplation over some unseen greater scheme. After a long while, Dan Chong suddenly stood and gave an order that surprised Bu Yunseal. Follow me. The 2 swiftly used their movement techniques and soon arrived at a desolate clearing not far from the Shadow Pavilion headquarters. Looking around the deserted area, Bu Yunseal wondered why the Deputy Pavilion Master had suddenly brought him to such a remote place when Dan Chong, standing ahead with his back turned, suddenly shouted, Now, right here. His face showed unprecedented seriousness as he abruptly turned toward the protagonist and ordered sternly, Draw your sword. The protagonist looked startled and quickly asked, What do you mean, Deputy Pavilion Master? Dan Chong replied sharply. I want to see how much your life and death experiences in the 9-kill squad have made you grow. Faced with Dan Chong's sudden request, the protagonist was confused about why he wanted a duel, but knew the Deputy Pavilion Master must have a deeper purpose and that obeying was the only way to find out. Without hesitation, Bu Yunseal placed his hand on his sword hilt, looked directly at Dan Chong, and said solemnly, "Then please allow me to strike first." The moment he finished speaking, Bu Yunseal's figure blurred where he stood, moving so quickly that only a faint afterimage remained. In a single instant, Bu Yunseal appeared ghost-like before Dan Chong and unleashed a lightning-fast sword strike. As Bu Yunseal attacked with all his strength, he rapidly calculated that the longer the fight dragged on, the worse his position would become, so he had to decide victory within a few moves. Yet immediately afterward, Bu Yunseal's gaze froze because he could hardly believe his eyes. Despite his relentless full-power assault, the Deputy Pavilion Master remained completely calm, and Bu Yunseal was horrified to realize he could not find even the slightest opening. Suddenly, Dan Chong lazily opened one eye and pointed 2 fingers directly at the protagonist. He effortlessly neutralized all of Bu Yunseal's fierce attacks and smiled. "Oh, was that the heaven-dominating supreme saber art of the Spear God Squad Captain?" Boom! Bu Yunseal was blasted backward and thought in shock as his chest shook. I poured all my inner power into that attack, yet he neutralized it and sent me flying so easily. Before he could regain his balance, Dan Chong shot forward like a ghost and appeared directly before him, laughing with delight. "You still can't compare to your squad captain, but you've improved greatly, and your strategy of ending the fight quickly was excellent. So as a reward for your effort, I'll let you witness this technique." Hearing Dan Chong's words, Bu Yunseal's eyes widened in astonishment as he focused completely and dared not blink even once. Dan Chong suddenly stopped as his aura erupted like a raging tornado, while the tremendous pressure continued forcing Bu Yunseal backward. Just as Bu Yunseal landed and stabilized his defensive stance, the Deputy Pavilion Master's cold and overwhelming warning rang out again. "You might die, so use every last bit of strength you have to block this." As the Deputy Pavilion Master's sword began sliding from its sheath, brilliant golden power surged out like a roaring waterfall. Dan Chong lowered his stance slightly as increasingly dense power poured from his sword and filled the sky. A strange pale green light suddenly flashed in Dan Chong's pupils as his firm voice thundered, "Take this." Fierce energy surged from Dan Chong's sword, violently distorting the air around him under its suffocating pressure. Suddenly, dazzling golden light erupted from Dan Chong's blade, shining like the midday sun directly into his opponent's eyes. Facing that crushing pressure, Bu Yunseal gripped his sword with both hands and held it forward defensively, his feet seemingly frozen firmly to the ground before the opponent's overwhelming aura. In Bu Yunseal's tense, widened eyes, the sparkling lights produced by Dan Chong's technique were reflected with perfect clarity. Whoosh! A razor-thin sword line as fine as thread was drawn straight through the air. Immediately afterward, countless similar sword lines appeared densely and intertwined into a gigantic web covering the entire space. They swept past Bu Yunseal by inches before striking behind him and violently shredding the massive boulders into countless fragments. Bu Yunseal remained motionless, but the solid rock towering behind him completely collapsed as thick dust filled the area. Bu Yunseal glanced behind him, unable to hide his shock as shattered stone fragments still flew through the air. Looking at the devastation, Bu Yunseal thought in astonishment, did a single simple sword strike really shatter that enormous rock? Though it looked like a simple swing, the technique flowed endlessly and smoothly, releasing 108 sword images within an instant. No matter how many times I push beyond my limits now, I still may not reach that supreme realm. I never imagined such a terrifying level of martial arts truly existed in this world. Dan Chong narrowed his eyes at Bu Yunseal and smiled knowingly, thinking that what he had just shown was the supreme sword art of the extreme heaven realm. Those seeing it for the first time would usually fall into complete despair before such an overwhelming gap in strength. Yet Bu Yunseal did not seem overly shocked and even wore a confident smile, making Dan Chong wonder why this boy's attitude was so different from ordinary people. Thinking this, Dan Chong smiled again as the interest and approval in his eyes deepened. Dan Chong slowly walked toward Bu Yunseal and calmly said, "The move I just performed contains the essence of every variation in swordsmanship, and I deliberately slowed it to 1/5 its true speed, so you should have realized your martial arts weakness by now." Bu Yunseal did not answer immediately, remaining silent as he carefully observed Dan Chong's movements and listened to his guidance. Opposite him, Dan Chong clasped his hands behind his back and continued solemnly, "The martial world is a cruel place where blades decide everything, almost like hell. A place where people cannot afford to feel or give away unnecessary emotions. Once you enter the martial world, today's friend becoming tomorrow's enemy is perfectly normal, and you will encounter countless cruel and heartless events like this. Whenever facing such adversity, I cast aside every distracting thought and devote all my time to martial arts." And hearing this, Bu Yunseal was deeply moved, realizing the deputy pavilion master had intended to guide him from the very beginning. Thinking this, Bu Yunseal quickly stepped forward, cupped his fists, and firmly replied, "I will carve today's precious guidance from the deputy pavilion master into my heart and never forget it." Seeing the young man's burning passion and determination, Dan Chong smiled and thought, "Well, perhaps for quite some time, you'll hide away somewhere and devote yourself entirely to training." Dan Chong then approached, firmly patted Bu Yunseal's shoulder, and warmly said, "If you encounter any obstacle while training alone, come find me whenever you need." At those words, the gloom weighing on Bu Yunseal's heart finally disappeared, replaced by his usual resolve as he answered firmly, "Yes." That afternoon, the sky gradually turned golden beneath the setting sun as the day neared its end. Bu Yunseal stood alone among the ancient trees, quietly reflecting on the profound guidance the deputy pavilion master had given him. Gazing into the distance, Bu Yunseal thought that although he had only witnessed the deputy pavilion master's mysterious sword strike once, it remained vividly engraved in his memory. It was an ultimate fast sword technique, a supreme strike achieved by compressing every complex martial variation into a single sword move. But with my current ability, even using fast sword techniques, my absolute limit is only 12 sword images in one move. How can I merge the vast variations of the 108 forms into a single technique? Thinking this, Bu Yunseal raised his sharp sword to eye level and murmured, "Merge all variations into one move." Immediately afterward, Bu Yunseal suddenly swung his sword and powerfully twisted his body backward. The moment he turned, he poured all his true energy into a direct slash straight ahead. A violent crescent-shaped wave of sword energy tore through the wind from Bu Yunseal's blade and surged forward. Immediately afterward, Bu Yunseal unleashed countless sword energy slashes in rapid succession, firing them straight at a large tree ahead. The powerful impacts made the tree shake violently as dust and leaves scattered across the forest. Yet compared with Dan Chong, the protagonist was still far behind, since even his deepest sword marks were merely shallow scratches on the trunk. Seeing the actual result, Bu Yunseal couldn't hide his disappointment and sighed inwardly. Is it truly impossible? That sword technique contains every variation of swordsmanship in the world, so even the deputy pavilion master probably never expected someone like me to fully comprehend it immediately. Suddenly, Bu Yunseal realized something and thought in surprise, "Wait, if I can't fully comprehend the original technique right now, could I combine its profound principles with the sword arts I've learned before?" With that thought, Bu Yunseal felt as though he had discovered an entirely new breakthrough. The protagonist boldly continued thinking, "That's right. It should definitely work. I'll compress all 13 imperfect strikes of the 13 forms of the fire dance into a single sword strike." Acting immediately, Bu Yunseal swiftly shifted his footwork and swung his sword, testing the idea that had just appeared in his mind. Time quietly passed until late afternoon, when tired birds chirped as they returned to their nests after a long day. Beneath the silent pine forest, Bu Yunseal continued training tirelessly without taking even a moment to rest. The next day, Deputy Pavilion Master Dan Chong personally came to guide and correct the protagonist. Thanks to his careful instruction, Bu Yunseal improved dramatically, with his sword strikes becoming increasingly decisive, swift, and refined. The following day, the squad leader also came to inspect his progress and personally offered several additional pointers. After this intense training, Bu Yunseal's sword energy could already travel great distances and split a massive boulder in half. Even faint sparkling lights had begun appearing along his blade, resembling the dazzling phenomenon Dan Chong had once displayed. 1 year later, at a familiar wilderness area on the outskirts of the Nagia Pavilion, the protagonist's tireless footsteps once again brought him back to this place. After a long period of secluded cultivation and relentless training, Bu Yunseal had seemingly fully grasped the essence of Deputy Pavilion Master Dan Chong's supreme technique. He stood silently for a long while, gazing thoughtfully at the endless green pine forest ahead. Bu Yunseal slowly placed his palm on the sword hilt, and unlike Dan Chong's brilliant golden aura, the protagonist's sword energy erupted in a blazing crimson hue. He decisively drew his sword and slashed forward, unleashing a fierce crimson wave of sword energy. The sword energy surged violently through the air, cutting straight through numerous massive ancient trees. Boom! The towering trees shook violently before collapsing together, sending thick clouds of dust across the outskirts. After pouring all his true energy into that strike, Bu Yunseal exhaled in relief, his sharp face showing deep satisfaction with the results of his training. However, the explosive force had been too powerful for ordinary metal to withstand, causing the protagonist's sword blade to crack repeatedly before gradually shattering apart. Fragments of metal fell onto the soft ground as Bu Yunseal looked over the devastated scene and murmured happily, "I've finally completed the supreme heavenly flow." Astonishingly, Bu Yunseal's earth-shaking strike had done far more than cut down a few ordinary trees, as its terrifying sword energy swept through dozens of ancient trunks and instantly cleared a vast section of forest ahead. Dust and fallen leaves still swirled from the aftermath as Bu Yunseal stood silently amid the devastation, coldly observing the countless ancient tree stumps that had been completely severed. Seeing this, the protagonist's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he thought with relief, "Have I finally succeeded?" Using the profound swordsmanship personally taught by the Deputy Pavilion Master as his foundation, combining it with the martial arts he had comprehended himself and every hard-earned insight gained while wandering the martial world, he had truly succeeded in creating an entirely new sword art with his own hands, the supreme heavenly flow. But before his joy could fully spread, an unusual sound reached the protagonist's sharp ears, making his gaze instantly harden as he cautiously looked to the left. A figure stepped out from the shadows, revealing squad leader Baek Yun, who leaned against a nearby tree and smiled deeply at the protagonist before saying, "Long time no see, Bu Yunseal." And Bu Yunseal withdrew his killing intent and smiled back in greeting. Baek Yun slowly surveyed the devastated area Bu Yunseal had created, and the more closely he examined the traces, the tighter his pupils contracted until a cold bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. Looking at the perfectly clean cuts across the trunks, Baek Yun thought in astonishment that sword strikes normally carried the distinctive traces and aura of their wielder, yet these destroyed trees revealed none at all. Perhaps because Bu Yunseal had fused countless techniques into one and erased every recognizable characteristic. Suppressing his shock, Baek Yun looked at the protagonist and praised, "You've improved tremendously." But unlike the astonished squad leader, Bu Yunseal merely sighed with a thoughtful look and replied, "I'm still nowhere near satisfied." Hearing that proud reply, Baek Yun turned away and laughed loudly. What sword art could possibly satisfy your standards? With that, he strode away and ordered the protagonist more seriously, "Follow me. The Deputy Pavilion Master is calling for you." Hearing Baek Yun say this, the protagonist was slightly surprised and wondered about the purpose of this sudden summons. The scene shifted to the solemn residence of Deputy Pavilion Master Dan Chong. When the protagonist entered, Dan Chong was sitting quietly in a large chair and smiled deeply at Bu Yunseal. "For nearly a year you've only stayed around the training grounds and mountains, so I can finally see you outside training hours." He paused and stared as though seeing through him before continuing. According to Baek Yun, You've achieved results beyond expectations and always surprise me. But Yunseal calmly replied, "It was only possible thanks to the Deputy Pavilion Master's guidance." Seeing Dan Chong still avoiding the main topic after praising him, but Yunseal asked directly, "So, why did you call me here?" Dan Chong's smile vanished as he said solemnly, "The decision regarding the 10th demon's successor has been made." Hearing this, Bu Yunseal's chest tightened as he exclaimed, "Decision?" Dan Chong looked straight at him and coldly said, 1 year. After pausing, he emphasized, 1 year from now, the 10 war demons must face the great righteous masters. The terrible news struck Bu Yunseal like thunder, violently shaking even his normally unwavering heart. Still stunned, Bu Yunseal hurriedly looked toward Baek Yun and asked, "Is there a special reason for this 1-year deadline?" Before Baek Yun could answer, Dan Chong slowly unfurled an ancient scroll showing 3 large circles connected directly to a smaller circle at the center. Dan Chong carefully placed a game piece on the scroll and explained the scheming situation. As you know, the position of successor to the Demon Palace remains vacant. 3 major powers are fiercely competing for that supreme position: the Demon Palace, the 10 great demonic sects, and the neutral Elders Hall. Tapping the table lightly, he lowered his voice. "The 10 great demonic sects fear that you 10 war demons might grow too powerful and surpass the candidate they support. If that happens, everything becomes complicated because control of the entire martial world will change depending on which faction's candidate becomes successor." Standing beside them, Squad Captain Baek Yun added grimly, "Instead of giving you enough time to mature, they only want enough time for you to clash with the great righteous masters and destroy each other." Dan Chong sighed mockingly. "That's simply the petty calculation of those old men. But viewed differently, it also means the growth of you 10 war demons has become impressive enough to directly threaten their chosen successors." A sharp gleam flashed through Dan Chong's eyes as he asked the decisive question, "So tell me, how do you want to spend this brief year?" Without the slightest hesitation, Bu Yunseal placed a hand firmly over his chest. His eyes burned with determination as he declared before the 2 seniors, "I want to enter the martial world and test the swordsmanship I created myself." Hearing the protagonist's bold declaration, Squad Captain Baek Yun stepped forward in surprise and asked, "You want to enter the martial world again? Wouldn't it be better to remain in the Demon Palace and use this time to build ties with the successors of the 10 great demonic sects?" Unlike Baek Yun's worried reaction, Deputy Pavilion Master Dan Chong stroked his chin and suddenly burst in a hearty laughter. "Haha, I knew you'd say that." He turned toward Baek Yun and waved his hand. "Baek Yun, stop trying to dissuade him. When has this child ever backed down from something like this? Didn't our Pavilion Master and the Demon Palace Master also ignore the world's judgment and single-handedly shake the entire martial world?" Squad Captain Baek Yun was deeply shaken and stared at Bu Yunseal in astonishment, wondering, could the Deputy Pavilion Master truly expect this child to reach that legendary realm? Sitting opposite the protagonist, Deputy Pavilion Master Dan Chong sipped his tea and continued in a warm yet powerful voice, "Since you've decided to enter the martial world, let me choose your first destination." He leaned slightly forward, fixing his gaze on the protagonist. "Bu Yunseal, have you ever heard of the Rogue Market?" The scene shifted to Noble Province, where unlike the gloomy and solemn Demon Palace headquarters, the land was prosperous and flourishing. More precisely, within the Rogue Market, a bustling main street was packed with people moving back and forth. From above, nearly every pedestrian could be seen wearing neat, clean, and respectable clothing. This was Bu Yunseal's view as he sat alone on the 2nd floor of an inn, quietly observing the world through an open window. He slightly lifted the brim of his hat for a wider view and thought, there really are many people here, including factions from both the righteous and evil sides. And even members of the Demon Palace have come here. This place truly is a miniature martial world. His eyes narrowed as he recalled his senior's explanation that before he departed, the Rogue Market had originally been nothing more than a loosely organized alliance of wanderers. They merely accepted ordinary errands to survive from day to day, but everything changed more than 12 years ago. After a new wanderer lord took command and established a strict hierarchy, skilled martial artists from everywhere gradually flocked here to join. The organization then grew tremendously into a massive wanderer alliance, renowned throughout the world as the Rogue Market. After becoming powerful, they repeatedly hosted the Rising Star Martial Tournament to attract the finest wanderers into the Rogue Market and use its growing reputation to secure lucrative missions from various martial factions. The reason I came all this way was precisely to participate in the martial tournament. Bu Yinseal thought that since this special tournament ignored one's background or sect, it was natural for martial artists confident in their strength to gather here. This was the best chance to measure his current swordsmanship. But first he should gather some information at this, and when footsteps suddenly approached, and two strangers walked straight to his table. One of them politely asked, "Brother, may we share your table since every other seat in the inn is occupied?" Bu Yinseal tilted his head, glanced from beneath his hat at the speaker, and replied coldly, "Suit yourself." Though he agreed, Bu Yinseal remained cautious and carefully observed the newcomer's bearing, physique, and weapon as a glint flashed in his eyes. Soon his lips curved into a faint smile as he thought excitedly, "Perfect. It seems I've found a worthy opponent." After receiving permission, the young man beside the speaker sighed in relief, cupped his hands, and said happily, "Thank you, brother." A steaming bowl of black chicken soup with root vegetables was quickly brought over by the waiter and placed in the center of the table, releasing a delicious aroma. Seeing the food, the young man who had asked to share the table cheerfully said, "Thank you for letting us sit here. Seeing someone like you proves that human kindness has not completely vanished from the martial world." Ignoring the man rambling across from him, Bu Yinseal calmly sat there and slowly sipped his wine without replying. The silence did not discourage the young man, who suddenly remembered something and eagerly asked, "Brother, did you also come to participate in the martial tournament?" As expected, the prize this time is simply too tempting, which explains why so many people registered. And hearing about the prize, Bu Yinseal set down his cup and asked curiously, "The prize?" Seeing his reaction, the young man raised a finger and enthusiastically answered, "The spirit snake divine sword. It is a legendary treasure of the martial world, known as a divine sword capable of severing even souls. So rumors say many veteran masters have gathered here." Hearing this, Bu Yinseal became interested and thought that a sword worthy of being called divine certainly would not break from ordinary force. "I have been troubled because no sword can withstand the energy of supreme heavenly flow, so obtaining it would not be bad." While Bu Yinseal was lost in thought, the young man continued explaining until his words were interrupted by a loud commotion from the other side of the inn. Amid the noisy crowd, a man suddenly sprang to his feet and angrily shouted, "Mountain Ghost!" He pointed at a large, bare-chested man nearby and yelled, "You murderous bandit actually dare walk openly in broad daylight? Today I'll kill you to avenge our sect master." Yet Mountain Ghost remained seated, calmly took a sip of wine, and indifferently asked, "Are you disciples of the Northern Sword sect? I beheaded even the Northern Sword sect master in fewer than 30 moves. Yet small fry like you dare come looking for trouble?" He slowly turned toward the Northern Sword sect disciples, grinned viciously, and growled, "Haha, I'll cut off your heads and use them as wine cups." Glancing around the inn, the Northern Sword sect disciple suppressed his fear and frowned, saying, "Humph. Do you think there are no righteous masters here stronger than you?" He hurriedly turned toward the other patrons and shouted, "Would any friend here join me in eliminating this wicked villain?" Yet his righteous appeal was met only with cold indifference and uneasy, avoiding gazes as everyone lowered their heads to stay out of trouble. Seeing such a harsh response, he froze and muttered in confusion, Why?" At Bu Yinseal's table, the young man chewed his food while shaking his head and sighing, "Good grief, it seems they don't know the unwritten rules of the rogue market." Because the rogue market gathers masters from everywhere, there's a rule against causing trouble over righteous or evil affiliations. So sadly, we can only pray for their souls. The battle ended swiftly and brutally, leaving the Northern Sword sect disciple coughing blood and sprawled across the floor. After defeating the leader, Mountain Ghost proudly grabbed another disciple by the neck and effortlessly lifted him into the air. Seeing his fellow disciple in danger, another Northern Sword sect disciple panicked, charged forward with his sword, and shouted. But with one heavy, decisive swing of Mountain Ghost's axe, the disciple's sword was knocked far away. He leisurely approached the two trembling disciples on the floor and laughed viciously. How pathetic. Remember this well. Revenge by the weak only brings a meaningless death. Bu Yinxiu remained silent, then suddenly rose from his chair, startling the young man at his table, who anxiously asked, "Brother, wait, are you really planning to step in and help them? You look new to the martial world, so give up that idea. This is the rogue market, and no one will praise you for interfering." But Bu Yinxiu ignored the warning and kept walking. Mountain Ghost rested his protective axe on his shoulder, looked murderously down at the two Northern Sword sect disciples, and grinned. "So, where should I start cutting first?" Hearing steady footsteps approaching from behind, the Mount Sang Ghost turned around and asked in surprise, "Huh? Who are you, brat?" Bu Yinxiu coldly ignored him, his expression completely calm as he continued walking past. Seeing someone dare ignore him, the Mount Sang Ghost flew into a rage and shouted, "I'm asking who you are." As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent erupted as the Mount Sang Ghost swung his huge axe and charged straight at the protagonist. Yet before the crude axe could even touch the protagonist's clothes, a cold flash swept past, and blood instantly sprayed violently from the Mount Sang Ghost's neck. His pupils contracted in terror as he stared down at his neck and stammered, "And my neck." A dull thud followed as the Mount Sang Ghost's head fell to the floor, blood still spraying from the severed neck and staining the courtyard red. Witnessing this horrifying scene unfold in an instant, every guest in the tavern froze in fear, none daring to utter a word. Even the young man who had shared a table with the protagonist earlier stood rooted in place, staring wide-eyed at the pool of blood. Only then did the three disciples of the Northern Sword sect stagger upright, their faces pale as they stammered, "What the hell just happened?" Their leader trembled and finally managed to say, "Thank you, great hero, for saving our lives. I will surely repay." But Bu Yinxiu was a man of few words and completely ignored their gratitude. Without saying anything, he coldly turned away and continued downstairs. He used lightning-fast reflexes to draw his sword, but surviving here with only a fast sword will be difficult. He's rough, but righteous. I like him. Perhaps I should save his life sometime. The scene suddenly shifted to a much larger and livelier place at the Eastern Escort Estate. In the central plaza, a sturdy arm rose high above the sea of people. A dignified, middle-aged man loudly called out, "Greetings, fellow martial artists. I am Mun Chion, chief steward of the Eastern Escort Estate." Cheers erupted from all directions as Mun Chion smiled and projected his powerful voice across the crowd. "This is the 4th Martial Star Tournament hosted by our Eastern Escort Estate, all thanks to your support. So, I will now announce the rules." Mun Chion clearly explained each rule. First, anyone may enter the Martial Star Tournament simply by stating their name, but they must bear responsibility for any consequences that arise here. Second, anyone who defeats at least 3 challengers in the preliminary round will advance. Or, they may also advance if no challenger appears after half an hour. Third, once 36 qualifiers have been determined, we will create the tournament bracket and hold 2 matches each day. Fourth, anyone who obstructs our work or harms members of the Eastern Escort Estate will receive no reward even if they ultimately win. Mun Chion raised his voice and declared, "Then the 4th Martial Star Tournament officially begins now," and thousands below the arena immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. After the excitement subsided, Mun Chion challenged the crowd. "Whoever wishes to fight first, step onto the arena." The martial artists below began hesitating and whispering among themselves, "Going first is disadvantageous. I want to observe their strength before acting." While the gathered heroes remained hesitant, a lone figure calmly stepped forward from one corner and climbed the wooden stairs toward the arena. It was none other than the protagonist, who stood proudly beneath thousands of gazes and calmly announced, "I am Bu Yinxiu." Hearing the name, Mun Chion immediately recognized him and thought in surprise, So he's the fast sword user who killed a gawk with a single strike at the end the other day. With that strength, he'll easily pass the preliminaries, but after what happened that day, I wonder whether anyone will dare challenge him now. Casting aside his doubts, Mun Xion spread his arms toward the crowd and shouted, "Come, does anyone wish to challenge young Hero Bu?" Unexpectedly, the moment Mun Xion finished speaking, a sharp gust sounded as a slender figure leapt from the crowd, flipped gracefully over his head, and landed directly on the arena. Even more surprisingly, the newcomer was the sly young man who had previously shared a table with the protagonist of the tavern. The young man landed lightly and stood directly opposite Bu Yunxiu. Looking at the protagonist, he smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "Although this isn't our first meeting, this is the first time I've formally introduced myself." Below the arena, the moment the young man's face was fully revealed, the martial crowd erupted in shock and noisy whispers. "Ah, it's him!" Several martial artists immediately recognized the newcomer and cried out in alarm. "Could he be? He is." Ignoring the murmurs below, the young man placed one hand over his chest, bowed slightly, and cheerfully introduced himself. "I am Yang Gy." Hearing the name Yang Gy, Bu Yinxiu's eyes flickered as he immediately recognized him as the famous Great Righteous Master of the Azure Point sect. Everyone focused their attention on the opening battle of the tournament. On the arena, Yang Gy stood with his hands behind his back, smiling warmly at Bu Yinxiu. In contrast, Bu Yinxiu stared in surprise, caught off guard by both his sudden appearance and strangely friendly attitude. Below, the crowd buzzed like waves. Is that Yang Gy? Could he really be the great righteous master we've only heard about in rumors? Hearing the surrounding whispers, Bu Yunxiu thought in surprise, "I've long heard his name, but never expected to face him so soon, and all those false rumors about his appearance kept me from recognizing him." Just then, Yang Gy narrowed his eyes and laughed heartily, breaking the tense silence. "To think the man I once shared a meal with was from the Azure Point sect. Huh. You probably didn't expect this either, did you?" But Bu Yinxiu's sudden reply immediately froze Yang Gy's smile. "I already knew you were from the Azure Point sect, because that extremely narrow, short-bladed sword is the signature weapon of the Azure Point sect." Surprised by the protagonist's sharp analysis, Yang Gy widened his eyes and asked, "You seem very familiar with the Azure Point sect, so you must know about me too?" Bu Yinxiu's gaze suddenly turned cold as he looked at Yang Gy and recalled the secret information. Great Righteous Master of the Azure Point sect, Yang Gy, entered the Azure Point sect at 14 and joined the Great Righteous Masters tournament 3 years later. Then left the Martial Alliance after only 1 year to roam the martial world, becoming one of the Righteous faction's fellow successors, and a target the 10 War Demons must beware of. So just how strong is he really? While Bu Yinxiu remained deep in thought, Yang Gy continued smiling sincerely. "Please don't misunderstand. I entered this tournament to protect you. And although I've witnessed your powerful swift sword firsthand, you must understand that the Rising Star Tournament is a brutal place filled with killing intent, and that alone won't be enough to survive. Withdraw from the tournament and return, because an upright hero like you is needed in the martial world, and dying pointlessly here would be far too wasteful." Hearing Yang Gy clearly reveal his intentions, Bu Yinxiu quietly exhaled and replied indifferently, "I wonder what you were going to say." Yang Gy's expression darkened as he placed a hand on his sword hilt and slowly drew the blade, saying sternly, If you refuse to give up, then there's no choice." With that, Yang Gy suddenly shot forward and vanished from his original position like light. In an instant, he appeared ghost-like behind Bu Yinxiu, his cold blade already resting against his opponent's neck. Yang Gy narrowed his eyes and smiled confidently. "I'll show you the difference in our strength, so you'll willingly withdraw." Yet Bu Yinxiu remained cold and expressionless, glancing sharply at Yang Gy behind him. The next instant, Bu Yinxiu spun around and slashed at him like lightning. But Yang Gy vanished from sight like a fading shadow. Yang Gy slid backward while keeping his eyes fixed on the protagonist, and said, "It seems you have no intention of giving up easily." After stabilizing his footing, Yang Gy stood sideways and proudly raised his sword, Just as I expected. Immediately afterward, his fighting spirits surged as Yang Ji-wai raised his sword to shoulder height and stared directly at Bu Yunseal. With a fierce swing, a white blade aura tore through the air toward the protagonist's neck, but Bu Yunseal reacted instantly and leaned backward, narrowly avoiding it. Recognizing the familiar technique, Bu Yunseal narrowed his eyes at Yang Ji-wai and thought, "Is that the sun-shooting sword art Mon once used?" It was a sword art capable of freely unleashing techniques without being restricted by distance. Giving him no chance to breathe, Yang Ji-wai continuously unleashed fierce blade auras from the sun-shooting sword art, forming an inescapable net that flew toward Bu Yunseal. With extraordinary footwork, Bu Yunseal moved gracefully through the wind-splitting sword energy while calculating that keeping distance was disadvantageous, so he had to close in as much as possible. Seeing the ordinary sun-shooting sword technique could not trouble Bu Yunseal, Yang Ji-wai withdrew his sword, prepared his ultimate move, and smiled challengingly. "Try dodging this." He swung his sword, and countless dense sword images instantly appeared and surged toward Bu Yunseal as Yang Ji-wai shouted, "Sun-shooting ultimate art." Yet the storm-like attack still could not trouble Bu Yunseal, who moved like a leaf in the wind and gracefully avoided every sword strike of the sun-shooting ultimate art without injury. This left Yang Ji-wai utterly stunned, his body freezing as he never imagined his proud attack could be neutralized so easily. Watching Bu Yunseal effortlessly evade the sword energy, Yang Ji-wai thought in shock, how could he so easily dodge the foremost technique of the Diansong sect's supreme swordsmanship? That was not instinct or footwork, but movement born from thoroughly understanding the technique and its sword paths. Realizing this shocking truth, Yang Ji-wai blurted out, "Sir, have you fought a master who uses the sun-shooting sword technique before?" Bu Yunseal remained cold and silent, continuing to avoid the remaining sword energy while steadily advancing. Then the corner of his mouth moved slightly, as though he were secretly smiling. Stopping only 5 steps before Yang Ji-wai, he calmly replied, "Yes, that person used an unorthodox weapon instead of a sword, but his variations and speed were far more refined than yours." Hearing such a truthful yet cutting answer, Yang Ji-wai gave a bitter smile and softly said, "It seems I underestimated you." Yang Ji-wai immediately gripped the sword hilt with his left hand as well, his expression turning colder and more serious as he said, "Very well, from now on I will fight you with my full strength." As soon as he finished, Yang Ji-wai's aura erupted and soared tremendously as he kicked off the ground and charged Bu Yunseal like a savage beast pouncing on prey. Seeing the fierce aura and wind-splitting sword energy rushing straight at him, Bu Yunseal became serious and thought that every strike was a deadly sword move aimed directly at vital points. Without superior footwork, this move would be absolutely impossible to evade. Bu Yunseal immediately shifted his body and displayed unpredictable footwork to avoid Yang Ji-wai's vicious and deadly attacks. Yet in an instant, Yang Ji-wai appeared like a ghost directly behind Bu Yunseal. With his natural sharp senses, Bu Yunseal instantly detected the chilling, killing aura behind him. He spun around in an instant, gripped his sword with both hands, and swung hard as dazzling sword lights erupted and collided directly with Yang Ji-wai's storm-like sword lights. Yang Ji-wai's sword attacks were terrifyingly powerful, piercing through Bu Yunseal's defense and striking the ground to carve narrow, deep, straight grooves beside his feet. Seeing this terrifying technique, the spectators below gasped before excited cheers erupted. "Oh, is that the 7 ultimate sword forms? I heard it transforms righteous martial arts into practical killing techniques, and even the slightest mistake can cost your life." Constantly defending against Yang Ji-wai's relentless storm of attacks, Bu Yunseal countered while thinking in surprise that this sword style greatly resembled when he first learned swordsmanship. It reminded him of the time he used the deadly 13 forms of the fire dance, when he could not control the surging killing intent within him, causing every sword move to unconsciously become a killing strike. Someone completely controlled by killing intent sees only the opponent's death, so their defense against incoming attacks naturally becomes weaker. Realizing this, but Yunseal suddenly stepped back as a towering pressure burst from his body, and his long hair whipped violently in the wind, while he thought that if he exploited this weakness. Seeing the sudden change in Bu Yunseal's aura, Yang Ji was utterly shocked and thought, sword extremity stance. Could it be that he excels at more than fast swordsmanship and evasion? But the Prada master quickly restored his composure, and he smiled faintly while thinking. However, spotting an opening on the left side of Bu Yunseal's abdomen, Yang Ji's eyes flashed coldly as he thought. You've exposed an opening, so it seems your actual combat experience is quite limited. Yang Ji crouched and stomped hard enough to crack the arena floor, his face darkening with killing intent as he arrogantly shouted, "That level of skill cannot trouble me." With that, he shot forward like a red bolt of lightning and poured all his strength into one decisive slash toward Bu Yunseal. Seeing Yang Ji's destructive sword energy closing in, Bu Yunseal remained expressionless and unleashed a lightning-fast slash so swift that the naked eye could not even see his arm move. A dazzling flash suddenly erupted, illuminating Yang Ji's shocked face as he gritted his teeth and stammered, "What?" Right after Bu Yunseal's lightning-fast swing, tremendous force erupted and blasted Yang Ji backward through the air, the impact making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Yang Ji crashed onto the arena floor as his treasured sword slipped from his hand and flew into the air. His body continued sliding several meters across the arena before finally stopping. By then, Yang Ji's face was deathly pale as he stared upward with wide, stunned eyes. Through Yang Ji's pain-blurred vision, Bu Yunseal's tall, backlit figure looked no different from the supreme god of death. Trembling in terror, he thought, just what kind of monster is this guy? Yang Ji stared up at Bu Yunseal with wide eyes, utterly astonished. Watching the death-like young man approach step by step, Yang Ji thought in disbelief, impossible in that brief instant. Did he deliberately expose an opening and use my sword attack to launch his counterattack? And even within that technique, a tremendous explosion suddenly erupted across the arena. At that moment, Yang Ji finally realized he had truly provoked a deadly opponent. Yang Ji's thoughts remained chaotic. Did he even use a heavy sword technique to knock me away? The combination of overwhelming sword and heavy sword, together with the fast sword and footwork he displayed earlier, leaves me no way to counter his martial arts. And I've never faced such an opponent before. When Bu Yunseal coldly asked, "Do you surrender?" Overwhelmed by pressure and unwillingness to accept defeat, Yang Ji gritted his teeth. Clutching his sword hilt tightly, he growled inwardly, "Surrender? Why should I surrender? I'm a great righteous expert, a world-renowned prodigy recognized by the Martial Arts Alliance." Thinking this, Yang Ji wildly charged again, attacking Bu Yunseal with all his strength while shouting, "Don't get too arrogant." Facing Yang Ji's frenzied assault, Bu Yunseal calmly raised his sword and coldly watched his opponent. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Bu Yunseal swung his arm and unleashed a blazing crimson sword slash through the air. With just one strike, Yang Ji's sword snapped in half, leaving the young man frozen in stunned disbelief. With two sharp metallic sounds, Yang Ji's broken blade flew backward before clattering onto the arena floor. In the next instant, Bu Yunseal's gleaming sword tip was already pointed directly between Yang Ji's eyes. This time Yang Ji had truly lost, completely powerless to resist the protagonist's devastating counterattacks. He tightly shut his eyes and furrowed his brows, showing extreme unwillingness to accept defeat. But faced with the harsh truth, Yang Ji dropped to his knees and declared in a low voice, "I lost." Seeing his opponent submit, Bu Yunseal sheathed his sword and thought, "I expected more from a great righteous expert, but his strength was more disappointing than I imagined. However, I can't judge every great righteous expert based on just one person." Still kneeling on the ground, Yang Ji bitterly said, "What a shame. If only I had begun learning martial arts as early as the other great righteous experts." Before he could finish, Bu Yunseal coldly interrupted him. "That's merely an excuse." He looked sternly at Yang Ji and continued, "For a true expert, titles, status, and when you began training are meaningless. What matters most is knowing how to surpass yourself and become stronger. Go back to the spear point. Train your swordsmanship and internal energy there for another 3 years before thinking about entering the martial world. Hearing the protagonist's stern advice, Yang Ji Wai closed his eyes and bitterly thought, how shameful. But he is absolutely right. I've been too absorbed in the title of Great Righteous Master and neglected improving my strength. As soon as that thought ended, Bu Yunseal decisively turned around and left the arena. Just then, Mun Xion loudly announced across the square, the winner is young Hero Bu. And if no one else wishes to challenge young Hero Bu, he has officially passed the qualifying round. Below the stands, the stunned crowd erupted into discussion. How could it end like this? Great righteous masters are the rising sons of the martial world who will carry the righteous faction's future. Yet such a great figure lost miserably to an unknown youth. Meanwhile, atop a nearby tall building, a mysterious person sat alone, leisurely drinking tea. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he murmured, "Ho ho." Even if he comprehended the heavy sword and supreme sword, I never expected him to defeat Yang Ji Wai, who mastered the sun-shooting sword art and 7 supreme sword forms, with just 1 strike. Moreover, judging from his sword technique, it seems he only separated and learned the martial techniques themselves. If so, he must possess his own hidden foundational martial art. So I'll keep watching him for now, since everything will become clear during the Rising Star tournament. The scene shifted to that evening, when brilliant red lanterns illuminated every street throughout the city. Sitting alone in a dark room, Bu Yunseal carefully studied the tournament bracket while calculating. I never expected my first opponent here to be a great righteous master. Calling it coincidence seems far too convenient. So could my movements have been exposed? No, that can't be. I operated under another identity in the 9 Kill Squad, and came here immediately after finishing my training, leaving almost no time for information to leak. Moreover, the Stormcloud squad captain has constantly been spreading false information about me. And if the righteous faction truly knew my movements beforehand, they would have ambushed me like last time. Though suspiciously convenient, it was probably just a coincidence. Thinking this, Bu Yunseal reached toward the bracket and murmured, "My next opponent is..." He pointed directly at a name on the paper and said solemnly, "Wandering Hero Yipwa." Known as the foremost hero among wanderers, he is famous for his integrity and righteous conduct, even receiving treatment equal to renowned heroes of the righteous faction. Since many people talk about him, I've managed to gather some information. After pondering for a while, Bu Yunseal slowly stood and gazed into the distance. It seems he won't be an easy opponent either. Whoosh! Suddenly, an intense, sharp aura erupted from Bu Yunseal as he spoke coldly. His eyes turned razor-sharp after noticing a dark figure secretly watching him from the ceiling, and he growled, "What do you want?" The masked man in black flinched slightly before replying. As expected, he lightly jumped down from the ceiling and continued calmly, "Your senses are remarkably sharp, and I thought I'd slipped inside unnoticed." He then lowered his mask and deliberately widened his eyes at Bu Yunseal, as though playfully startling an old friend. Yet the instant he finished speaking, Bu Yunseal had already closed the distance and pressed his cold sword against the man's neck. Without wasting words, Bu Yunseal coldly restrained him and asked, "Is that the heavenly pillar yoga art? The moment you tried entering through the window, I saw your bones twisting to fit through that narrow gap. If you lie or give an irrelevant answer now, you're dead." The man in black looked startled and hurriedly replied, "How could someone like me comprehend an extraordinary art like that? It's merely the bone-shrinking art." Hearing this, the protagonist thought in surprise, "It resembles the heavenly pillar yoga art, but is far inferior. So it's a martial art that temporarily contracts the muscles and folds the bones to shrink the body." Bu Yunseal slightly withdrew his sword and demanded, "State your name and background." The stranger sighed and raised both hands to show he meant no harm, saying, "I'm a veteran of the rogue market, known as Hyukpyo." Bu Yunseal narrowed his suspicious eyes and replied, "That's not your real name." The man calling himself Hyukpyo looked down and explained solemnly, "Most wanderers here conceal their pasts and use aliases, so please understand that I cannot reveal my real name. A fierce red gleam filled with killing intent flashed through Bu Yunseal's eyes as he asked, "Then why did you break in to see me?" Hyuk-pyo regained his composure. Gathering all his confidence, he declared clearly, "I have a favor to ask of you. Tomorrow, on the first day of the Rising Star Tournament Finals, please kill your opponent, Yipwa." Kneeling before Bu Yunseal, Hyuk-pyo lowered his voice and clearly emphasized every word. "In tomorrow's martial tournament, please kill your opponent, Yipwa." A wave of shock rose within Bu Yunseal, yet his face remained perfectly calm without revealing the slightest emotion. He gently released his sword hilt and coldly asked, "You surely know what kind of person Yipwa is, don't you?" Hyuk-pyo replied solemnly with a cold glint in his eyes. "Of course, I know he is the wandering hero, a renowned champion among wanderers, but that reputation is merely empty praise. His true nature is completely different." Hyuk-pyo gritted his teeth and angrily explained that whenever Yipwa entered the martial world, he secretly committed monstrous crimes. Regardless of gender or age, he treated slaughtering the weak as entertainment. At this point, Hyuk-pyo frowned deeply, his chest heaving with rage as he choked out, "Someone I knew was also killed by his own hands." Bu Yunseal stood motionless and asked suspiciously, "Do you have proof?" But Hyuk-pyo immediately stood and replied, "No, he is extremely experienced in the martial world and never leaves any trace after act." While speaking, he reached inside his robe for something, kept his eyes fixed on Bu Yunseal, and continued, "Instead, I will give you this." He placed a small pouch on the table, and several mysterious sparkling purple gems rolled from its opening. Seeing their mystical glow, Bu Yunseal's expression shifted slightly as he exclaimed, "Cat's eye stones," and Hyuk-pyo immediately tempted him. "Yes, each one is worth 100 taels of gold. So surely this is enough for you to accept?" Bu Yunseal lifted a gem and turned it beneath the light before remarking, "This is certainly more than enough to kill someone without asking for proof, but that only makes it more suspicious. This fortune could easily hire a famous first-rate assassin. So why seek an unknown nobody like me unless Yipwa is so formidable that even 100 taels of gold cannot buy his life? Am I right?" Hearing this, Hyuk-pyo was left speechless, frowned deeply, and stammered, "Heh." Lowering his head, he finally confessed, "That's right. Yipwa is a supreme master renowned throughout the martial world, and perhaps only an inexperienced newcomer like you would risk assassinating him and becoming the enemy of the entire martial world." Hyuk-pyo cupped his fists and bowed helplessly, saying, "I apologize for making such an unreasonable request. So could you quietly forget this ever happened?" Faced with Hyuk-pyo's sudden change in attitude, Bu Yunseal's gaze grew even colder, but he chose to remain completely silent. The next day, the martial tournament arena overflowed with thunderous cheers as the atmosphere became intensely heated. The judge Mun Chion's powerful voice echoed throughout the stands. "After yesterday's thrilling qualifiers, we have finally reached the long-awaited finals of the martial tournament. The opening match ended with a convincing victory for Eugene Gang. Therefore, our next match will be a clash between." Rapid drum beats interrupted the judge and sent the crowd into a frenzy as the heroic rising star Bu Yunseal appeared. Against the renowned master, known as the Wandering Hero, Yipwa. On the windswept arena, Yipwa lightly pivoted his foot toward Bu Yunseal. With one hand on his hip, he looked at Bu Yunseal and smiled meaningfully, saying, "Your strength has greatly impressed me." He even cupped his hands and politely bowed with a friendly smile, saying, "I look forward to learning from you." Bu Yunseal returned the formal martial greeting, but inwardly became extremely wary, thinking that Yipwa was so courteous he truly resembled a celebrated hero from a prestigious righteous sect. Bu Yunseal placed his hand on the sword hilt and slowly drew it from its sheath, each inch of cold steel trembling beneath the sunlight. Even Yipwa's seemingly lazy and relaxed posture actually revealed not the slightest opening, making Bu Yunseal realize this man was extremely strong. Opposite him, Yipwa looked sharply at Bu Yunseal and smiled confidently, saying, "Strength and age do not necessarily go together." As soon as he finished, his sword tip trembled and his body shot toward Bu Yunseal like light. "I, Yip, am unworthy," but allow me to strike first. And the duel instantly erupted as Yip-Hua unleashed a vicious slash that Bu Yunseal blocked, sending sparks flying with a metallic crash. Closely observing and analyzing every movement, Bu Yunseal thought that Yip-Hua's sword techniques were exceptionally clean, swiftly changing without exposing any openings. Yip-Hua still held complete initiative, constantly pressing forward with relentless attacks, while remaining relaxed, as though merely taking a stroll. With a single sweeping slash, countless sharp flashes suddenly appeared around Yip-Hua, scattering in a sword energy that shot in every direction like falling petals. Making Bu Yunseal think in shock, was the chaotic flower sword shadow unleashed in an instant? He immediately circulated his internal energy and fired a barrage of blazing crimson sword energy to intercept it while quickly analyzing. Is this a scattering sword? A supreme sword art that releases attacks toward multiple vital points with a single wrist movement? The battle showed no sign of slowing as Yip-Hua suddenly crouched, launched into the air, then swooped downward like a hawk hunting prey. Seeing his opponent closing in from above, Bu Yunseal stomped hard on the arena floor and used the recoil to leap backward, widening the distance. The moment he landed safely, he spun and slashed sharply forward while thinking. His transitions are extremely fast, but his sword path is far too straightforward. Without giving his opponent time to breathe, Bu Yunseal immediately counterattacked by thrusting his sword straight at Yip-Hua, but the seasoned wanderer raised his blade horizontally and blocked the dangerous strike. Clang! The violent impact sent Bu Yunseal sliding backward and carving two deep marks into the arena floor as he wondered, why would such a famous veteran of the martial world keep using such straightforward sword techniques like a righteous Shaolin monk? There can only be two possibilities. Either he is truly upright and never deceives anyone, or he is deliberately using clumsy sword moves to lure his opponent into a trap. After fighting this far, Yip-Hua suddenly lowered his sword and stopped, standing casually in the arena as he scratched his head with his left hand and laughed. Truly impressive. How could a talented young man like you have remained unknown for so long? It's hard to believe. Narrowing his eyes at Bu Yunseal with complete confidence, he said, I'll now use the 3 lightning swords, and if you can withstand these 3 secret techniques, I'll admit defeat. Despite Yip-Hua's straightforward and honorable proposal, Bu Yunseal remained vigilant, refusing to trust him immediately and watching him coldly without moving. Below the arena, however, the crowd reacted completely differently as excited discussions erupted everywhere. As expected of the righteous wandering hero, is he doing this to prevent unnecessary deaths in the arena? Even against a young newcomer, he still acts with complete fairness and honor. On the arena, Yip-Hua finally moved, launching forward at tremendous speed with his sword drawn back beside his left shoulder as he shouted, 3 lightning swords. First form. He swung his sword down powerfully at the protagonist while smiling and shouting, sun across the high sky. Bu Yunseal remained extremely cautious, his eyes locked onto every movement of his opponent. A second later, the protagonist shot forward again and vanished from his original position with astonishing speed. He repeatedly leapt through the air to evade Yip-Hua's sharp sword energy while thrusting his sword forward and thinking calmly. Despite the impressive name, this move isn't much different from the previous one. Seeing his opponent charge in and break through the technique, Yip-Hua instantly shifted position and unleashed countless sword energy slashes over a wide area while praising, good observation. Without slowing down, Bu Yunseal continued charging forward and instantly unleashed countless blazing crimson sword slashes that completely neutralized Yip-Hua's attack. Seeing this, Yip-Hua suddenly grinned, an unpredictable excitement flashing his eyes as he said, not bad. He poured internal energy into his sword and unleashed an even fiercer slash while shouting. This time, the third form, swallowing life whole. This time, his sword descended with completely different force, and Bu Yunseal was unexpectedly driven backward repeatedly by the terrifying pressure. The protagonist was immediately forced into complete defense, struggling to block as Yip-Hua's smug voice reached his ears. If you think this sword technique only looks simple, you're mistaken. The sword will grow heavier and heavier as the fight continues. Before his opponent could find a way to escape, Yipwa swung his sword down hard to finish the fight and laughed excitedly. Then surrender quickly before you're seriously injured. At that critical moment, Bu Yinseal suddenly stared in surprise at Yipwa's hands, noticing he was gripping the sword hilt with both hands instead of one as before. His lips tightened slightly, yet there was no fear or hesitation on his face. Instead, his expression became utterly resolute and serious after seeing through his opponent's trick, and he thought, so that's how it is. Every slash from Yipwa seemed to grow heavier. Yipwa appeared completely at ease as he repeatedly swung his sword at Bu Yinseal. Bu Yinseal, however, seemed increasingly strained while blocking the relentless attacks, metal clashing loudly as he grunted and clenched his teeth. Yipwa watched the protagonist coldly and thought, it seems to be taking effect. Indeed, Bu Yinseal now appeared to be weakening, panting heavily from exhaustion. Continuing the assault, Yipwa subtly raised his left arm, revealing a small pouch hidden inside his sleeve, and thought with a sinister smile, my true weapon secretly released through the final move, life-swallowing death grasp, our energy-scattering powder, and scorpion tail poison. He deliberately jumped backward, while naturally flicking his left arm to scatter the poison from his sleeve, thinking, once inhaled, the body becomes sluggish, and circulating inner power becomes extremely difficult. The poisonous powder dispersed through the air and drifted toward Bu Yinseal. As Yipwa's feet slid across the ground, he rejoiced inwardly and said, good. It seems your movements are starting to grow heavy. He stomped hard against the ground, charged at the protagonist, and shouted, now I'll finish you. Yet unexpectedly, Bu Yinseal suddenly smiled faintly, looking completely relaxed. The moment Yipwa slashed at him, Bu Yinseal swiftly leaped aside and dodged. Bu Yinseal's movement stunned Yipwa, who stared at him and gritted his teeth. What? Those are the movements of someone poisoned. Bu Yinseal lightly lifted one foot while the other stomped hard against the ground for momentum. Before Yipwa recovered from his shock, Bu Yinseal flashed forward like lightning and slashed across his body. Blood sprayed from Yipwa's abdomen as his staggering body slowly collapsed forward. Witnessing Bu Yinseal's astonishing move, the crowd below stared wide-eyed and speechless. The entire area fell silent as Yipwa lay motionless on the arena after being defeated by Bu Yinseal. Bu Yinseal glanced at Yipwa and thought, how foolish. The fingertips beneath his bandages were already stained dark purple, which is a common sign among poison users. Once you know your opponent uses poison, there are countless ways to counter it. You were too impatient to even check whether I had actually been poisoned, so you lost. Bu Yinseal then looked at Yipwa with a trace of pity. Bu Yinseal coldly walked toward the edge of the arena as the crowd below finally erupted. A killing star. An exceptionally terrifying killing star has appeared. Hero Yip always upheld justice, yet he was killed so brutally. How could someone be this vicious and merciless? Ignoring the hostile comments around him, Bu Yinseal continued walking coldly. Only then did the referee loudly announce, the winner is Bu Yinseal, young hero Bu. The scene shifted to that evening at Bu Yinseal's residence. Inside the quiet room, Hyupyo's emotional voice rang out, thank you. He lowered his head and continued, I never expected you would believe my words. Sitting opposite him, Bu Yinseal coldly replied, I don't believe you. I only believe my own eyes. If he truly were a righteous hero as rumored, he would never casually use a deadly poison feared even by assassins. Worry appeared in Hyupyo's eyes as he said, but I'm still concerned. I expected criticism from the world, but never imagined the situation would become this serious. Hyupyo looked saddened and said, if only I'd found evidence beforehand, none of this would have happened. But Bu Yinseal calmly replied, it's fine. He raised his wine cup to his lips and continued, someone who has committed countless evil deeds for so long will eventually be exposed. Hearing Bu Yinseal's words, Hyupyo looked deeply surprised, with traces of admiration in his eyes. Immediately afterward, Hyupyo placed a small pouch on the table and said, this is the payment I promised you. Bu Yinseal stopped the pouch with his hand and said, I told you I didn't believe your story, making Hyupyo hurriedly wave both hands and reply, but I won't feel at ease unless I give you something. Hyupyo placed a hand on his chest and pleaded, if you don't want payment in money, then even menial work is fine. so please allow me to serve you. Bu Yinseal was slightly surprised by Hyuk Pyo's sudden proposal and thought, menial work? His gaze darkened as he continued thinking. The 9 kill squad's Yang branch still exists, but the Kong twin demons are already dead. Although, I know the 9 kill squad's methods and secret signals. Gathering information has become far more troublesome without those two compiling and reporting everything to me. Judging from your abilities that night, you must also be skilled at investigation and infiltration. So if that's the case. Reaching this conclusion, Bu Yinseal called Hyuk Pyo, and Hyuk Pyo immediately clenched his fists and hurriedly answered, Yes, yes, I'm here. Bu Yinseal interlocked his hands, looked coldly at Hyuk Pyo, and proposed, Follow me for 1 year and become my eyes and ears. Then your debt will be settled. Hearing Bu Yinseal's request, Hyuk Pyo widened his eyes in great surprise. But he quickly regained his composure, breathed a slight sigh of relief, and agreed. Hyuk Pyo asked, There's something I wish to ask. May I know which sect you come from? And Bu Yinseal curiously replied, Why? Hyuk Pyo tightly gripped his robe and solemnly continued, Because my resolve will differ depending on your sect. Bu Yinseal was slightly surprised and coldly repeated, My sect. Immediately afterward, his expression turned serious as he revealed his sect's name, the Wandering Night Pavilion. Merely hearing the name, Wandering Night Pavilion, left Hyuk Pyo stunned as he opened his mouth and stammered, Wandering Night. For a moment, he could not believe his ears and tried to speak, but could not utter another word. He covered his mouth with both hands, afraid he might scream as sweat poured out, and he thought, the Wandering Night Pavilion. Were the 10 great demonic sects? The rumors of its decline only applied when compared with the 10 strongest powers of the demonic path, for it was still a dominant martial sect whose warriors pursued the strength to fight 100, no, 1,000 enemies alone. I never imagined the person before me was a master from that place. He reached inside his robe for something, smiled faintly, and thought that this time it seemed worth gambling his life. Hyuk Pyo took out a sheet of paper, placed it on the table, and said, This is an official contract used in the rogue market. Bu Yinseal picked up the paper and carefully read it as Hyuk Pyo continued. Once you place your fingerprint here, I will leave the rogue market and serve under you. Without hesitation, Bu Yinseal used his own blood and pressed his thumb into the blank fingerprint box. Hyuk Pyo took back the paper, stood, cupped his hands, and bowed, saying, From today onward, this contract takes effect, so please look after me. And Bu Yinseal solemnly replied, Very well. He smiled faintly at Hyuk Pyo, his new subordinate, and softly added, I expect great things from you. Elsewhere, a fat man wearing a gold ring on his little finger kept tapping the table with his index finger as though signaling someone. He opened his mouth and called loudly, Shadow Demon, and a purple-robed man beside him immediately replied in a low voice, Please give your orders. The fat man frowned angrily and shouted, Is the investigation into that Bu Yinseal still unfinished? And this fat man was Ho Bang, the money manager of the Eastern Escort State. Shadow Demon clasped his hands and hurriedly replied, This subordinate deserves punishment. I did my best, but someone seems to be deliberately hiding the information, so I failed, making Ho Bang click his tongue in irritation. Ho Bang clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, saying, From Yang Ji Wai to Yip Hua, famous experts have fallen one after another. Surely our plan won't collapse because of this brat? Ho Bang worried inwardly. The winner of this tournament was decided long ago, and it is merely an excuse for us to openly present the divine spirit serpent sword to that person. But if this suspicious fellow keeps causing trouble, something unexpected may happen. Thinking this, Ho Bang's expression darkened as he said, So be it, Shadow Demon. Let Mu Sam Rang deal with him. Hearing the name Mu Sam Rang, Shadow Demon's expression changed drastically as he stammered in surprise. If it's Mu Sam Rang, then. Ho Bang smirked meaningfully and continued, Mu Sam Rang is the expert that person personally brought here to carry out this plan. No matter how formidable Bu Yinseal may be, he can never defeat him. The next day, the martial arts tournament venue was packed early with spectators awaiting the next match, and one man exclaimed, More and more people are coming, while another laughed, Of course, don't you know who's fighting today? Pointing toward the central arena, where Bu Yinseal stood coldly awaiting his opponent, the man continued, He defeated great righteous expert Yang Ji and righteous wandering hero Yipwa, and not long ago, he even defeated Siemen Jiao. Today is the match of the killing star Bu Yunseal. The man beside him widened his eyes and asked, "Those are all famous figures. So who's his opponent this time?" And the other shook his head, saying, "Unfortunately, today's opponent is rather unremarkable." On the high arena, the referee suddenly raised his arm and signaled the entire crowd. Silence. Taking a breath, he loudly announced, "The match lineup has been changed." The crowd below immediately erupted in surprise, shouting, "What? Why was it suddenly changed?" The referee hung up a new match board and loudly declared, "This match will be Bu Yunseal against Mu Sam Rang." And indeed, on the new tournament bracket, the opponent directly facing Bu Yunseal was Mu Sam Rang. Everyone present stared wide-eyed at this completely unexpected change by the organizers. Then someone in the crowd couldn't help letting out an excited cry of surprise. The entire crowd seemed to awaken from its initial shock and erupted into enthusiastic cheers. On the arena, Bu Yunseal looked rather surprised by the crowd's sudden excitement and glanced thoughtfully downward. At the same time below the stands, a man in blue curiously asked the person beside him, "Why did everyone suddenly get so noisy?" And the other pointed and laughed. "You really don't know? Half an hour is the record time Mu Sam Rang needed to defeat an opponent. An expert like him facing the killing star. Isn't this the most exciting match possible?" The man in blue asked in surprise. "Even so, is it really fine to change the match lineup without warning?" And the other smirked. "Of course not, but as long as it's entertaining, who cares?" At that moment, a brown-haired young man slowly climbed onto the arena with steady steps. He wore a pure white mask that gave him a mysterious aura, his cold gaze fixed on Bu Yunseal while the excited crowd below repeatedly chanted, "Mu Sam Rang, Mo Sam Rang, Mo Sam Rang." Thus, the two true monsters stood facing each other, ready to fight, while the arena atmosphere became suffocatingly tense and the crowd below seemed to cheer only for Mu Sam Rang. Bu Yunseal kept his cold gaze fixed sharply on the opponent, saying nothing as he stood there in silent thought. He recalled how before the match, Hyuk Pyo had carefully handed him 3 neatly rolled sheets and said, "This contains all the information on this tournament's participants." Bu Yunseal calmly opened them, nodded, and said, "You gathered everything in only 2 days, far beyond my expectations. You've worked hard." Hearing such praise from his master, Hyuk Pyo grinned happily and scratched the back of his neck. After scanning the names on the tournament list, Bu Yunseal pondered briefly and asked, "Is anyone here especially noteworthy?" Hyuk Pyo immediately replied, "Yes, 2 people. One is Yang Myong, already famous as a renowned master, and since there's plenty of information on him, you'll easily understand his abilities. The other is Mu Sam Rang, who, like you, is a hidden master revealing his talent for the first time in this tournament. Because of that, there are absolutely no records or information about him from before the tournament. In fact, you should be even more cautious of him than Yang Myong." Back in the present, Bu Yunseal stood silently observing the opponent before him, Mu Sam Rang, an extremely dangerous unknown. Watching the dense, sharp aura raging around Mu Sam Rang, Bu Yunseal thought, "Are you hiding your identity like me? If I keep concealing my strength, I can't guarantee victory." As that thought crossed his mind, Bu Yunseal gently glanced to his left. That was where the tournament judges sat, while a blue curtain hung in the center, completely concealing the mysterious person in charge. Staring at the hanging blue curtain, Bu Yunseal wondered what scheme the organizers were really planning. Bu Yunseal slowly drew his sharp sword, looked directly at his mysterious opponent, and thought, "But if they deliberately gave me a chance to face a true master, I should actually thank them." Standing opposite him, Mu Sam Rang looked equally cold and sharp, remaining completely silent without saying a single word since the beginning. The referee stepped between them, raised his hand, waved firmly, and shouted, "All right." He then loudly announced to the entire arena, "The match officially begins." Whoosh! Taking the fight seriously from the very first moment, Bu Yunseal attacked first, launching himself toward his opponent like a fierce gust. As Bu Yunseal slashed straight at him, Mu Sam Rang merely tilted his body slightly and effortlessly avoided the dangerous strike. Suddenly, Mu Sam Rang's eyes behind the mask turned sharp as he looked at Bu Yunseal and said, "You're still the same as ever, Bu Yunseal." Hearing those meaningful words, Bu Yunseal's eyes widened in shock, wondering whether this man could be an old acquaintance from his past. Bu Yunseal immediately rushed forward and attacked again, but as his gleaming sword approached, Mu Sam Rang calmly raised his left hand and declared, "I surrender." Mu Sam Rang's sudden action stunned the entire crowd below, leaving everyone wide-eyed, frozen, and completely speechless. Meanwhile, Ho Bang, a manager of the rogue market, was furious beyond measure, gritting his teeth and wishing he could rush onto the arena and kill Mu Sam Rang himself. Bu Yunseal was no exception, staring wide-eyed in confusion, completely unable to understand what was wrong with this strange Mu Sam Rang. The lively arena instantly fell silent and unbearably tense the moment Mu Sam Rang announced his surrender. Shocked by the unexpected situation, the referee hurried behind Mu Sam Rang and asked again, "Huh? What? Are you serious?" Mu Sam Rang did not stop, merely turning away and walking off coldly while casually replying, leaving the referee frozen. Yes. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Mu Sam Rang calmly passed through the crowd that moved aside for him and silently left without another word. After Mu Sam Rang completely disappeared, the referee hesitated briefly before pointing toward Bu Yunseal and loudly announcing, "Since young hero Mu Sam Rang has surrendered, the winner of this match is young hero Bu." Hearing that declaration, the spectators below erupted in anger and shouted, "What is going on?" Many angrily approached the referee and demanded, "We finally got such an exciting match to watch." Meanwhile, Bu Yunseal seemed to sense something unusual, his gaze turning cold as he stared toward where Mu Sam Rang had left and thought, could it be? That evening, inside the magnificent Golden Flower Pavilion at the Rogue Market, manager Ho Bang angrily slammed the wooden table and roared, "Withdraw? What the hell are you doing?" He pointed furiously at Mu Sam Rang and snapped, "Didn't you swear you would completely cripple that Calamity Star? If that person's plan is ruined because of this, not only me, but even your worthless life won't be spared." Mu Sam Rang calmly raised a hand and replied, "That person is also participating in the tournament, so whoever wins, the Spirit Snake Divine Sword will eventually belong to them, meaning my withdrawal changes nothing." Hearing this, manager Ho Bang became even more furious and shouted, "Forget the Spirit Snake Divine Sword. You know what will happen if your reckless action angers that person. So why did you do it?" Mu Sam Rang coldly turned away and replied, "I don't believe I owe you an explanation," while manager Ho Bang shouted behind him, "You irresponsible bastard, I will report every detail of today's reckless behavior to that person." Mu Sam Rang ignored him completely and leisurely walked outside. After walking far into the dark night, Mu Sam Rang raised a hand and lightly touched his chin. He slowly removed the white mask from his face, smiled cunningly, and murmured, "I never expected to meet you again in a place like this. Long time no see, Bu Yunseal." The scene shifted to an abandoned temple outside the city, where glowing embers gently floated into the air. In the temple courtyard, a fire burned beneath two plucked chickens roasting over the flickering flames. Beside the fire sat several jars of fine wine and two stacked cups as Hyuk Pyo called out, "Young master." Hyuk Pyo approached from behind and asked in surprise, "Why leave a good inn just to eat in a place like this?" Watching the roasting chickens, Bu Yunseal coldly replied, "I told you not to follow me and to rest at the inn," but Hyuk Pyo pointed at himself and said, "I have to eat too, and isn't a hired wanderer's food and lodging paid by the employer? Besides, didn't you buy all this for us to eat together?" Bu Yunseal bluntly replied, "I didn't buy it for you," making Hyuk Pyo ask in shock, "What? Are you planning to eat all this alone?" Before Hyuk Pyo could finish, someone suddenly appeared and approached, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting." A familiar figure slowly emerged from beneath the trees of the deep forest. Seeing him, Hyuk Pyo immediately became alert and gripped his sword, but Bu Yunseal ordered, "Hyuk Pyo, stop." Bu Yunseal looked at the newcomer with brightened eyes and smiled happily, saying, "He's my guest." Hearing this, the newcomer also smiled, his expression friendly without the slightest hostility. His true identity was Seo Jinha, who had fought alongside Bu Yunseal during the preliminary trial to join the Demon Palace. Seo Jinha also looked delighted and smiled at Bu Yunseal, saying, "As expected, you recognized me, and your eyes have become much sharper." The two sat down and poured wine as Bu Yunseal said, "I sensed something familiar from the start, but your voice was what confirmed it." Raising his wine cup, he smiled and asked, "How has life been in the Blood Prison Fortress?" Seo Jinha raised his cup and replied, "Fighting beside you in the Hell Trial was better." He sat down and slowly explained, "All I did there was eat strange poisonous creatures or practice poison arts." Gathering firewood nearby, Hyupyo overheard them and thought in surprise that Mu Sam Rang was actually a master from the Blood Prison Fortress, while Seo Jinha continued, "Even so, I did my best." Looking at his reflection in the wine cup, Seo Jinha smiled bitterly and said, "But the Blood Prison Fortress had no place for me, and when I began surpassing its descendants, their faction persuaded the fortress lord to send me to the Demon Palace. So now I belong to the Heavenly Kill Squad, handling the Demon Palace's dirty work." After finishing his drink, Seo Jinha sighed softly and asked Bu Yunseal, "What about you? How are things at Nagia Pavilion?" Looking solemnly into the fire, Bu Yunseal slowly replied, "Not bad. I've received a lot of help and grown stronger in many ways." Seo Jinha grew curious and said, "Nagia Pavilion treats you well, huh? Someone as cold and silent as you can actually speak this smoothly now." Seo Jinha's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked at Bu Yunseal and said, "For your own sake, I'll give you some advice. Give up the Divine Spirit Serpent Sword and withdraw, because the winner of this tournament was decided from start." Hearing this from Seo Jinha, Bu Yunseal froze in shock. Hyupyo, sitting beside the protagonist, also exclaimed in surprise, "How can that be?" While Bu Yunseal sighed softly and said, "So that's how it is." Seo Jinha continued explaining, "Guizhou is originally territory of the Hellblood Citadel, and the greedy Jade Tiger plans to offer the Divine Spirit Serpent Sword here in exchange for cooperation. Your opponent in the final is Yang Mayong, leader of the Blood Demon Party under the Hellblood Citadel. I came here under orders from a deputy captain of the Heavenly Kill Squad to help him recover the Divine Spirit Serpent Sword." Bu Yunseal looked troubled and asked, "You're disobeying your superior because of me?" And Seo Jinha calmly replied, "Someone as cold-blooded as you is worried about me now? You've really changed a lot." Bu Yunseal took a sip of wine and said indifferently, "I'm not exactly worried, I was just asking," making Seo Jinha think irritably, "What a stubborn guy." Seo Jinha continued, "Anyway, that's the situation, so I advise you to withdraw, because even you will have trouble defeating Yang Mayong, and even if you win, you'll earn the hatred of the entire Hellblood Citadel." Hearing this, Hyupyo stared wide-eyed, completely shocked by the hidden truth behind the tournament. Bu Yunseal gently set down his cup and said, "I didn't enter this tournament for the sword. I only wanted to fight strong opponents and become stronger. If Yang Mayong is the leader of the Blood Demon Party, then he sounds like a worthy opponent." Seo Jinha's eyes widened in surprise at Bu Yunseal's answer. Then he raised a hand to cover his mouth and chuckled meaningfully. Soon he held his forehead and burst into amused laughter, leaving Bu Yunseal confused. Seeing his long-lost friend laughing, Bu Yunseal asked, "Why are you laughing?" And Seo Jinha waved his hand, saying, "Sorry, your reaction was exactly what I expected. I'll soon return to the Demon Hall, and I don't want to watch an old comrade like you get defeated anyway." Seo Jinha raised one finger and said with interest, "So I'll give you one useful piece of information." Elsewhere, inside a room, a man's surprised voice rang out. Seo Jinha suddenly withdrew, and the reason is because his opponent was Bu Yunseal, the 10-battle demon of Nagia Pavilion. As he spoke, his whole body trembled slightly as though suppressing intense anger. Unable to hold back any longer, he smashed the table with one punch and shouted furiously, "Damn it!" According to the plan, in the final eye, Yang Mayong was supposed to acknowledge the mysterious expert Mu Sam Rang's strength, surrender the championship, and quietly reclaim the Divine Spirit Serpent Sword afterward. "If I win like this, won't I?" as a party leader, become a laughingstock for openly entering the tournament just to seize the divine spirit's serpent sword. After shouting this, Yang Mayong gritted his teeth and angrily muttered Co Jinha's name. Yang Mayong recalled his recent conversation with Co Jinha, who had declared, "I was never obligated to obey you from beginning to end, and now I'm only here to assist you as a member of the Heavenly Kill Squad, no longer as someone from the Hellblood Citadel." Sitting opposite him, Yang Mayong's face darkened as he glared at Co Jinha and demanded, "You bastard! Have you forgotten all the years we raised and supported you?" Co Jinha asked coldly with a trace of resentment. "A debt of upbringing? You mean repeatedly using training as an excuse to assassinate me and drive me to death just to protect the heir's plans? The moment I entered the Heavenly Kill Squad, I decided to forget every grudge and debt, so stop provoking me." Back in the present, Yang Mayong sneered inwardly. What an arrogant bastard. His hands slowly curled as a stream of purple energy swirled around his palm. He clenched his vein of fist and muttered, "Just wait. Once I crush that stray dog from the Shadow Pavilion." The purple energy around Yang Mayong surged upward like blazing flames. Standing amid the wreckage, Yang Mayong coldly declared, "You, Co Jinha, will be dealt with as well." Several days later, on the day of the finals, a huge crowd gathered as the referee stood at the center of the arena and announced, "Everyone, today is the long-awaited final match." First, a newcomer who appeared like a shooting star, defeating master after master and charging straight into the finals. Bu Yunso, the referee, continued excitedly, "And his opponent is..." He pointed to the left and introduced the man renowned throughout Noble Province, the venomous Flying Hand. Yang Mayong stepped onto the arena with absolute confidence and smugness, as though victory were already in his grasp. Below, two spectators were talking as the thin man exclaimed admiringly, "Wow, Bu Yinseal." The fat man asked in surprise, "You think he'll win?" The thin man raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course not. How could he defeat that terrifying home master from the Blood Prison Fortress?" What everyone really wants to see is whether Bu Yunseal will finally reveal the supreme art he's been hiding, and how Yang Mayong will deal with Bu Yunseal. The harder Bu Yunseal struggles, the more exciting the fight will become. So, of course, we should cheer. The fat man crossed his arms and smiled. "You become quite the expert in just a few days. Anyway, this battle basically means Bu Yunseal has no chance of winning." Just then, the referee leaped off the arena and announced, "Then the most anticipated final of the Rising Star Tournament officially begins." The referee's announcement echoed throughout the arena. The long-awaited finals of the Star Martial Tournament will now begin. Standing opposite Bu Yunseal on the stage, Yang Mayong warned, "I don't know where a brat like you came from, but I'll show you despair for daring stand in my way." As soon as he finished speaking, his body vanished, and in less than a blink he appeared directly behind Bu Yunseal. Eyes wide and right hand curled, Yang Mayong lunged at Bu Yunseal like a starving tiger pouncing on prey. The attack was too fast, so Bu Yunseal gritted his teeth and hurriedly leaned aside as white streaks from Yang Mayong's fingers shot past him. Bu Yunseal frowned and glanced behind him, seeing four long, narrow grooves carved deep into the ground with purple vapor rising from them. Yang Mayong immediately charged forward again to attack Bu Yunseal. Bu Yunseal recognized the technique and thought in surprise, "Is this the rumored soul-chasing poison demon finger? Its poison truly is as powerful as they say, but luckily I prepare beforehand." Then bit down hard, causing something in his mouth to crack. With his keen senses, Yang Mayong noticed and asked in surprise, "Did you just chew something, a poison-repelling pill?" "Huh. Thanks to my reputation, you managed to learn a little about me." He suddenly stopped, black poison spreading over both hands as he opened his arms and laughed. "But will that alone be enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mayong swung his right hand forward again, sending blade-sharp streams of poison toward his opponent. Unable to dodge them all, Bu Yunseal suffered a small cut on the little finger of his sword hand. The poison immediately traveled from the wound through his bloodstream, making Bu Yunseal think in shock. The poison-repelling pill doesn't work? Reacting quickly, Bu Yunseal immediately slashed forward with his sword, forcing Yang Mayong back to create some distance. Yang Mayong leaped backward and grinned gleefully, Not all poisons are the same. Your life ends here. Suddenly, an unexpected sight made Yang Mayong's eyes widen in astonishment and his entire body freeze. Bu Yunseal had suppressed the poison inside his body and forced it out through his index finger, letting it drip onto the ground. Bu Yunseal still gripped his sword tightly in his right hand, holding it forward in a cautious defensive stance. Recognizing the secret art, Yang Mayong laughed and raised his hand. It's poison gathering through energy control, which requires profound inner power to expel poison by channeling powerful inner energy into the bloodstream and forcing the toxin out through a single point. Yang Mayong curled his hand again, his nails seemingly growing longer and sharper as poisonous black energy covered them, then said, "You're quite interesting, brat," but this time he clawed forward with both hands, unleashing countless blade-sharp streams of poison at Bu Yunseal as he shouted, "5 soul-chasing claws." Bu Yunseal focused completely, moving to dodge while simultaneously swinging his swords to block the poisonous attacks. Yang Mayong looked quite relaxed as he continued attacking and laughed. Poison gathering through energy control has a fatal weakness. It consumes inner power extremely quickly, so you can use it against a single poisonous attack. But you can never withstand poison spread across such a wide area. Because Yang Mayong kept attacking relentlessly, poisonous energy surged around Bu Yunseal until it completely engulfed the surrounding space. Suddenly, icy white and razor-sharp sword energy slashes tore through the poison, seemingly cutting it into countless pieces. Bu Yunseal drew the other sword from his back and wielded one in each hand, successfully neutralizing Yang Mayong's assault. Still holding his stance, Bu Yunseal glanced at Yang Mayong before him, seemingly starting to get irritated. The crowd erupted in excited cheers, amazed that he could combine 2 different sword arts to create a wall of slashes. The fat man who had previously claimed with his skinny companion that Bu Yunseal had no chance against Yang Mayong now exclaimed admiringly, "I've seen the principle of dual-handed division and split-mind dual control several times, but perfectly executing 2 different sword arts simultaneously to that degree is truly an ultimate skill." On the arena, Yang Mayong still mocked contemptuously, "Showing off a few laughable mixed tricks is pointless struggling anyway. Since you've entertained me, I'll let you witness something truly precious." With that, Yang Mayong spread his arms as poisonous energy erupted and swirled around his body. Soon, Yang Mayong was completely enveloped by a tornado of poisonous energy, making it impossible to see what he was doing inside. Watching him, Bu Yunseal frowned and thought, "He's finally using it." The protagonist recalled the secret CO Jinha revealed the previous night. The martial world believes Yang Mayong's foundational art is the poisoned demon's soul-chasing finger. But his true supreme art is actually something else. Back in the present, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted as the tornado burst apart and poisonous energy spread everywhere. Seeing the poison approaching below the arena, the terrified crowd scattered and shouted, "Poison! It's spreading here! Get away! That's the deadly poison of the Blood Moon Fortress." As the poisonous mist dispersed, a huge black figure emerged, and Bu Yunseal thought, a body-tempering art that creates an indestructible body capable of resisting every attack. The poison body-strengthening art. Yang Mayong's body had now grown 3 or 4 times larger, his skin glossy black, making him resemble a demon more than a human. Bu Yunseal looked up at Yang Mayong with a frown as the latter said, "No one who has ever seen this form of mine has survived." Yang Mayong raised his enormous hand and continued, "This is the price for obstructing our fortress's grand plan." He stepped forward, brought his palm crashing toward the protagonist's head, and grinned, "Pay for it with your life." His enormous palm slammed down, but Bu Yunseal quickly leaped upward. Remaining calm and cold, Bu Yunseal used his movement technique to circle Yang Mayong while searching for weaknesses. The protagonist then stomped hard and leaped into the air directly above Yang Mayong's head. He descended with a sword in each hand, slashed both of Yang Mayong's shoulders, then jumped backward to create distance. When he looked back, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock. The wounds he had inflicted on Yang Mayong's shoulders had no effect at all, and Yang Mayong sneered, "Are you trying to scratch an itch?" Bu Yunseal then noticed that poisonous energy was seemingly corroding even the metal of the sword in his left hand. Without hesitation, Bu Yunseal threw the sword to the ground and leaped aside, thinking in confusion, "But that attack contained all my true energy." With that thought, Bu Yunseal vanished from his position and charged straight ahead. He shot forward and thrust his sword with full force directly into the center of Yang Mayong's chest. Yet even after straining with all his strength, it still seemed completely ineffective. Yang Mayong simply stood there calmly, grinning at Bu Yunseal without saying a word. He then raised his right hand, curled his middle finger against his thumb as if preparing to flick something, and said, "Is that all?" Bang! Sure enough, standing there like a demon god, he casually flicked his finger. A streak of poisonous energy struck Bu Yunseal and blasted him backward, making him cough up blood. Bu Yunseal crashed down and continued sliding across the ground. Bu Yunseal forced himself upright, panting heavily as he thought in shock. As expected of the Blood Prison Fortress's strongest poison body art, he spat out another mouthful of blood and thought, "None of my attacks have worked, and I can't keep using energy to expel the poison either, while my inner power is already nearing its limit from suppressing the deadly poison." Meanwhile, Yang Mayong slowly approached the protagonist and sneered, "It seems the 10 war demons of the Shadow Pavilion are only this capable, though I acknowledge your stubborn refusal to give up." Bu Yunseal steadied himself and tightly gripped his sword hilt, thinking, "A battle to the death that pushes me beyond every limit. This is exactly what I've always desired." Thinking this, Bu Yunseal's eyes flashed red with killing intent as he smiled faintly and said, "At last, I finally have a chance to use it, that technique."